Chapter 117. However, when Zhang Xiaohua finished reading those books, she discovered that these books seemed to be too basic. She had a feeling that they were not enough to quench her thirst. If she wanted to use the things she learned from these books to solve the problem of medicinal herbs not germinating, it would be wishful thinking. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only throw these books on the Kong bed. When she was bored, she would flip through them again. Without new books to read, Zhang Xiaohua once again lived a monotonous life of working and cultivating. Although reading books was a good habit, Zhang Xiaohua would never buy books for the sake of reading. Books could not be read unless they were borrowed. Zhang Xiaohua felt the same way in her heart. On the other hand, He Tianshu was used to seeing Zhang Xiaohua running around with books. Not long after, he discovered Zhang Xiaohua's abnormality. He asked with interest, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua had given up on her research. However, when he heard Zhang Xiaohua's reason, he didn't believe it at first. However, when he thought about how this person in front of him used Shua Wenjiezi to enlighten her, his brows relaxed. He snapped his right hand and said, "Isn't that easy?" Then he muttered in Nie Xiao'er's ear for a moment. Nie Xiao'er listened while sizing up Zhang Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes, making Zhang Xiaohua's hair stand on end. What was he doing? After he finished muttering, Nie Xiao'er left to carry out his orders. He Tianshu beamed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "All right, you wait. I'll show you my methods in a while." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and curled her lips, saying, "What methods are you playing? Making it so mysterious. I'll just wait." This Nie Xiao'er left for half a day. He only returned to the small courtyard empty-handed in the evening. Seeing Nie Xiao'er return empty-handed, He Tianshu was very shocked and asked, "You didn't do it?" Nie Xiao'er said, "Elder, he said that our hall's books are only for the disciples to read. They cannot be borrowed from outsiders." He Tianshu frowned. "You didn't look for Hall Master Bai?" Nie Xiao'er smiled bitterly and said, "I did. But Hall Master Bai didn't pay much attention to me. He only said that you're trying to find any doctor when you're seriously ill. How can a child without any foundation solve the problem by just reading books? He told you to think of another way. He also told me to tell you that he's also discussing this problem with the elders in the hall. He told you not to mess around." He Tianshu's face alternated between red and green as he looked into Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. He felt very embarrassed, but he seemed to have thought of something. His face relaxed as he said, "Zhang Xiaohua, go back to your room first. I'll bring you those books in a while." Zhang Xiaohua looked at him curiously, nodded in agreement, and went straight back into the house. Since someone wanted to find books for him to read, of course he wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, not long after, He Tianshu came back with a grin on his face carrying a pile of books. He piled them on Zhang Xiaohua's Kong. He clapped his hands and said, "All right, Zhang Xiaohua. I finally found the books for you. Read them well." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the pile of books on her Kong in surprise and asked curiously, "So many, where did Captain He get them?" He Tianshu pretended to be mysterious. "Look at how powerful his methods are. How can such a small problem not be solved?" He read carefully. "Zhang Xiaohua, don't mind our hallmaster's words. I still say the same thing. It's best if it can be solved, but it's fine if it can't be solved. Just treat it as you reading books to broaden your horizons. Also," He Tianshu muttered to himself, "the Jianghu is dangerous. What can a child like you rely on? Learn more, and you'll be able to live a good life." Zhang Xiaohua finally understood He Tianshu's painstaking efforts. She couldn't help but feel grateful. Humans weren't plants. How could they be emotionless? She and He Tianshu were neither relatives nor friends. Just living together for a short period of time, he took care of her in every possible way. Not only did he teach her fist techniques, he even pointed out the path for her future. It could be seen that this dangerous Jianghu wasn't just filled with traps and arrows. There was also warmth and care. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I understand, Captain He. I won't let you down. At least I have to learn more, right?" He Tianshu nodded. "It's good that you understand. Read your books yourself. I'm leaving." After saying that, he smiled and walked out. Zhang Xiaohua sent him to the door. When he left the house, she was about to turn around when she saw He Tianshu turn his head and say, "Oh right, Zhang Xiaohua, I almost forgot. How's your practice of fist techniques?" We haven't practiced together in a long time. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, It's all right, Captain He. I mixed the fist techniques you taught me and some of the fist techniques my second brother taught me together. I can practice them too. He Tianshu smiled and said, Not bad, Zhang Xiaohua. You know how to create your own techniques. You're promising. Practice well. When you have the chance, let me see it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Okay, no problem, Captain He. I can do it any time. He Tianshu said, You won't forget this time? Zhang Xiaohua said, I won't. Don't worry. He Tianshu said, Okay then. When I have the time, I'll see it. You read your books too. I'm leaving. After saying that, he walked out of the house. Zhang Xiaohua saw him leave and was about to turn around when He Tianshu turned his head again and said, Oh, I almost forgot. Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She turned around again and said, What is it, Captain He? He Tianshu said, I borrowed the book from the village head. When she heard that you were reading it, she was very happy. She said that when you're done, she has more. You can go and get it. You can ask Cho Tong for it. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was very happy and said, Really? That's great. Thank you, Captain He. He Tianshu smiled and said, What are you thanking me for? Okay, go and read your books. After saying that, he walked out of the house. Zhang Xiaohua watched him leave. This time she didn't turn around and waited quietly. He Tianshu was about to leave when he remembered something. He turned around and said, Oh, I almost forgot. Zhang Xiaohua. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still standing there and looking at him with a smile and didn't turn around, he was stunned and said, Zhang Xiaohua, why aren't you reading? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm waiting for Captain He to tell me about, I almost forgot again. He Tianshu smiled and said, I see. It's like this then. His expression became very strange. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, What's wrong? He Tianshu pursed his lips and said, I really forgot this time. Forget it, I won't talk about it. I'll tell you when I remember. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the house. Zhang Xiaohua didn't move. She quietly waited for He Tianshu to leave. Then she stuck her head out and watched as He Tianshu walked away and patted his forehead. When he entered his room, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved. She closed the door and went to read on the Kong bed. He Tianshu entered the room. He was still thinking about what he wanted to say just now. He Tianshu kept tossing and turning in bed until it was very late at night. He Tianshu frowned and thought until a ray of light appeared on the horizon. He Tianshu suddenly sat up and laughed. I finally remembered. I want to tell Zhang Xiaohua not to read too late and to pay attention to rest. With the new program, Zhang Xiaohua was naturally happy and forgot about home. Every day he read and practiced martial arts. He only hoped that these days would last. However, the more he read, the more he felt that the cultivation of medicinal herbs was complicated and profound. He really admired someone who could write so many things. At the same time, he was very grateful to Li Jinfeng for teaching him how to read. He was also very grateful to Huanqi Manor for giving him the opportunity to read. He was very grateful to the Manor Lord for lending these books to him. Finally, he also wanted to thank his parents for letting him out. Well, if he put his parents last, no one would say anything. By the way, when he saw the Manor Lord one day, should he mention to her to find a job for his parents? The more he knew, the more he didn't know. Zhang Xiaohua was now in this state. As He Tianshu brought those books to read, Zhang Xiaohua felt more and more that he knew too little. In fact, he had forgotten his main purpose. He had forgotten to find the reason why those seeds didn't germinate. He actually agreed with the pharmacy hall master's words. It was impossible to solve the problem that He Tianshu and the others encountered by simply reading a few books. In fact, if it could be solved by just reading books, then the pharmacy hall elder would have done it long ago. However, Zhang Xiaohua was already infatuated with this magical world of medicinal herbs. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the house after practicing the fist technique. As usual, he picked up more books and prepared more. Only then did he remember that he had finished reading all the books last night. Zhang Xiaohua flipped through the books and felt very bored. Zhang Xiaohua had a bad habit of reading books. He didn't like to read a book a second time after reading it. Although He Tianshu brought over a lot of books, it couldn't stop Zhang Xiaohua from reading them day and night. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that when He Tianshu brought the books over, He said that if he finished reading all these books, he could go to the manor lord to borrow more. He could also find Cho Tong. Thinking that he hadn't seen elder sister Cho Tong for a long time, he wanted to take this opportunity to see her. After making up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua carried the books and went to look for He Tianshu. The door to He Tianshu's house was tightly shut. Zhang Xiaohua shouted outside for a long time, but no one answered. He must have gone out. This made Zhang Xiaohua worried. He had never entered the inner manor. He didn't know where elder sister Cho Tong was, let alone the manor lord. Just as he was about to return to his house, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that he had looked for Elder Yu last time. Elder Yu definitely knew about it. He carried the books and entered through the small round door, walking towards the inner courtyard. After passing through a few courtyards, he arrived at Elder Yu's residence. Unfortunately, Elder Yu wasn't there either. Zhang Xiaohua felt discouraged. What day was it today? He didn't look at the almanac. Everything was going wrong? However, since he had already entered, he might as well continue to look around. If he saw one or two people, he could ask. He was also a member of the Misty Mountain Villa, so he wasn't afraid of being misunderstood. However, he forgot that the people in green clothes and hats and the few people from the medicine hall rarely entered the inner courtyard. That was where the girls lived. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to barge in, he suddenly heard someone scream. Where did this child come from? Why are you here? Zhang Xiaohua froze and couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Could they be talking about him? When he turned to look, there was indeed a girl standing under the shed in the small courtyard. She had washed clothes and was about to dry them. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, I'm Captain He Tianshu's subordinate from the medicine fields outside. I want to come in to look for elder sister Cho Tong. When the girl heard this, she looked puzzled. She put down the clothes and walked over. She looked Zhang Xiaohua up and down and said, Captain He's subordinate? Why haven't I heard of you before? You're so young. How did you come out of the medicine hall? Zhang Xiaohua naturally knew that she had misunderstood him as someone from the Misty School. It wasn't easy for him to explain, so he said, I just came here not long ago. I'm not from the medicine hall, so elder sister probably doesn't know me. You just have to look for elder sister Cho Tong and you'll naturally know. The girl felt that it made sense and said, Since you're new here, you might not know the rules of the villa. You can't trespass into the inner courtyard without orders. Seeing that you're still young, Captain He must have been careless. You mustn't do this again. If the villa head finds out, you'll be caned. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He stuck out his tongue and said, It's that serious. I really didn't know. However, he cursed inwardly. Seriously, Captain He. Why didn't he tell me in detail and made me look for the villa head myself? The feeling of being caned on the butt is probably not good. Why didn't Tian Zhongxi say anything? How strange. Actually, this was also a misunderstanding. Tian Zhongxi and He Tianshu knew that he was someone brought in by Cho Tong, and thought that Cho Tong had already explained the rules of the villa to him. Cho Tong also saw him as her younger brother, and naturally felt that there was nothing to hide. Moreover, after bringing Zhang Xiaohua in, they originally wanted to give her some instructions. However, they were stopped by the villa head's words of work on your own, and had long forgotten about it. What was even more amazing was that Zhang Xiaohua had been recuperating in the escort agency for several months. In everyone's eyes, he was already an old person. In fact, he was still very fresh. However, he was indeed young and the girl didn't mind. She said, Don't go in any further. I'll help you look for Cho Tong. Then she quickly walked in. Zhang Xiaohua could only wait there and look curiously at the small courtyard. This courtyard was slightly smaller than the one Zhang Xiaohua and the others were staying in. However, it was unusually clean and there were even some flowers and plants planted in the corners. It was easy for Zhang Xiaohua to think of his sister-in-law. Didn't Lu Qian like to plant flowers and plants in the courtyard? When he saw the clothes that the girl was about to dry, he lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he walked forward and placed the books he was carrying on the stone table. He washed his hands with the clean water in the basin and helped to dry the clothes in the basin one by one. Zhang Xiaohua used to help his mother do these things when he was at home. Naturally, he was familiar with the process and finished it in a short while. Moreover, when he was drying the clothes, he couldn't help but think about his family. Then Zhang Xiaohua hugged the books and waited at the door. He felt very strange. Although he often missed home, it wasn't as frequent when he was in the medicinal field. He had only entered the inner courtyard for a short while, but if he wasn't missing his parents, then he was missing his sister-in-law. What was going on? Just as he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua felt someone walking over from afar. Although he didn't hear the footsteps, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly feel it. As expected, the girl soon led Qiu Tong over. Qiu Tong saw Zhang Xiaohua from afar and said happily, "It really is you, Zhang Xiaohua. Qiu Ju said that a child was looking for you, but she couldn't say the name. I guessed it was you." Seeing Qiu Ju's flushed face, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. This girl was really careless. She didn't even ask for his name before running in. He could only say, "Big sister Qiu Ju ran too fast. I forgot to tell her." Qiu Tong smiled and said, "Xiaohua is a sensible child. She knows how to cover for others. However, everyone in the village knows about Qiu Ju's carelessness. All right, come in with me. Why did you suddenly come to find me today?" After speaking, she led Zhang Xiaohua inside. As Qiu Ju watched the two of them walk away, the blush on her face faded away. She secretly scolded herself for being careless. However, when she lifted her leg to continue with her work, she saw the clothes that were being hung out to dry. Her face turned even redder. This little brat was rather diligent and knew how to help others. However, how could a girl's clothes be hung out to dry by a man? The sudden change was that of a teenage boy. Qiu Ju stood in the courtyard. She didn't know if she should take down some of the clothes and wash them again. Endless confusion. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking into the inner courtyard, didn't know that her good deed had turned into a bad one. She happily told Qiu Tong the reason for her visit. When Qiu Tong heard that Zhang Xiaohua was reading a book about medicinal herbs, she was very happy. She couldn't help but rub Zhang Xiaohua's head like a little brother. She smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you're really amazing. When you first arrived, you didn't even know how to read. Now you can actually read. If you can really help the village head solve the problem of the seeds, that would be great." Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Big sister Qiu Tong, I can read thanks to that young Master Li you met last time." "Oh right, he came to our village with my second brother last time. He even said that he wanted to meet you." Qiu Tong was stunned. She immediately understood and said with a smile, "Did young Master Li tell you to say that?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly explained, "I wanted to tell you that, but young Master Li didn't let me. He just told me to mention him casually. Why don't you ask him the next time he comes?" Qiu Tong smiled and said, "We'll talk about it later. Right now, it's better to help the village head solve the problem." Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, "Young Master Li also gave me a few books like this at the beginning." However, seeing that Qiu Tong didn't seem to want to talk about this, she quickly added, "However, I think that just reading these books and only studying the theory isn't enough. It's best to combine it with practice. This theory comes from practice, but it's better than practice. Experts record their practice into books for us to study. After we've finished learning, we still have to return to practice. Only then can we truly test the theory and turn it into our own knowledge. This is true knowledge from practice." When Qiu Tong heard this, she couldn't help but stop and say, "Who told you this?" When Zhang Xiaohua saw that Qiu Tong had stopped, she also stopped and said, "I learned all of this from reading these books. Am I wrong?" Qiu Tong smiled and said, "You're not wrong. It seems that the village head often says these things. I thought that someone else told you. All right, let's go. The village head and the others seem to have something to do in the hall. I'll help you find the books. Please bookmark it, thank you." Chapter 118. However, Qiu Tong changed her mind after walking a short distance with Zhang Xiaohua. Yan had not told Qiu Tong what books she was going to give to Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, it was inappropriate to bring someone into the Manor Master's study without the Manor Master's permission. Therefore, Qiu Tong brought Zhang Xiaohua to the main hall. As soon as they got close to the main hall, Zhang Xiaohua heard two people talking inside. One of them had a very pleasant voice, like an oriole flying out of a valley. One would never get tired of listening to it for a long time. The other person's enunciation was smooth and unhurried, but it did not have that kind of charm. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think that the person with the pleasant voice was the manor master, Yan. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had already started guessing Yan's appearance and voice when she came to the inner courtyard. She had been at Huanqi Manor for several months, and Yan had treated her very well. However, she had never seen her before. This time, she was here not only to return the books, but also to thank Yan in person for taking care of her. Qiu Tong asked Zhang Xiaohua to wait outside the room while she went in to report. After Qiu Tong entered the main hall, the two people inside stopped talking. Zhang Xiaohua heard Qiu Tong say from inside, "Manor Master, Zhang Xiaohua from the herb field is here to return your books. He wants to borrow some more. What books do you want to borrow from him?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's ears perked up. She wanted to know who the voice was. Unfortunately, to her disappointment, the gentle voice said, He's finished reading so quickly? Could it be that this fellow was just randomly flipping through the books? Let him in. I'll ask him. If he really reads them and understands them, it won't be too late to borrow them then." It turned out that the extremely pleasant voice was not Yan's voice. Qiu Tong came out and gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to enter the room. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the room carefully, she saw a dignified and beautiful woman in her 20s sitting at the front of the hall. Her temperament was similar to Lu Qian's, and her skin was fair and smooth. If it weren't for the fact that the woman in front of her had phoenix eyes and Lu Qian's almond-shaped eyes, Zhang Xiaohua would have called her sister-in-law. On the other side of the hall sat a middle-aged woman with ordinary features. Her skin was dark and coarse, and although her clothes were bright, they couldn't hide her bucket-like waist. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Could it be that the voice that had been reverberating for 3 days had come from this woman? At this moment, Yan spoke, "Are you Zhang Xiaohua?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly retracted her gaze and bowed deeply. "Yes, Sister Manor Head. I am Zhang Xiaohua." Yan was a little stunned and almost laughed out loud. "Sister? Haha. It's been a long time since someone called me sister. Zhang Xiaohua, your little mouth is really sweet." Zhang Xiaohua didn't think much of it and couldn't help but scratch her head. "Is there a problem? Sister Manor Head." Yan didn't get angry and only asked, "Why did you suddenly think of calling me sister?" Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, "Manor Head is older than me, so I have to call you sister. Moreover, Manor Head looks very similar to my sister-in-law. Just now, I almost called her sister-in-law. That's right, my sister-in-law's name is Lu Qian. Before she married my big brother, I called her sister Lu. So, I feel that Manor Head is very close to me, so of course I should call you sister." The dark and coarse woman next to her spoke. Her clear voice rang in Zhang Xiaohua's ears. "Haha. This Xiaohua is really interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen such a simple child." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the woman and couldn't help but say, "Sister's voice is really nice." Yan smiled and said, "Just call her Sister Qin. If you call her Sister Qin a few more times, she'll talk to you more and let you listen more." The woman turned out to be Aunt Qin from the Misty School's Mingchui Hall. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he obediently said to the woman, "Hello, Sister Qin." Aunt Qin couldn't help but be stunned. She smiled and said, "Everyone calls me Aunt Qin, but you actually called me sister. That's fine, it sounds very comfortable. If you need sister's help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." Yan smiled even more and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, why aren't you thanking Sister Qin? She doesn't open her mouth easily." Zhang Xiaohua was confused. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Sister Qin." Actually, he didn't think much of it in his heart. There was no such thing as a free lunch. It was his first time meeting her, so she definitely wouldn't help him just because of a title. He also didn't know what Yan meant. She was probably joking. Everyone teased and said a few more words. Only then did Yan ask Zhang Xiaohua, "Have you read these books? Do you understand them?" Zhang Xiaohua honestly said, "I've read them, Manor Head Sister." This time, Yan frowned and said, "Big Sister Manor Lord sounds awkward. You can call me Big Sister O or Big Sister Yan." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "I understand, Sister O." However, Yan didn't quite believe Zhang Xiaohua's words and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, the most taboo thing when reading books is not to ask for a thorough understanding. You shouldn't bite off more than you can chew. Last time I heard from He Tianshu that you've already read a lot of books. This time you took so many books and finished reading them so quickly. Can you remember and understand them? Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious and said, Really, Sister O, I understand them all. But because I understood these books, I realized that there are too many things I don't understand. Yan heard him say this and her expression relaxed and said, If that's the case, I'll ask you a few questions. After saying this, Yan flipped through the books and picked a few questions for Zhang Xiaohua to answer. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, these questions weren't questions at all. They were written clearly in the books, so he answered them fluently without thinking. When Yan saw that Zhang Xiaohua answered quickly, she was very happy and picked a few questions that weren't in the books for him to answer. This time Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and answered the questions that he thought were appropriate based on the knowledge he had read. Yan was even more happy when she heard this. After pointing out the inconsistencies in Zhang Xiaohua's answers, she said, Zhang Xiaohua, I didn't expect you to be so proficient in these books. Very good. Wait here, I'll bring out more books for you to read. If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask me. After saying this, she excused herself from Aunt Qin and left with Qiu Tong with a face full of smiles. Only Aunt Qin and Zhang Xiaohua were left in the main hall. When Aunt Qin saw Zhang Xiaohua standing there obediently with his head lowered, she started chatting with him and asked about Zhang Xiaohua's recent situation. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide anything from this good-natured older sister. He told her about how he came to Pingyang City, how he came to Huanxi Mountain Villa, and how he got injured. He only left out the part about the Fist of the North Star and the sword technique. When Aunt Qin heard about Zhang Xiaohua's encounter, she couldn't help but sigh. She thought about her own childhood and couldn't help but feel closer to Zhang Xiaohua. Just as they were talking, Yan returned. Behind her, Qiu Tong actually carried a white cloth bag that looked very heavy. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly ran over to take it. It was heavy in his hands too. He guessed that there were many books inside. Yan sat down and said, Zhang Xiaohua, these are the books I picked out according to your situation. Read them well. Just now, I heard from Qiu Tong that you actually know how to combine theory with practice. That's really not bad. You have to continue on this path. Go as far as you can. It will be beneficial for both you and the villa. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Okay, Sister O. I will work hard to read and practice. I hope I can help Sister O solve the problem of the seeds. At the mention of the seeds, Yan couldn't hide the frown on her face. She said, Your hopes are good. However, if I could find the reason just by reading these books, I would have found it long ago. Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. It seemed like she had made up her mind at the wrong time. She said, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than zhuge liang. If we all think of a solution together, there might be hope. Yan smiled and said, What you said makes sense, but many things can't be solved with more people. We still need senior people to deal with it. Then Yan pondered for a moment and said, Zhang Xiaohua, read these books first. After a while, I will take you to see a real expert. You can see how they treat herbs. Hearing this, Qiu Tong's expression changed. She said, Young miss, you've decided to go alone? Aunt Qin also said, Yan you have to think carefully. The journey is long, thousands of miles. Can your body handle it? Yan smiled and said, Big Sister Qin, you don't have to worry about me. Although the journey is a little long, didn't Qiu Tong go there last time? My body isn't any weaker than Qiu Tong's. Why can't I go? Qiu Tong begged, Young miss, let me go again. You shoulder the fate of the villa. It's better for you to stay in the villa and take care of the situation. Let us do the running. Yan smiled bitterly and said, A year has passed and there is still no movement from these seeds. This is a huge problem that concerns the strength of the Misty School. That day, I made a promise in front of Big Brother. If I can't solve it, won't I become a sinner in the sect? Aunt Qin also advised, These seeds have been lost for a long time. The specific method of planting them may have been lost long ago. Although you made a promise in front of the sect leader that day, most of them have been planted. Why care about this little bit? Yan smiled bitterly and said, This little bit is the most important thing. Last time Qiu Tong went, they closed the door and refused to see us. They must think that we don't care enough. If I don't go, won't this path be cut off? Seeing that they couldn't persuade Yan, Aunt Qin and Qiu Tong didn't say anything else. Only Zhang Xiaohua listened to the three of them, as if she was listening to a book from heaven. She didn't know what they were talking about. It seemed that when she was injured, Qiu Tong said that she went to the south and didn't come to see her. From what she heard, she went to ask someone to solve the problem of the seeds. However, that person felt that Qiu Tong's identity wasn't right and refused to see her. Qiu Tong returned empty-handed. Now, Yan wanted to go personally. From what she heard, she wanted to bring her along. The other two felt that Yan's identity was noble and were afraid that something would happen, so they stopped her. Zhang Xiaohua understood. Seeing that the three of them weren't interested, she quickly thanked Yan for borrowing the book and was about to leave. Yan smiled and said a few more words of encouragement before letting Qiu Tong take her away. Qiu Tong wasn't in a good mood. She brought Zhang Xiaohua to Qiuju's courtyard with a dark expression and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, next time if you want to find me or the manor head, don't rush in rashly. Although you're young, you still have to abide by the manor's rules. If you see Qiuju or anyone else here, let them come in to find me, alright?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I know, big sister Qiu Tong. Don't be unhappy. I'm sure there'll be a solution." Qiu Tong forced a smile and said, "I know. Xiaohua, you should work hard too. I hope you can help." Qiu Tong watched as Zhang Xiaohua walked away with a bag of books. Only then did she turn and walk away quickly. Zhang Xiaohua walked back with a large bag of books in her left hand. Luckily, Zhang Xiaohua had the strength of 250 kilograms in one arm. That was why she seemed so light. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult. She didn't know how Qiu Tong had carried the books from the study to the living room. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the room, she threw the bag on the Kong bed and drank some water. When she opened it, her eyes widened involuntarily. My goodness, there really are a lot of books. There are at least a few dozen books. No wonder it's so heavy. However, Zhang Xiaohua was immediately overjoyed. With so many books, she would have something to rely on for the long night. At night, when Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing martial arts and casually opened a book, she suddenly realized that it was different from the previous books. First of all, the previous books were more basic, but these new books were obviously more profound. It was just right for Zhang Xiaohua's current level. Just a casual glance was enough to tickle Zhang Xiaohua's heart. She couldn't bear to let go of them. Secondly, the blank spaces of the previous books were as clean as before. However, these new books had more or less fine writing in the blank spaces of every page. There were only a few words in a few places, but there were many densely packed words that filled the entire page. When Zhang Xiaohua squinted her eyes to take a closer look, she realized that these words were written about the insights and experiences of reading this page. This was the first time that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered such a way of reading. Her eyes lit up and she began to read carefully. The more Zhang Xiaohua read, the more shocked she was, and the more she admired the person who wrote this. The notes in the blank spaces not only highlighted the main points of the page, but also quoted from classics and wrote a lot of things by analogy. It was enough to show that the reader's knowledge was profound. As she read, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. She put down the book in her hand, picked up another book from the Kong, and opened it. Sure enough, that book was also densely packed with notes. Then Zhang Xiaohua casually picked up a few more books, and they were all the same. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that such beautiful handwriting belonged to none other than the manor lord, Yan. Looking at such a large pile of books, Zhang Xiaohua was actually able to read them in such detail. Zhang Xiaohua felt admiration from the bottom of her heart. Also, she was filled with gratitude. This sister manor lord really treated her as an outsider and generously lent her the books that she usually read. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua really put Sister O on the same level as her sister-in-law. With enough books to read, Zhang Xiaohua's life became rich. She worked in the herbal field, practiced martial arts in the forest, and read books under the light. With these three activities, Zhang Xiaohua was not lonely at all. However, in her free time, Zhang Xiaohua was also looking forward to a long journey. Previously, Sister Qiu Tong went on a long journey for a few months. She said that she was going to the south, and she really wanted to go out and take a look. The furthest she had ever been to in her life was Pingyang City, and it was only a few days' journey. From the books, the climate and living habits of the south were very different from Pingyang City. Moreover, many of the medicinal herbs were different from Pingyang City as well. If she could go and take a look personally, it would definitely be better than just reading books. Scholars often said that reading 10,000 books was equivalent to traveling 10,000 miles. Even Zhang Xiaohua now had this kind of pursuit. Scrolls were really good things to cultivate people's minds. However, the long journey did not come quickly because of Zhang Xiaohua's longing. After a few days, there was no news from anyone. Gradually, Zhang Xiaohua stopped thinking about it. One day, Zhang Xiaohua was working in the fields as usual when she saw He Tianshu bringing a few people over. The two people in front were old men with white hair and beards. Behind them were a few slightly younger people. Some of them looked gentle, while others looked strong and powerful. However, their attitude was the same as He Tianshu's. They were all very respectful to the two people. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. She had never seen team leader He like this before. These two people must be the higher-ups of the pharmacy hall. Anyway, she was not from the Misty School and did not need to be so respectful to them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua lowered her body and carefully moved the soil and weeded the grass. She carefully looked at each herb and observed their condition. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. He Tianshu saw her from afar and did not intend to let her go. He was leading the group of people over. When they got closer, He Tianshu called out, "Zhang Xiaohua, come over here for a while." Zhang Xiaohua looked up helplessly. She picked up the hoe and walked over. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua approaching, He Tianshu said to her, "Zhang Xiaohua, quickly come and greet Hall Master Bai and Elder He from the pharmacy hall." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed deeply and said, "Greetings, Hall Master Bai, Elder He." He Tianshu smiled obsequiously and said to the purple-faced old man, "Hall Master Bai, this is Zhang Xiaohua that I mentioned to you before. She is very practical and capable. She is also extremely smart, and has already read many books about medicinal herbs." The two people did not return the greeting. Only Hall Master Bai waved his hand slightly. Elder He nodded in agreement and did not say anything. He Tianshu still said somewhat tactfully, "Hall Master Bai, you see, Zhang Xiaohua is very eager to learn. There are many books in our pharmacy. Do you think you can lend one or two to her to broaden her horizons? After all, she also works in the medicine field. It is always good to learn more." Before Hall Master Bai could say anything, a middle-aged man next to him spoke up. "He Tianshu, I think you have stayed in Huanxi Mountain Villa for too long and have long forgotten the rules of our Misty School. How can the books in this pharmacy be open to outsiders?" He Tianshu said with a wry smile, "I know this rule, Senior Brother Chang. But isn't this Zhang Xiaohua also a member of Huanxi Mountain Villa? She is not an outsider. Everyone, do you want to vote for the author? Please collect thank you." Chapter 119. Senior Brother Chang said, "Are the people from Huanxi Mountain Villa part of the Misty School?" He Tianshu, who told you this? He Tianshu was stunned by the rebuttal. This question really hit the nail on the head and He Tianshu couldn't answer. Another younger person said, "Senior Brother He, you don't need to waste your time. Our Misty School is very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. Our aptitude is the first choice. This junior brother isn't talented. Although my aptitude isn't the best among the younger generation, it's still above average. I can't be worse than you, Zhang Xiaohua. I've read the medicine books in our hall since I was young, but I couldn't find a solution from these books. Does Senior Brother He really think he can bring you a miracle?" Then Senior Brother Chang opened his mouth again and said, "This seed didn't germinate, but we didn't put all the blame on you. At worst, you can stay in Huanxi Mountain Villa next year." After he finished speaking, he chuckled. He Tianshu's face turned purple from the two's words. Zhang Xiaohua stood beside He Tianshu and carefully tugged on his clothes. She whispered, "You don't have to help me borrow books, Captain He. The villa master has already given me some books." When Hall Master Bai heard this, his eyes flashed and then disappeared. After all, in the Misty School's medicine hall, there were many young elites who were better than Zhang Xiaohua. Any one of them was trained from a young age. When it came to theoretical knowledge, they were 100 times better than Zhang Xiaohua. Although he was a little surprised by Yan's attitude toward Zhang Xiaohua, he didn't care too much. Hall Master Bai waved his hand and said, "Don't quarrel. He Tianshu's intentions are good, but he's too anxious for success. We still have to abide by the sect's rules. It's better not to lend these books. Let's go, let's take a look at those medicine fields. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the seemingly barren medicinal field at the side. Elder He followed closely behind, as if he couldn't hear their quarrel at all. Senior apprentice brother Chong and the other junior apprentice brother glanced at He Tianshu proudly and followed him. They didn't even bother to look at Zhang Xiaohua. He Tianshu patted Zhang Xiaohua apologetically and followed closely behind. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care too much. He had seen this kind of look many times and had long been used to it. He had his own path, so why should he care about other people's looks? After that, Zhang Xiaohua worked nearby and watched from afar. Everyone seemed to be arguing very fiercely, but they couldn't convince each other. They only dispersed when the sky turned dark. When it was time to eat, Zhang Xiaohua finally saw He Tianshu. He Tianshu's face was very gloomy. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Flattery was also a skill. The next few days were quite ordinary, and there was nothing to talk about. That night, Zhang Xiaohua was reading his book as usual. He Tianshu walked in with a tired face and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, hurry and pack your things. You're going out with me tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua wasn't surprised and said, "Okay, Captain He. Why are you in such a hurry? Why didn't you tell me during the day?" He Tianshu smiled bitterly and said, "I also just got the news. How could I tell you earlier?" After he finished speaking, he turned and prepared to leave. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked back in surprise. Why didn't you ask where we were going? You seemed to know beforehand that we were going out." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I already gave a heads up when I went to borrow books from the village head. I thought we would leave early, but it dragged on for so long that I thought we weren't going." He Tianshu smiled and said, "I see. However, as you said, it won't be easy to go out this time. I heard that our boss didn't agree, but he couldn't win against the village head. After a few arguments, he finally let us go." Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Boss? Who?" He Tianshu said, "It's the leader of our Misty School. Haha. He's our village head's biological brother." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder Huanxi Manor was so close to the Misty School. It should be the case since they were related by blood. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's expression, He Tianshu said, "There have always been a lot of bloodshed in the pugilistic world. The leader of the Misty School felt sorry for his sister and didn't want her to go far away. Originally, he sent Hall Master Bai from our pharmacy to go, but unfortunately, Hall Master Bai had some grudges with the person the village head was visiting. So, it wasn't only our Hall Master, but also the people from the pharmacy hall. Since the medicinal herbs were planted in Huanxi Manor, the village head felt that he didn't fulfill his duty and insisted on going. Also, I want to tell you something." As he spoke, He Tianshu's expression became mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "It's not a secret, is it? Captain He, if it is, then don't tell me. I'm worried about my life." He Tianshu laughed and scolded, "What kind of life-threatening news do you think I have? I want to know, but I don't have any channels or sources." Then, he said with a look of longing, "The village head is very knowledgeable and has deep attainments in many aspects. Her research on medicinal herbs alone is not inferior to our Hall Master Bai. This is also one of the reasons why she wants to go to the south." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "What kind of secret is this? I already knew." He Tianshu said in disbelief, "How do you know this? The people in the manor know very little." Zhang Xiaohua picked up the book she was reading from the Kong and handed it to He Tianshu, saying, "You'll know after you read it." He Tianshu opened it and couldn't help but be stunned. He shook his head as he read and muttered, "Amazing, amazing, very pertinent." Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Brother Xiaohua, aren't we good brothers?" Looking at He Tianshu's warm smile, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. A bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart and he probed, "Captain He, you're my teacher. How would I dare to call you my brother? Is there something you need?" He Tianshu laughed, "Don't talk about master. From today onwards, you're my little brother. If there's anything you need, just tell me. Big brother will definitely help you. Hee." Zhang Xiaohua was even more certain that He Tianshu was a weasel paying a visit to the chicken. He said carefully then, "Big brother He, do you need anything?" He Tianshu said embarrassedly, "This little brother, Can you lend me these books to read? Then, he pointed at the large pile of books on the table in embarrassment. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. He rolled his eyes and said, there shouldn't be any problem. But, it's not good to not have the village head's approval. He Tianshu was a little disappointed. Zhang Xiaohua said, aren't we going to the south together tomorrow? I'll bring these books with me so we'll definitely be together. You can read them together. When there's a chance on the road, I'll ask the village head. We're both eager to learn, so I'm sure the village head will agree. He Tianshu was overjoyed when he heard this. Only then did he reluctantly return the books in his hands to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua saw He Tianshu's appearance and couldn't help but feel sad. He casually spread out the white paper on the table and skillfully picked up a pen with his left hand and wrote a few words on the paper. He Tianshu saw it and couldn't help but clap his hands and say, not bad, that's what a scholar of my generation should do. The sun shone through the window, and the words on the paper were shining brightly. It said, no comments, no reading. In fact, He Tianshu might have read a few books that Yan lent to Zhang Xiaohua. But in He Tianshu's eyes, the important thing wasn't these books, but Yan's notes on the books. This was Yan's learning method. If he could learn Yan's learning method from these books, he would naturally be able to learn more things. It would be of great help to his development in the pharmacy hall. However, how did Zhang Xiaohua know these? She despised He Tianshu from the bottom of her heart. A dignified person from the pharmacy hall of the Misty School didn't even read these books, but he actually came to compete with her. After He Tianshu left, Zhang Xiaohua simply packed up her belongings. She took out the package that she took from the inner courtyard that day and packed all the books on the table. She heard that she would be gone for a few months. She estimated that she would finish reading these books when she came back. Looking at the big package on the table and the small bag that contained her belongings, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. The night gradually deepened. Zhang Xiaohua was lying on the Kong. She was still thinking about He Tianshu's instructions before he went out. Don't tell anyone about going out tomorrow. I will call you tomorrow morning, and we will leave quietly. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. Isn't it just going out? Why does he have to keep it a secret? It's not to avoid debts. Moreover, I don't have two close friends in the villa. Who can I tell? However, Zhang Xiaohua, who was on the Kong bed, did not know that in the deep night, a figure had quietly come out of the manor's inner courtyard. She came to the edge of a forest and carefully looked around. She placed a small piece of paper in a certain spot on a tree, and then quietly left. Judging from the figure, it seemed to be a woman. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up very early. After she finished practicing her fist and sword techniques, she returned to the house to wait for He Tianshu. Not long after Zhang Xiaohua returned to the house, a small servant in green clothes and a small hat quietly came to the forest. It was the tree where the woman hid the note last night. He took the note from the tree and carefully looked at it. He slightly frowned and put it into his clothes. He also looked around before carefully leaving. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the house. Not long after, He Tianshu came to call Zhang Xiaohua with a package on his back. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua carrying a small bag in one hand and a large package in the other, he couldn't help but laugh. He said, why are you carrying so many things? What are they? Zhang Xiaohua said innocently, don't you want to read books? Aren't these books for you? He Tianshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, you don't have to bring so many books. How many books can I read? But can I read? Zhang Xiaohua said as she blinked. He Tianshu said helplessly, all right, let's go. He said that he wanted to help Zhang Xiaohua carry the large package. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him carry it? Naturally, she refused. He Tianshu said, if other people see a child like you carrying two packages and following me, won't they criticize me? Although they are all people I know, I can't let them laugh at me. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and gave the small package in her right hand to He Tianshu. She said, it's better to help me carry this. No one will gossip. He Tianshu helplessly took it and urged Zhang Xiaohua to quickly leave the house. The two of them took the packages and went out the door. Then they followed the small path and walked towards the forest. Not long after, they arrived at the side of another courtyard. When they entered the courtyard, it was a very large courtyard. Right in the middle there were 4 carriages parked. There were many people in the courtyard who were busy working. However, when Zhang Xiaohua walked into the courtyard, the first thing she saw was a large man standing in front of the first carriage. That large man was taller than the average person by a head. His body was huge and his bare arms revealed strong muscles. He stood there silently like an iron tower. The figures in the courtyard were vague, but he was like a pillar that attracted everyone's attention. Other than Zhang Xiaohua, everyone looked at him with admiration and reverence. Zhang Xiaohua also saw He Tianqu's expression. She carefully pulled on his sleeve and asked, "Who is this? Your boss?" He Tianque flung his sleeve and said in a small voice, "Zhang Xiaohua, don't talk nonsense. This is our Misty School's #1 strongman called Shernyo. His outer martial arts are very strong. It's said that he has the strength of a few thousand pounds with one arm. He's many times stronger than you." "Oh, a few thousand pounds?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Although she wanted to approach him, she saw that the people around the carriages were far away from him. He Tianque also didn't go over to greet him, so she didn't dare to approach him. This time Qiu Tong came out with some things. When she saw the big package in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, she couldn't help but feel angry and amused. She complained, "Xiaohua, you're not going to travel. Why are you carrying such a big package? Don't tell me it's the books I gave you last time. I remember that it's very heavy. Aren't you afraid that it'll crush the carriage?" Qiu Tong's voice wasn't low, so it attracted Shernyo's attention. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was carrying a big package in her left hand, he couldn't help but be surprised. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Qiu Tong talking about her, she replied embarrassedly, "Didn't you say that you'll be gone for a few months? I want to use this time to study. I think I can finish reading all these books, so I brought them with me." Qiu Tong and Shernyo were both surprised to hear that. Qiu Tong knew how many books she gave him last time. When she heard that he wanted to finish reading all of them in a few months, she couldn't help but be surprised. She thought to herself, even if he reads one book every 3 days, he might not be able to finish it. But if he has to read one book every 3 days, how can he completely understand it? When Shernyo heard that the package was full of books, he knew how heavy the package was. He couldn't help but be surprised. This child was very young, but he could easily pick up such a heavy package with one hand. He wasn't simple at all. Perhaps he wasn't as good as Shernyo when he was young, but there wasn't much difference. Whose disciple was this child? Qiu Tong continued, "All right, put your package in the last carriage. But you have to read carefully. There's no point in flipping through the books casually. Don't waste the manor master's good intentions." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." After speaking, she followed He Tianque to the last carriage. The carriage was very spacious. It was even more spacious than the one Zhang Xiaohua had sat in before. There was actually a space similar to a bookcase. It was probably for storing things. Zhang Xiaohua opened the package and put some books on it. She put the package to one side. He Tianque put his own package and Zhang Xiaohua's small package on the carriage and then got down. After Zhang Xiaohua tidied up a little and got down from the carriage, there were a lot fewer people in the courtyard. They were probably ready to stop. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua felt that someone was looking at her. When she turned her head, she saw that it was Shernyo. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled at him. Just as she was about to go over and talk to him, a group of people came out from the small door in the courtyard. At the front was the manor master of Huanxi Manor, O Yan. Behind O Yan was Big Sister Qin, who Zhang Xiaohua saw in the inner courtyard. Why did she look so special? It was because there were a few young women with good figures following behind her. They were all dressed in tight clothes and had swords at their waists. They looked valiant and formidable. Even though Zhang Xiaohua wasn't at the age of first awakening of love, she still wanted to take a few more glances at them. In such an atmosphere, how could Big Sister Qin not stand out? However, Big Sister Qin was calm. She followed O Yin down the steps. The few women behind her kept a distance from them. Their expressions were very respectful. O Yin walked in front of Shernyo and said with a smile, "Shernyo, you must have been here a long time ago." Shernyo said naively, "Manor Master, you're early." "Not too early. I've been here for an hour." O Yin continued, "Then I'll have to trouble you along the way." Shernyo said, "It's my duty." Big sect leader said that I must ensure manor master's safety. Otherwise, I won't be allowed to drink when I return. Yen smiled faintly and looked around. She asked Tong, who was walking over, "Is everything ready?" Tong said in a low voice, "Yes, Mississippi. Everything is ready." Yen nodded in satisfaction. "Then let's go. The journey is long. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can return." With that, she boarded the first carriage with Tong's help. After that, Big Sister Qin and Tong also boarded the first carriage. The remaining female disciples sat in the second carriage. Zhang Xiaohua, He Tianshu, and the rest of the people sat in the last two carriages. After everyone had boarded the carriages, Shernyo boarded the first carriage. He picked up his whip and drove the carriage out of the courtyard. The other coachmen followed him. Just like that, Zhang Xiaohua's journey to the south officially began. Not long after Yan's carriage left the manor, a few servants in green clothes and hats asked for leave and left Huanxi Manor together. When they reached Pingyang City, they went their separate ways. One of them went to the provision store. He had gone to the forest to retrieve the note in the morning. Not long after, that servant came out with the things he bought and disappeared into the crowd. Just like that, news of Yan's journey was secretly found out by people with ulterior motives. However, no one knew what they were up to. However, all this had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua sat in the carriage curiously and looked at the scenery by the roadside. Although Lu Town was in the south of Pingyang City, it was slightly to the west. Yan's destination this time was to the east. Hence, after leaving the manor, she did not head to Pingyang City. Instead, she took a shortcut and headed to the main road in the east. It was already late autumn and everything was withering. The crops in the fields had already been harvested and the empty fields could be seen far away. The terrain near Pingyang City was similar to that of Lu Town. It was mostly mountainous and there were still many wild fruits and weeds on the undulating hills. From time to time, one could see villagers carrying small baskets or herding a flock of sheep. They shrunk their necks as they walked back and forth on the hills. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua felt sad for Gu Jingji. She thought of her hometown and her parents. It had been almost a year since she last saw them. How were they doing? No book reviews, no reading. Haha. Everyone, please do a survey on the author and vote. Please vote. Please bookmark it. Thank you. Chapter 120. Shernyo steered the carriage steadily through a short path and soon entered the main road. At this time, there were not many people and carriages on the road. Shernyo drove the carriage even faster. The three carriages behind were also chasing after them. However, the driver's skills were quickly shown and the three carriages were left far behind. Shernyo did not seem to know and continued to ride at full speed. He was enjoying this long-awaited feeling. Fortunately, the attentive Tong noticed and stopped him. Shernyo said embarrassedly, "I haven't driven in a long time. It was an accident. I will drive slower next time." Shernyo slowed down and the carriages behind finally caught up. Elder Sister Qin frowned and said, "Shernyo, it's right to drive faster. However, you must ensure the safety of the village head. If you do this, won't there be no one to protect the village head?" Shernyo did not like to hear this and said, "If we meet an enemy, how can we rely on the people behind us? Won't we still have to rely on our strength?" Elder Sister Qin smiled and said, "I know it's hard to talk to people like you. In this martial world, not only is there strength, there is also intelligence. You have to know that it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to defend against a stab in the dark. It's better to be careful." Shernyo was also somewhat fearful and respectful of Elder Sister Qin. He did not say anything else but carefully controlled the speed of the carriage, so that the carriages behind did not have to spend much effort to catch up. After traveling for a while, they were already far away from Pingyang City. There were fewer people on the road and more carriages. There were also many fields by the roadside and from time to time, villages appeared in their vision. The sun was high up in the sky, shining down on the earth. It was a good day with clear skies. Shernyo seemed to be in high spirits as he drove the carriage and sang, "Sister, you take the bow. I will walk on the shore." Shernyo's voice was as loud as his body and everyone in the four carriages could hear him. They could not help but look at him in a different light. They did not expect such a boorish man to be so gentle. A few of the female disciples also showed gentleness in their eyes. However, it was not long before Shernyo's tale was revealed. Shernyo only knew this one song. Along the way, from morning to night, he only sang a few lines. Sigh, even the most delicious food could not withstand eating it every day, let alone a few simple songs. At night, when it was time to find lodging, except for the stone cow, everyone had the thought of foaming at the mouth. For a long journey, the most important thing was to arrange food and lodging. Fortunately, Chiotong had taken this route some time ago. Before they left the manor, everyone had already discussed the route, resting, eating, and lodging. They just had to follow the plan. That night, they stayed in an inn in a small town. Although it was an inn, it was much better than the carriage house Zhang Xiaohua used to stay in. Huanxi Villa's people had booked the only small courtyard of the inn, which made the chubby boss of the inn smile so much that his eyes narrowed into slits. He was busy in front and behind of people, for fear that he would offend the rare distinguished guests. Unfortunately, when the people from the villa entered the small courtyard, 2 disciples guarded the courtyard door, preventing others from entering or leaving. Even the boss of the inn was stopped outside the door. Everyone's food was bought from the town, which made the boss, who was guarding the door, feel a bit of heartache. This was not a small amount of income. However, when he thought about it, the money they gave to stay in the inn was far beyond his expectations. He quickly dismissed the idea of complaining. Although it was already late, the people in the manor were truly capable. Not long after, they brought back a lot of things from town. The chef who followed them started the fire, and not long after, they made 2 or 3 tables of food. Zhang Xiaohua was not a manservant of the manor, but he could not eat with Oyen and the others in the main hall like He Tianshu. He could only eat a simple meal with everyone in the small room. After eating, lanterns were lit all over the small courtyard. This courtyard was not small and there were many rooms. Zhang Xiaohua could actually stay in one room with He Tianshu. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to read by the light, He Tianshu called out to her and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, do you want to go out with me?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "It's already so late. Why don't you go to bed early? Why go out?" He Tianshu smiled and said, "Of course there is a reason. Do you want to go?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and suddenly thought of Ma Jing. Could it be that Captain He also had such a hobby? Zhang Xiaohua advised, "Captain He, you've been walking for a whole day. Aren't you tired? It's better to rest early. Also, I heard that those places are not clean. It's better not to go there." He Tianshu was stunned and immediately laughed. He knocked Zhang Xiaohua's head and said, "You little child, you know quite a lot. It's said that scholars are more scheming." Sure enough, the Zhang Xiaohua before learning to read didn't know these things. Zhang Xiaohua covered her head and said with grievance, "So what if I know? It's better than you going there." He Tianshu smiled and said, "What are you thinking? I think it's still early. You should know the principle that fists don't leave your hands and music doesn't leave your mouth. Can you practice your fists today? We can go out and relax." Zhang Xiaohua finally understood He Tianshu's meaning. She was even more embarrassed and said, "It's better not to go. What time is it? I still want to go to bed early." He Tianshu said, "Zhang Xiaohua, you don't know the best time to practice. It's best to practice martial arts during the 8 hours of the meridian period. The meridian period is the time when yin and yang alternate. It's the most suitable time to practice internal energy. Although you don't know how to practice internal energy, it's still very beneficial for you to practice fist techniques. Forget it, are you going or not?" Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and said, "Captain He, I sleep early. I don't think I've made it past the meridian period. All right, since I don't have time to practice at noon and at night, I'll go with you." Thus He Tianshu brought Zhang Xiaohua out. There were a few disciples standing guard outside the small courtyard. He Tianshu told them and then left the small courtyard. Just as they left the small courtyard, they bumped into the chubby inn owner. Seeing someone come out of the small courtyard, the chubby owner greeted them with a smile. When he heard that He Tianshu wanted to find a place with a forest, he was stunned. After thinking for a long time, he pointed out the location and even wanted a waiter to lead them there. He Tianshu naturally didn't want others to follow them. He rejected the chubby owner's good intentions and brought Zhang Xiaohua out of the inn. Zhang Xiaohua didn't really remember the way. She didn't hear what the inn owner said. With Captain He leading the way, she didn't need to worry about this kind of thing. But not long after, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. In front of her, He Tianshu would hesitate every time he walked to a street. Zhang Xiaohua suspected that He Tianshu was lost. Sure enough, after walking a few streets, He Tianshu stopped and turned around to ask Zhang Xiaohua, "Are we going the right way?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "You're the one leading the way. How would I know if it's right or not? Moreover, I'm born with a poor sense of direction. I can't remember from the medicine field to the entrance of the villa, let alone this unfamiliar place." He Tianshu smiled bitterly and said, "I see. We have to find someone to ask for directions." But it was late at night and there were few people on the road. No one knew where He Tianshu went. It was dark, so where could they find someone to ask? He Tianshu looked around and pointed to a small lantern in front of them and said, "Let's go. We'll take a look there and find someone to ask. If it doesn't work, then we'll go back to the inn." Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't have any objections and followed He Tianshu to the lantern. When they walked to the light, they found that it was actually a small weapons store. It was so late yet it wasn't closed. He Tianshu also felt strange. He Tianshu walked into the store. Although it wasn't completely dark inside, there was only one oil lamp. He couldn't see clearly, but as soon as he walked into the store, he could smell the smell of alcohol. When he looked again, he saw a person dressed as a blacksmith sleeping soundly on the table. The two suddenly realized that it wasn't that the owner was diligent, but that he went to bed too early and forgot to close the door. There were a lot of swords and knives in the store. They must have been made by this blacksmith. He Tianshu didn't rush to wake up the owner. He picked up a steel knife and looked at it with interest. In fact, there was nothing strange about it. It was like a scholar who would go to a bookstore on the street to take a look. But whether they would buy books or not, it was inevitable that they would find a few books to flip through. It was the same for people who practice martial arts. When they entered a weapons store, they could not take a few weapons to appreciate. This wasn't pretending to be cultured. It must be the same for people who were gay. However, when he looked at the steel knife in his hand, He Tianshu's casual expression changed a lot. He didn't expect that the small store he casually walked into would have such good quality weapons. Immediately, He Tianshu began to choose seriously. He wanted to look carefully to see if there was anything better. Zhang Xiaohua was not interested in these. However, the street was very deserted. The store was better. There were snoring sounds and people's shadows. He also walked around casually. He Tianshu was a swordsman. Of course he chose a steel sword. He picked from one end of the shelf to the other end, but he didn't find anything better. When it came to the quality of the sword, there was nothing to say. It was very good. However, compared to the sword He Tianshu used, it was still a little worse. It was difficult for him to have the idea of paying for it. When he reached the end, he saw a dagger-like object at the bottom of the shelf. It was so dark that he couldn't see it clearly, so he bent down and picked it up. The dagger was cold to the touch and was quite heavy. When He Tianshu held it in front of his eyes, he saw that it wasn't an ordinary dagger. Instead of saying that it was a dagger, it was better to say that it was a small sword. Ordinary daggers had a wooden handle and a sharp blade in front, but this dagger looked the same as a sword. The hilt and the blade were one piece. They were both made of a kind of metal. However, the ratio of the blade and the hilt was not coordinated. The hilt was smaller than a common sword, but the blade was much smaller than a common sword. He Tianshu carefully touched the blade with his hand. It seemed that there was no edge. He couldn't help but frown. What is this? A child's toy? He raised his head and was about to wake the shopkeeper up when he saw Zhang Xiaohua walking around in boredom. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and looked at the sword hilt in his hand, which was one size smaller. He called out, "Zhang Xiaohua, come over here. I have something good for you." Zhang Xiaohua responded and came over. She looked at the thing that He Tianshu handed over and asked curiously, "Captain He, what is this? It looks like a toy sword. But it's much bigger than the one I played with when I was young." He Tianshu smiled and said, "It's probably something that the blacksmith made for fun. Take a look. If you like it, I'll buy it for you to play with." Zhang Xiaohua didn't take it and said, "I'm not a child. If you want to buy it, buy me a real sword." He Tianshu said, you didn't learn any sword skills. Why buy a sword? Moreover, he suddenly stopped. He wanted to say, can you still use a sword with your hand? But when he thought that this would hurt Zhang Xiaohua's heart, he quickly shut his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and asked, moreover, what's wrong? He Tianshu quickly covered it up and said, moreover, I don't know how expensive this sword is. I'll think about it. Zhang Xiaohua made a puffed sound and turned to leave, saying, then I don't want this toy either. However, when he turned around, he accidentally touched a sword. Clang! The sword fell to the ground. The sound wasn't soft. The blacksmith who was sleeping suddenly raised his head and shouted, catch the thief! When he saw He Tianshu holding a small sword and Zhang Xiaohua standing there, he hurriedly wiped the saliva from his mouth and walked over with a smile, saying, excuse me, dear guest, what have you taken a fancy to? I was just dreaming. Sorry. Zhang Xiaohua bent down and picked up the sword with her left hand. She held it in her hand and said, if you didn't wake up, we would have taken this sword away. The blacksmith smiled and said, look at the two of you. How could you be that kind of person? You must be joking, you must be joking. The light in the shop was dim, but he could still see that the other people's temperament was not ordinary. This blacksmith's eyes were not ordinary. The blacksmith looked at the small sword in He Tianshu's hand and said, dear customer's eyes are really unique. This is our shop's treasure. It has been passed down for 100 years. Today you took a fancy to it at first glance. This one will have to bear the pain and part with it. He Tianshu smiled and used his hand to rub the dust off the small sword, saying, this is the treatment of a shop's treasure? Why didn't you cover it with something? Moreover, what are you using this shop's treasure for? Is it a dagger? Why don't you have a blade? Is it a treasure sword? Why is it so small? The blacksmith was speechless and said embarrassedly, all right, then I can only tell the truth. 100 years ago, when my grandfather's grandfather was still alive, an old man with white hair and beard pawned it in our shop. He said it was an immortal's treasure. If you don't believe me, you can weigh it. How heavy is it? Would a normal metal weigh this much? He Tianshu was still smiling, saying, I find it strange. Why didn't he pawn it at a pawn shop? Why did he come here? Forget it, I originally wanted to buy a treasure sword, but I won't look. As he said this, he put the small sword on the shelf and prepared to leave. The blacksmith quickly stopped him, saying, all right, dear customer, you are really amazing. I will tell you the truth. This is a toy that I found in the countryside. It looks quite heavy. I originally wanted to put it in the furnace to melt a weapon, but no matter how hard I tried, it wouldn't melt. So I just left it there. I wanted to sell it to children, but it was too heavy. Not many children would like to play with it, so I left it there for many years. Dear customer, if you take a look at other weapons and buy a lot, I will give this toy to you for free. How about it? He Tianshu curled his lips, saying, buy a lot? I see that your shop is so remote. How much business can you have? Moreover, I am just one person. How many treasure swords can I buy? However, seeing that your craftsmanship is not bad, I will take a look first. After he finished speaking, he casually handed the small sword to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's left hand was holding the treasured sword, so she could only use her right hand to take it. Just as the blacksmith said, it was quite heavy. No wonder children couldn't play with it. Then, she also casually handed the treasured sword in her left hand to He Tianshu. He Tianshu took the treasured sword that Zhang Xiaohua handed over and carefully looked at it, saying, this treasured sword is really not bad. Shopkeeper, what is the price? When the blacksmith saw that He Tianshu had taken a liking to it, he said, customer, you really have a good eye. This is my shop's treasure. As he said this, he saw He Tianshu frown and hurriedly changed his words, oh, I'm wrong. This is my grandfather's work, and it has been here for many years. You really have a good eye. Just based on your eye, I won't give you a lower price. He Tianshu smiled, saying, is your grandfather Oyezi? The blacksmith was stunned, saying, no. He Tianshu said, if it is Oyezi, not to mention 20 taels, even if it is 2,000 taels, I will buy it. However, if it is not, then the price is too expensive. The blacksmith asked, then how much does dear customer think is suitable? He Tianshu said, 2 taels is enough. The blacksmith angrily said, are you trying to dismiss a beggar? You have no sincerity at all. After he finished speaking, he pretended to snatch the sword. He Tianshu did not make a move and let him grab the treasured sword. However, the blacksmith did not take it over and only said, "If dear customer is sincere, you might as well add a little more." Zhang Xiaohua watched the two talk from the side and felt that it was very boring. She took the small sword in her hand and looked at it in front of her eyes. Although this small sword was full of dust, it looked dark and there was a faint reflection inside. Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was very strange and used her left hand to brush off the dust on the small sword. However, when her left hand touched the small sword, she suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if this small sword had a connection with her left hand. But when she took her left hand away, the feeling immediately disappeared. Thus Zhang Xiaohua transferred the small sword from her right hand to her left hand. The moment she touched it, a blood connection was born from the bottom of her heart. It was as if this small sword was her left hand, or it could be said that a small sword grew out of her left hand. It was very strange. When Zhang Xiaohua used her right hand to brush off the dust on the sword and looked carefully, she did not find anything. It was just that the dark metal did not reflect any light. Occasionally, she could see a trace of light from the small sword's body. She did not know if it was because she saw it under the light. However, no matter what this small sword was, whether it was a toy or a dagger, Zhang Xiaohua decided that she must have it. At this time, the blacksmith and He Tianshu's confrontation had basically ended. He Tianshu said, "How about this? Let's not talk anymore. Let's each take a step back." 7 Tales of Silver. Chapter 121. The blacksmith seemed to have found an organization and his face was full of joy as he said, "Good brother, since you're so straightforward, I can't bear to part with my treasure. I'll be friends with you. 7 taels it is, 7 taels it is. In the future, you must visit my store more often." Tianshu smiled and said, "Of course, I still have a group of brothers. If I take it back and they like it, I'll definitely pull them over. However, when the time comes, boss must give me a discount." The blacksmith also smiled and said, "No problem. The first time it's unfamiliar, the second time it's familiar. If you become a regular customer, there will naturally be benefits." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua pulled on the corner of He Tianshu's clothes. He Tianshu looked back at the small sword in Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said to the blacksmith, "This small sword, my little brother likes it. Why don't you let him pick it up and play with it?" The blacksmith didn't mind. He waved his hand and said, "No problem. Didn't I just say that this toy is a gift from me to the little brother? Just bring a few more people to patronize another day." Everyone was happy. He Tianshu paid the money and asked for the way back to the inn. Only then did he leave the weapon store with Zhang Xiaohua. Along the way, He Tianshu was very happy. At such a cheap price, he found a very good treasure sword. It was much better than going to the forest to practice martial arts. It seemed that in the future, it would be better to come out more often. Zhang Xiaohua was also very happy. She held the small sword in her left hand and kept waving it around as if her arm had suddenly grown. However, she didn't notice that at this time it was indeed too late. There was no one on the street. As she walked, Zhang Xiaohua felt sleepy and couldn't help but close her eyes. She softly laid on the ground and tightly held the small sword in her hand. He Tianshu was even more amused. Along the way, he lovingly looked at his treasure sword. After walking for a while, he found that Zhang Xiaohua's footsteps were gone. When he looked back, he couldn't find her figure. He Tianshu couldn't help but feel anxious. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Where did this expert come from? He didn't even notice it. Could it be one of the top experts in Jianghu? When He Tianshu arrived with his sword in hand, he saw Zhang Xiaohua lying motionless on the ground from afar. He became even more nervous and cautious. Seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings, he took a few steps forward and felt a little bitter. This child was fine just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he had fallen into such a state. How was he going to explain this to his brother? When he arrived in front of him, he carefully examined him, but did not find any injuries on his body. He could not help but think, could this be the legendary acupoint strike? Did someone hit his Achilles heel? In the midst of his nervousness, a very familiar sound suddenly came from Zhang Xiaohua's nose. He Tianshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been worried for half a day in vain. It turned out that this fellow had fallen asleep. But when He Tianshu went forward and kicked Zhang Xiaohua a few times, He Tianshu was worried. He couldn't even kick him awake. Could it be that he had to carry him back? The next morning, the sun rose from the horizon. As usual, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and blankly looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. Only then did she remember that she was not in the familiar little house. Then she realized that her left hand was still firmly holding onto something. When she picked it up, it turned out to be a toy sword. Only then did she remember the situation last night, but she didn't know how she came back. How strange. Looking at He Tianshu, who was still sleeping on the Kong bed, Zhang Xiaohua quietly got off the bed, still holding the little sword in her hand. When she walked out of the house, the sky was already bright. But it was still early, so no one had gotten up. Only 2 misty school disciples were standing in a hidden corner, loyally guarding their duty. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua leave the house, they ignored her and continued to vigilantly observe their surroundings. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the middle of the yard and carefully looked at the little sword in her hand. Last night, the lights in the shop were dim, so she didn't get a good look. Now that she looked at it, she realized that it was originally just a toy. The sword was not long, about 4 to 5 inches long and 2 fingers wide. The hilt was also very small, just right for Zhang Xiaohua's small hand to hold. The whole body of the little sword was black, as if it was made of a kind of metal. It was cold to the touch and didn't warm up because of holding it for a long time. The dark body of the sword couldn't be seen, but Zhang Xiaohua clearly felt that there seemed to be blood in the sword. The blade of the sword wasn't opened, so it felt blunt to the touch. If it wasn't for the fact that it was very heavy, Zhang Xiaohua would really think that it was a toy for children. Zhang Xiaohua's left hand was very strong, so the weight of the little sword was negligible. He casually held the little sword and waved it left and right. He felt very comfortable and happy in his heart. He couldn't help but think that if he used this little sword as a treasure sword to practice swordsmanship, wouldn't it be better than holding a tree branch every day? Thinking of sword moves, Zhang Xiaohua's hand couldn't help but feel a little itchy. He practiced swordsmanship yesterday morning and didn't practice it in the afternoon and at night. Now that he got a toy as strong as a tree branch, of course he wanted to show off his skills. In fact, the yard was quite spacious. It was okay to practice boxing and swordsmanship, but how could Zhang Xiaohua let others see his boxing skills behind closed doors? Therefore, he still left the small yard. The inn was located at the end of a street, next to a small river and a small bridge. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the river and looked along the river. Just behind the inn was a pond. Opposite the pond was just like Zhang Xiaohua's home in the Guozhuang house. There was a small bamboo forest. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he walked towards the bamboo forest. Sure enough, as Zhang Xiaohua thought, there was an empty space in the bamboo forest. Moreover, there was no one here. Zhang Xiaohua got into a fighting stance and practiced the Big Dipper magical fist 9 times. He let the thicker and thicker flow throughout his body before he stopped. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked around to make sure there was no one around. Only then did he use the small sword and perform the 16 sword moves. He didn't know if it was because he changed the tree branch or because he was in a good mood, but these few sword moves were very smooth. The nameless warm flow happily flowed from his shoulder to Zhang Xiaohua's left hand. In the past, the warm flow would disappear when it reached his left hand, but it didn't disappear now. All of it flowed into the small sword in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. That small sword, under Zhang Xiaohua's brandishing, actually gradually emitted a black light, but it was very thin and not noticeable. At the end of Zhang Xiaohua's practice, the sword moves were very exciting. Just like that night at the mountain villa, he changed the moves and stabbed towards the bamboo that was as thick as a small bowl in front of him. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua thought that he could use the tree branch to pierce a small hole in the big tree. Although the bamboo was hollow, its surface was much harder than the big tree. Even if he changed the tree branch with the small sword stick-like tip, he would only be able to pierce a small hole in the bamboo. However, the result was greatly out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. When the blunt tip of the sword pierced the hard bamboo, the bamboo's outer shell was like paper. The small sword pierced through the bamboo without any hindrance and came out from the other side. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He quickly withdrew the small sword and looked at the bamboo in disbelief. However, the hole in the bamboo was still there, so he couldn't doubt it. Thus, he went up again and carefully touched the bamboo until he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the bamboo, and that it was very hard. Only then did he look at his left hand and the small sword in it. Since when did he become so powerful? Elder Yu used a long sword to pierce through a big tree was very powerful, but he could actually use this stick-like small sword to pierce through the hard bamboo. Although it was not as good as Elder Yu's, it was far better than others. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to think about this. After all, he had never seen others practice the sword and didn't know the power of others' swords. At least, he knew that he had far exceeded his expectations. At this time there was already a commotion by the bamboo forest. Zhang Xiaohua quickly came out of the bamboo forest. This wasn't the mountain villa. Looking at the time, maybe the people in the mountain villa had already packed up and were preparing to leave. When Zhang Xiaohua quickly ran back to the inn, most of the people had already eaten breakfast and were packing up. He Tianshu was also standing there with a frown. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua come in, his frown loosened and he asked with some anger, "Zhang Xiaohua, where did you run off to so early in the morning? Why did you let everyone wait for you?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly apologized and said, "Captain He, didn't you say yesterday that you can't leave your mouth in your fists? I went out early in the morning to practice my fists." He Tianshu looked at the small sword in his hand and found it funny in his heart. He knew that he had a child's temperament, and that he would definitely play with this toy. So he seriously said, "Practicing your fists is a good thing, but it also depends on the occasion. We are outside, so we must be careful and don't cause any trouble. It's better to keep this toy close to your chest. Don't hold it in your hand every day and make others laugh at you. Alright, let's go eat." The village head has already finished eating and is preparing to leave. Zhang Xiaohua put the small sword into his chest and hurriedly ate his breakfast. He simply packed up his things and boarded the carriage. The 4 carriages gradually went further and further away. The fat boss was still standing there, reluctant to part. What a good guest. He only stayed for one night and did not eat the inn's food, but he was actually given so much money. If he had such a guest every day, it would be hard for him not to become rich. Originally, the fat boss thought that he would keep this beautiful memory in his heart and slowly savor it in the future. But before noon, a man in embroidered clothes riding a handsome horse came to the inn to inquire about the whereabouts of yesterday's group of people. His face was full of temptation and the fat boss couldn't help but recall yesterday's beautiful time in full detail. When the brocade-clothed man left in satisfaction, the fat boss once again sighed in admiration. What a good customer! Even after the man had left, he could still bring him fortune. He really had to thank the spirits of his ancestors. The people of Huanxi Mountain Villa naturally didn't know about this and were still hurrying on their way. However, today wasn't as fresh as yesterday. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who didn't go out much, didn't really enjoy the scenery outside. It was only a day's journey away from Pingyang City. The scenery and culture along the way were really not much different from the place where she lived. After seeing so much, of course, she would get tired of it. Moreover, Shernyo's voice was really good. From yesterday to today, it was still very loud and clear. Those few lines of the lyrics always lingered in their ears. It must be that he drank a lot of wine in the inn last night, and his throat was well nourished. Therefore, a few disciples secretly muttered that when they stayed the night again, they must reduce the amount of wine Shernyo drank so that his voice would become hoarse. His singing was good, but if they kept hearing these few lines, how could they live in the future? Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu sat in the 3rd carriage. There were a few disciples beside them and they were chatting about something. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind. His left hand was playing with the small sword and his right hand was holding a book, reading it with great interest. Zhang Xiaohua's right hand hadn't fully recovered. From the outside, it looked the same as when he first returned to the villa. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew very well that his right hand wasn't like what Elder Yu said. His bones and meridians weren't destroyed by his inner energy and couldn't return to normal. He could feel that his hand was recovering at a perceptible speed. Moreover, he often tried to use his right hand now. He believed that one day he would give everyone an unexpected surprise. He Tianshu sat in the innermost part of the carriage, resting with his eyes closed. He was also holding a book in his hand. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, a smile appeared on his face and he opened his eyes. He raised his eyes to look at the scenery outside the window and frowned. Although there was some distance between them and the stone cow, the singing voice traveled quite far and he could hear it clearly. When his gaze landed on Zhang Xiaohua, he couldn't help but smile. He looked at the small sword in Zhang Xiaohua's left hand and said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohua, this toy isn't bad, right? Seems like you like it very much." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he put down his book and looked at the small sword in his hand. He said sincerely, "Yes, Captain He. I really like this small sword. Thank you for giving it to me." He Tianshu waved his hand and said, "Actually, I didn't spend a single silver. It's just a gift. I don't need it, so naturally I'm giving it to you to play with. Luckily, this toy doesn't have a blade, so I'm not afraid of hurting you." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Didn't you still buy a treasured sword? I see that you already have one in your hand. Why do you still want to buy another one?" He Tianshu smiled and said, "My original sword isn't some famous weapon. It's just a low-value and consumable item. I have to change it every once in a while. I saw that the steel sword in the shop is pretty good. It's worth at least 15 taels of silver in Pingyang City. I bought it for 7 taels of silver. Of course it's worth it. Moreover, the owner of the shop even gave me a buy one get one free. Although it's a toy, it still makes me very happy. So you don't have to specially thank me." What he didn't know was that in the small town far away, the blacksmith arrogantly came to the pork shop. He generously threw a few silver taels to the butcher and called out, "Lao Lu, I'll return you the money from a few days ago. Also, give me some offal. Hurry up, I still have to go to the wine shop to buy some wine." The butcher said in surprise, "Old Tai, why are you so generous today? Did you open a shop?" The blacksmith said proudly, "Yesterday, a big head came out of nowhere and actually bought a steel sword for 7 taels of silver. Don't you think I'm lucky?" The butcher smacked his tongue and said, "What a spendthrift. Usually, no one would buy your steel sword for 2 or 3 taels of silver. You actually managed to get such a good price." As he said that, he didn't delay and quickly prepared food for the blacksmith. Then the blacksmith seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh right, the toy that your mistress picked up on the mountain 2 years ago. Yesterday I gave it to that person. I told you that if you could sell it I would give you money. However, I gave you a buy one get one free deal. Let's just take it as 5 copper coins." The butcher said unhappily, "That customer must have bought your steel sword at such a high price because you gave it to him. How can he just give me 5 copper coins to dismiss me?" The blacksmith angrily said, "The toy that your mistress picked up was left in my shop for 3 years and no one paid attention to it. If you don't want these 5 copper coins, I will chase after that customer and get it back." The butcher smiled apologetically and said, "Then 5 copper coins is too little. No matter what, you have to add a little more." The blacksmith laughed and scolded, "I knew that you had such thoughts. I'll give you 15 copper coins. It can be considered as not letting your mistress down." After saying that, he took out a handful of copper coins from his bosom and placed them on the meat table. The butcher used lightning speed to put away the copper coins and said with a smile, "Since it was all picked up, this money is also free. When your mistress picks up something again, she will let you sell it." The blacksmith repeatedly waved his hand and said, Let's go to a pawn shop. That toy has been in my shop for 3 years. I don't want to get involved in this kind of business. Hurry up and get me into the water. I still have wine to sell. Today's weather is good. It's a good day to get drunk." The blacksmith took the meat and hurriedly left. The butcher also carried on with his business. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she did not know that the small sword that she loved so much was only worth 15 copper coins. Zhang Xiaohua was still very grateful to He Tianshu and said, "Captain He, I won't say any more words of thanks. If there is anything in the future, just let me know." He Tianshu smiled and raised the book in his hand and slightly waved it. Zhang Xiaohua understood and also laughed and did not say anything more. After a while, He Tianshu said, "Zhang Xiaohua, why did you sleep on the street last night?" Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, "Really? Captain He, I have always wanted to ask you. When I woke up in the morning, I only remembered what happened in the weapon shop. I don't know anything after that. So it was me who slept on the street." He Tianshu smiled and said, "That's right. You were walking behind me and I suddenly lost sight of you. I was scared. When I turned around to look, I found you lying on the ground and actually sleeping. You don't know? Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, I really don't know. Captain He, my brother said that when I sleep you can't wake me up. He didn't say that I would suddenly fall asleep. Also, I have never gone out so late. He Tianshu frowned and said, this is a problem. I don't know if you fall asleep at midnight every day. Otherwise it will be troublesome. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, how troublesome? He Tianshu explained, midnight is the time when yin and yang are alternating. Many inner strength cultivation methods require you to cultivate at midnight. If you are like this, how can you cultivate these inner strength cultivation methods? Zhang Xiaohua said somewhat anxiously, then what do I do? He Tianshu smiled and said, there is no need to be so anxious. There are many inner strength cultivation methods that do not require you to cultivate at that time. We'll talk about it again when you find the opportunity to cultivate your inner force. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and did not ask anymore. Chapter 122. The days on the road were extremely boring. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have high requirements. She had books to read every day, so she didn't care whether she was in the carriage or in her own room. On the contrary, she didn't have to work in the fields, so she had more time to study. The carriage traveled for another 10 days. During this time, the stone cow's singing didn't stop. At first, everyone admired it, but later they hated it. In the end, they couldn't bear it anymore. Finally, Manor Lord O took action. Under the Manor Lord's obstruction, the stone cow stopped singing for half a day. However, when it was almost evening, the stone cow couldn't hold back and started singing again when it saw the splendid sunset. Oyen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only let Aunt Qin talk to her to relieve her boredom. As for the people behind, they slightly distanced themselves from the stone cow. After listening for a long time, they turned a blind eye to it. They just treated it as a giant human-shaped crow making noise. In the first few days, Zhang Xiaohua would drag He Tianshu out to find a place to practice martial arts every night. However, He Tianshu seemed to have learned his lesson from the first day and always refused. Zhang Xiaohua could only go out to practice martial arts by herself. After a few days, she felt strange and secretly asked He Tianshu the reason. He Tianshu smiled and asked Zhang Xiaohua if she saw the other disciples go out to practice martial arts or practice in the yard. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it carefully. She really hadn't seen them practice martial arts. Only then did He Tianshu tell her the reason. It turned out that He Tianshu was the same as the other disciples. They all practiced internal strength. Those who practiced martial arts knew that they trained their muscles, bones and skin externally, and their qi internally. Most of the internal strength practice was to meditate, gather qi, and circulate the internal strength. In fact, practicing martial arts was to exercise the muscles and bones. Just like Nie Shao'er and the others in Huanxi Manor, they also practiced internal strength at night. Practicing martial arts in the morning and evening was to exercise the muscles and bones, and also to familiarize themselves with the martial arts. Since they were far away and had no place to exercise, they could naturally cancel the practice of martial arts and focus on practicing internal strength. Moreover, according to He Tianshu, when the internal strength practice reached a certain level, it could replace sleep at night. They just needed to meditate for a few hours at night. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of admiration. If she didn't need to sleep by meditating, how interesting would that be? However, when she thought about her habit of sleeping at night and not being able to wake her up, she couldn't help but feel depressed. The disciples of the Misty School didn't need to practice martial arts early or late, but Zhang Xiaohua couldn't. He didn't know any internal strength and could only find a place to practice martial arts. Moreover, he was afraid of being seen by others. Every time he arrived at a place, the first thing he did after dinner was to find a slightly hidden place to practice his martial arts. And ever since Zhang Xiaohua got the toy sword, his swordsmanship improved. He knew the 16 changes in his mind, and as soon as he thought about it, he could use them at will. Moreover, the angle and speed of his swordsmanship became faster and faster. The small sword was as nimble as his own arm, and the warm current was much thicker. The power also exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Ever since one time when he practiced his swordsmanship in the suburbs, Zhang Xiaohua didn't use his full strength to stab anything. He was afraid that if he knocked down the tree, people would ask him for compensation. However, Zhang Xiaohua's worries quickly disappeared. The road to the south wasn't all official roads. After a few days, they started to take some dirt roads and mountain paths. Moreover, they didn't always stay at the town's inns at night. Sometimes they set up their own tents and slept in the wild. On this day, Shernyo was the first to drive the carriage. The group of people arrived at a mountain. The mountain was not very high, but there was only a small path for the carriage to move forward. It meandered around the mountain. There were many shrubs and dried-up trees on the mountain. At a glance, nothing could be seen clearly. Shernyo drove the carriage to a stop. He turned around and asked, "Miss Chotong, how did you get here last time? This mountain is very dangerous. If there's an ambush, we'll definitely be at a disadvantage." Chotong looked at the mountain and frowned. "Last time we passed through the mountain, there wasn't any danger. It seems that there's a path from the foot of the mountain. However, it's a long detour. I asked the guide before, and he said that it would take an extra day. Last time I was in a hurry, so I didn't take the detour." Aunt Chin thought for a moment, then said, "This time, the village lord is in the carriage. It's better not to take any risks. Look at the mountain. If there's a big rock falling down, no matter how high your martial arts are, it's useless. It's better to take a detour." Oyen didn't quite agree. She felt that it wasn't worth it to take a detour for safety. However, Aunt Chin said, "It's only an extra day's journey. It's not a matter of days to reach Rejuvenation Valley. Also, your seed won't germinate in winter. Why should we take a risk for an insignificant day?" Everyone in the carriage agreed. Fortunately, Oyen was also a person who readily accepted good advice. She didn't stubbornly insist on her views. Seeing that everyone was persuading her, she also agreed to take a detour. When the carriage had gone far along the small path in front of the mountain, several men in black appeared from the forest. Looking at the carriage that was getting further and further away, they made a hand signal. Then they all used their qinggong and leaped up the mountain. The people in the carriage didn't know that they had avoided a disaster because of their caution. They continued to move forward. The next day, they went around the mountain and re-entered the planned route. The following journey was still not on the official road. They continued to pass through the mountains and forests. However, it wasn't as dangerous as this time. However, Shernyo, Aunt Chin, and the other disciples were extremely careful, afraid that something unexpected would happen. However, the heavens didn't let them. On this day, they were in front of a forest. Although there was a saying in the Jianghu, "Don't enter a forest," looking at the forest in front of them, there weren't many trees. Most of the leaves had fallen off. The cold wind blew, making a whistling sound. It didn't seem to be dangerous, so everyone let down their guard. Just as Shernyo was singing a ballad and driving the carriage into the forest, a so sound was heard. A whistling arrow was shot out from the forest and nailed to the ground about 10 zhang in front of the carriage. The sudden arrow interrupted Shernyo's song. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. With a "yu" sound, he forcefully pulled on the horse's reins and stopped the carriage. Everyone in the carriage was chatting, so they all stopped talking. Even Zhang Xiaohua and the others in the carriage behind them were startled by this sudden situation. Many disciples were also stunned. They immediately took out their weapons and jumped out of the carriage, preparing to fight. Just as everyone was feeling nervous, a man came out of the forest on a horse. He was tall and was dressed very simply. He held a spear in his hand. The horse he sat on was not very handsome. It was only moving forward slowly with a dee-dee sound. When he got closer, everyone could see clearly that the man had a square face. His face was thin, but his eyes were very lively. His eyes were staring at the 4 carriages that were spinning around. When he reached the whistling arrow, he stopped and held the spear with both hands. Everyone was shocked and thought, could it be that this person came to challenge us alone? They couldn't help but tighten their grip on their weapons. However, after a while, they still didn't see that person urging his horse. Just as they were puzzled, they heard that person shout. His voice was even louder than Shernyo's. He shouted, "This mountain was opened by me. These trees were planted by me. If you want to pass by, you have to pay the toll." His voice was extremely loud and clear. It was so loud that some birds in the forest flew away. However, The people in the carriages looked at this person and laughed in their hearts. It was as if they were watching a joke. They didn't answer. When that person saw that the other party didn't respond to his shout, and that the driver of the carriage didn't have any expression on his face, he coldly stared at him. He couldn't help but become angry. What are you looking at? Were you the one who sang just now? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You are dirtying my ears for no reason at all. Hurry up and hand over the money, and I'll let you pass. Otherwise. At this point, the spear in his hand swayed in the air threateningly. The stone ox wanted to see what kind of skills this robber had, but when he heard him say that his singing was bad, it was simply exposing his reverse scale. The stone ox was furious. He jumped down from the carriage and walked toward the robber with his bare hands. The robber saw the coachman jump down from the carriage and walk toward him. He was stunned. When the stone ox got closer, he raised his spear and pulled the reins of his horse. Everyone in Huanxi Manor thought that he was going to drive his horse forward and stab Shernyo with his spear. Although everyone knew that Shernyo's external martial arts were at the peak of perfection, they were still worried for him when he faced a spear with his bare hands. However, that person pulled the reins. He didn't rush forward. Instead, he turned his horse and drove it back. Not only Shernyo, but the crowd was also in an uproar. What was he doing? While everyone was in a daze, that person returned to the forest and disappeared in a flash. Stone Ox frowned. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard the sound of a gong in the forest. 4 large horses rushed out from the forest. Behind the horses were a dozen or so men wielding weapons. They followed the horses as they galloped out. The people on the horses stopped in front of the stone cow. There were 4 people in a row. Other than the weak-looking scholar at the side, the other 3 were burly men. They were dressed in martial attire, and each of them held a sword in their hands. They stood on the horses and did not speak. The scholar urged his horse forward and said, "Where did you come from? You actually have guts. You can still keep calm in front of Nyo Air. You must also be a martial artist." Shernyo frowned and said, "Why do you care where I come from? If you know what's good for you, quickly get out of the way and let us pass. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The scholar hadn't laughed yet. The group of strong men who surrounded them first roared with laughter. It seemed that they had never seen such an arrogant robber. The scholar said again, "This brother, I see that you are tall and have an imposing appearance. You must be a martial artist and have some unique skills. But, didn't you see the opponents in front of you? These are the 3 leaders of our families, and there are more than 10 brothers. Even if you have strong martial arts skills and a body made of steel, how many nails can you twist? Why don't you leave the gold and silver early? Everyone will have a face and it will be easier to meet in the future." Shernyo laughed out loud and said, "Your grandpa sure has always been the one to rob other people's masters. It's not other people's turn to be noisy in front of me. If you provoke me, I will directly break into your nest and take your gold and silver." At this time, the man on the horse frowned and said, "Military advisor, why are you being long-winded with him? We will swarm him. Why are we afraid of his martial arts? Let's rob the carriage first. If there is money, we will rob. If there is a woman, we will rob. Isn't it fun?" The people of Huanxi Mountain Manor originally had some people outside the carriage and some people inside. They were all watching the fun. When they heard the leader's words, they felt that it was insulting the manor lord and the others. They couldn't help but be angry. They all took their weapons and jumped off the carriage. Except for a few female disciples guarding around the carriage, everyone else lined up behind Shernyo. Tianshu whispered to Zhang Xiaohua. He also took out his long sword and guarded beside Oyan's carriage. Zhang Xiaohua didn't get off the carriage. She went to the front of the carriage and sat with the disciple driving the carriage. She watched the scene with interest. When the military advisor saw the military advisor change his expression, he changed his expression and changed his expression. Then he said to the leader with a smile, "Don't be angry. The Jianghu today is not the same as before. The barbaric killing has passed. Now we talk about gentleness and using martial arts to convince people. Although we rob the poor and give to the rich, we have to follow the trend of the times and keep pace with the times. Otherwise, we will be ridiculed by our peers. As the ancient people said, it is better to lose 10 taels of silver than to lose an inch of face. Even if we can't win this time, we have to be ambitious, thoughtful, and ambitious strong men. One of the leaders at the side spat and said, I used to rob as much as I wanted, but what happened to me now? You still want to talk about gentleness? Do you want to see others talk to you? You all have weapons. Why don't you do it? The leader said, Second brother, don't be impatient. Now we talk about group and scale. If we don't have a reputation, who will come to join us? If we don't do it ourselves, won't we be swallowed by others in the end? I think what the military advisor said is reasonable. If we can't convince people with martial arts, it's not too late for us to do it. Either way, we will use weapons. It's a different soup but not the same medicine. The strong men's words were not hidden from the people of Huanxi Mountain Villa. Everyone was stunned and didn't know what to do. Were they robbers or preachers? At this time, the military advisor urged the horse forward and shouted to the stone ox, Brother, as you can see, we are not unscrupulous people, but we have to do the duty of enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. We have to do this. We can negotiate and let you go after you take the gold and silver. Look at your attitude, you don't seem to be happy. Fortunately, you're lucky to have met us. I'm not that talented, but I've just returned from overseas last year. I've learned a new type of robbery from overseas, and I want to show my ambition here. Since you've come to my territory, I'm the one who makes the decision. If you pass, our leader is a gentleman and will definitely let you pass. But if you lose, don't blame us for being rude. Leave behind the gold, silver, and beauties. What do you think? Everyone understood what he said, but they didn't know how to answer. Usually, when they encountered robbers, they just fought with their weapons. Now, this overseas returnee was talking about rules which made everyone feel uneasy. At this time, Oh Yen, who didn't show up in the carriage, stretched out her hand and waved to a female disciple outside the carriage. The disciple looked over and after Oh Yen said a few words, the female disciple walked to the stone ox and whispered in his ear. The stone ox frowned and said to the group of experts, Fine, my master said to let you come. We'll take you all. Let's see if you're sent out by the government or if you're smuggled out. The military advisor was overjoyed and said, That's good. Let's fight peacefully. Don't shed blood. Alas, there are still some people in Jianghu who want to see blood. It's not good. Even if they can't hurt people, it's not good to hurt flowers and plants. It's inevitable to destroy the ecological environment. Oh, let's not talk too much. We have our own rules in our territory. Do you see the 3 heroes in front of you? These are the 3 tests. If 3 of you fight against 3 of our leaders, you will pass if you win 2 rounds. If you lose 2 rounds, you will have to leave behind 4 carriages and a group of women. What do you think? When the people in the villa heard this, they all slapped their foreheads. Oh my God, after talking for so long, wasn't it just 3 battles? Luckily, they were overseas returnees. If they weren't smuggled out, then they must be from some random sect. They were so long-winded. However, to be able to rob people to such a level, it was amazing. Of course, the stone ox didn't dare to agree casually. He quickly walked to the front of the carriage. Oh Yin glanced at him. This strong man knew how to calculate. Including He Tianshu, there were 3 people. Even if there was one more, it wouldn't be easy to get together. However, the stone ox didn't want to. He said, Villa Lord, I can handle this group of brats alone. Why do we have to go through so much trouble? Aunt Chin smiled and said, We've been out for so long and feel so bored. We only know how to travel all day. Now that there's a ready-made fun of us, why don't we enjoy it? I haven't seen such interesting bandits in so many years. The stone ox was originally an unromantic person. Hearing the villa lord and Aunt Chin's words, he couldn't be bothered with them. He returned to the front and said, All right, my master agrees. However, we still have a question. What if we win? What will you do? The military advisor smiled embarrassedly and said, We didn't think about that. But I'm the master of my territory. I set the rules. If you win, I'll let you pass through my territory. That should be fine, right? The stone ox was too lazy to say more. He waved his hand and said, 3 battles at the same time or 1 at a time? The military advisor rolled his eyes and said, Naturally, it's better to start at the same time. Time is money. The earlier you finish, the earlier you can rest. That way you can go earlier. What do you think? The stone ox was about to agree when a voice like an oriole came from the carriage. That's not right. When the strong men heard this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They stared at the carriage, waiting for the beautiful woman to appear. Unfortunately, when Aunt Chin appeared, everyone's heads drooped. They were filled with endless melancholy. Her voice was so beautiful, but why was she so ordinary? Aunt Chin stood at the front of the carriage and said, "If all 3 battles are held at the same time, won't they be split into 3 places? If your subordinates don't keep their promise and attack together, won't our carriage be in danger? We suggest that we compete one at a time." This chapter was written very reluctantly. It was written very slowly. It stuck. Please collect it. Thank you. Chapter 123. The strategist didn't seem embarrassed at having his scheme exposed. He only shook his head and said, "Sai, you really can't talk to a summer bug. Time is so precious and you guys are wasting it. You even look down on our character. You're looking down on the new generation of mountain kings. Forget it, since you came from afar to deliver supplies, we'll just put up with it. We'll listen to you this time." Afterwards, Zhoma came to the head commander's side and whispered in his ear for a while. The head commander nodded. Only then did the military advisor speak again. "Since it's decided, who will you send for the first round? Is it this big guy?" The stone ox glared angrily and raised its head to walk forward. However, it was stopped by Aunt Chin. The stone ox walked back to the carriage in confusion. Oyen said, "Stone ox, don't be angry. We're just having fun. Is there anyone among the mountain bandits who can beat you and Aunt Chin? However, I'm afraid they'll use tricks. It's better to let He Tianshu go first." The stone ox was startled. "He Tianshu? Can he do it?" Aunt Chin smiled. Although He Tianshu isn't a high-ranking disciple, he's still a team leader. He's much stronger than the other disciples. He's just right to go. There aren't many in this wilderness who can beat him. Even if he loses, we don't have to worry. Don't we still have you? Let's see if these 3 people are your match. The stone ox didn't have many ideas in this regard. You guys are the ones making the decisions. If you say it's okay, then it's okay. Afterwards, Aunt Chin called He Tianshu to the front of the carriage and also gave him some instructions. He Tianshu was somewhat prepared to let himself go. Among all the people in the manor, he was now ranked 3rd. His little vanity was temporarily satisfied. When He Tianshu came to the front of the formation, he said to the strategist on the horse, "My surname is He. I'm here to ask for advice. Who will dismount?" The strategist looked He Tianshu up and down and smiled. "This person in front of us has an imposing appearance. He must be an expert. We'll treat him seriously. Please wait a moment." Then, he cupped his hands to the person beside him and said, "Second leader, please show them your strength." The second leader didn't say anything. He took out his sword and got off the horse. He walked in front of He Tianshu and took up a stance. "Please." He Tianshu saw that they were ready to fight and didn't hold back. He formed a sword sign and thrust it into the opponent's stance. Thus, the 2 of them exchanged moves. Although He Tianshu was very cautious when he attacked, he was actually somewhat contemptuous in his heart. As a disciple of the ethereal sect, he had always been a proud person. Although he was not a core disciple of the sect, he had always been very confident and did not think that this robber would be a match for him. However, after a few moves, he discovered that the man was not as weak as he had imagined. The man's attack and defense were good, and he was able to fight with ease. He Tianshu could not help but immediately restrain his thoughts and treat the man seriously. His sword moves were shwa-shwa, one move after another, and he attacked the second head non-stop. When the second head saw the changes in He Tianshu's moves, he also revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He actually used offense as defense, and He Tianshu did not have the slightest advantage. The people of Huanxi Manor were in the same mood as He Tianshu at first. But when they saw that He Tianshu didn't gain the upper hand, they were shocked. When they carefully looked at the man's sword skills, they were even more surprised. Oyen frowned and said to Aunt Chin, "Aunt Chin, when did such an expert appear in the wilderness? Could it be that in a few days the martial arts in Jianghu have improved so much? Our Misty School's disciples can't even take down a robber. Did the sun rise from the west?" Aunt Chin was also confused and said, "Manor Lord is wise. It's really like this. Looking at the situation, this man isn't any weaker than He Tianshu. How can someone with such skills become a bandit? It's really strange. The layman watched the show while the expert watched the skill. Everyone was worried, but only Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Why? Ever since He Tianshu started fighting with the man, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't stop muttering in her heart. What's this Captain He doing? Why is he playing with him? Didn't he use the third variation of the sword move that Elder Yu taught him? Didn't he just stab him from the side? There's also this move. He already swung his sword forward and used the 10th variation of the sword move. Didn't he just stab into the man's chest and injure him with one strike? Damn, there's also this move. Using the first variation is so simple. I think Captain He is just playing with him. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua was only an armchair strategist. She only knew what to do after watching from the side. If she really went up to meet the enemy, she wouldn't know what to do when the other party swung his sword, let alone think of a move. Moreover, the onlooker saw more clearly. Being in the middle of a battle, one's life was always in danger. How would one have the time to observe other people's thoughts? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua could see this. More importantly, the variation of the sword move that Elder Yu taught her was indeed a top-notch move. It was something that the other party used to protect his life. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was cursing in her heart, there was a new change in the battle. He Tianshu couldn't help but feel annoyed when he saw that he couldn't win after attacking for a long time. His face seemed to be a little noisy. He moved his body and displayed another secret sword move from the Misty School. The moment he used this move, the second in charge couldn't help but feel a little pressured. He blocked left and right and actually retreated step by step. However, after retreating for a while, he changed his sword move and changed his style. He changed his sword move and moved around like He Tianshu at the beginning. The momentum of his sword move was also a little strange. Not long after, he regained control of the situation. The two of them fought like this for a long time, but there was still no winner. The people in Huanxi Manor were a little relieved. Only Oyan and Aunt Qin were puzzled. They didn't know who the thief was. At this time, the military advisor at the side said, "Stop, stop." When the second in charge heard this, he used his padao to knock He Tianshu's sword. Then, he moved out of the circle and silently looked at the military advisor. He Tianshu saw that the second in charge left and didn't chase after him. He only took a defensive stance and carefully took precautions. He was afraid of any tricks. That military counselor loudly said, "This brother's martial arts skill is actually so high that he is able to be on par with our second master. This is really unexpected. However, the two of you are evenly matched. If you continue to fight, it will inevitably take a lot of time. Why don't we call this a draw?" He Tianshu didn't understand and turned to look at Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin was at the side and naturally saw it clearly. That person was indeed not inferior to He Tianshu. Suggesting a draw was beneficial to her. Thus she also said loudly, "All right, the military advisor is a straightforward person. Then it's settled. After a short rest, we will prepare for the second round." He Tianshu put away his sword and walked back to the carriage. The second in charge also got on his horse and returned to their side. Aunt Qin waited for He Tianshu to come closer and quietly asked, "Captain He, what do you think of the opponent's skills?" He Tianshu blushed slightly and said, "This person is very strong. After fighting with me for so long, he still looked like he wanted to continue. Perhaps he still has some tricks up his sleeve. Where did this expert come from? It's really hard to understand. Hallmaster Qin, this one has let everyone down and didn't win this round. I am ashamed." Aunt Qin smiled and said, "Captain He, you don't need to mind. This is just a pastime. It's good that you came back without any mishap. There is always a mountain higher than the one before. There will always be experts in Jianghu. Captain He, you don't need to belittle yourself." After a while, the military advisor shouted again, on the other side, "Have you finished your discussion? How about we start the second round now?" Aunt Qin looked at the stone ox and said, "Are you going up or should I?" Before the stone ox could reply, Oyen said from the side, "Stone ox, you go up. Aunt Qin doesn't like to gamble in front of others. If you win, we will have victory in our hands. At worst, it will be a draw. We will give up on the third round and see what these experts plan to do." The stone ox nodded and steadily walked forward. The military advisor looked at the stone ox and smiled quietly. He said to the first in charge, it's up to you now. Let them see your heroic fighting style. The first in charge chuckled and also dismounted from his horse. He held his sword and walked towards the stone ox. When he got close, although the first in charge wasn't short, he was still half a head shorter than the stone ox. He slightly raised his head and looked at the stone ox's silent eyes. He smiled and said, "This brother, what is your name? Can you let me know?" The stone ox shook his head and didn't say anything. The first in charge didn't force him and said, "Then this brother, please make your move. You don't need a weapon?" When the stone ox heard this, he still shook his head and said, "My fist is a weapon. You just have to be careful." The first in charge narrowed his eyes and said, "If that's the case, then I won't be polite." When he finished speaking, he held his sword and chopped down. The stone ox saw the ferocious power of the sword and wasn't afraid. He slightly tilted his body and dodged the blade. He punched the back of the sword. How could the first in charge let him have his way? He twisted his wrist and changed his stance. The blade sliced towards the stone ox's wrist. Although the stone ox was careless, it didn't mean he was stupid. Although his mighty King Kong hand wasn't afraid of weapons, who knew if his opponent's sword was a rare divine weapon? If he was injured because of carelessness, then he wouldn't be able to live up to his decades of experience. The stone ox quickly changed his stance and dodged the blade. He sent a palm towards the first in charge's chest. The first in charge couldn't dodge in time. He clenched his left hand and punched towards the stone ox's palm. Thus, after a few rounds, the two people's fists and palms collided. It was a simple collision of fists and palms, but the result was out of everyone's expectations. The first in charge's fist hit the stone ox's palm. Just like Zhang Xiaohua and Yu Dai that day, the stone ox flew out diagonally. When his body was in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The first in charge didn't faint on the spot like Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, he quickly walked to his horse, picked up the stirrups and got on the horse. He waved his hand at the military counselor. The military counselor shouted, "Retreat." Then the second in charge and the third in charge, who didn't make a move, as well as the rest of the people, scattered and ran towards the woods. They were as fast as the ebbing tide and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The people of the Huanxi mountain villa looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. They all looked at the open space in front of them. A moment ago, there were many ferocious experts who wanted to rob them, and even proposed 3 rounds of competition. Now there was not a single person. It was as if nothing had happened at all. After a while, everyone cheered in unison as if they had really gone through a life and death duel. The stone ox wasn't too proud. He raised his palm and looked it up and down. Then he turned around and walked back. There was no expression on his face, as if he didn't care about his victory. When the stone ox returned to the carriage, Aunt Chin asked with concern, "Stone ox, that person didn't use any tricks, right?" The stone ox shook his head and said, "No. But looking at this person's bladesmanship, it doesn't seem simple. Why is his internal energy so weak? Although my mighty King Kong palm is powerful and can injure muscles and break bones, if he has profound internal energy, he should be able to resist it." Looking at his appearance, he didn't learn any profound internal energy cultivation method. It should be an extremely common cultivation method in Jianghu. Aunt Chin nodded and said, "I reckon that this first master's martial arts are about the same as the second master's. That second master was able to fight evenly with He Tianshu, but compared to you he's definitely much weaker. It's possible that he was sent flying with a palm strike. However, I still feel that this group of bandits is very strange. They set up a best out of 3 match, but ended up with a weak finish. It's rather strange." Qiutong said in a low voice, "Maybe they saw Brother Shi's martial arts and knew that they were no match for him. That's why they ran away in fear. Who knows?" Oyen smiled and said, "It's probably like what Qiutong said. You guys have been in Jianghu for a long time and are used to thinking on a deeper level. Many things, perhaps from a simple point of view, this is a group of bandits who thought themselves clever. They first used the empty fort strategy to scare us. Then, a group of people came out to see our reaction. If we retreated, they would probably swarm us. But when they saw that we were prepared to fight back, they set up a trick and challenged us. When they saw our strength, they immediately ran away like a stray dog. When everyone heard this, they understood and agreed in unison. Although Aunt Chin still had some doubts, the crisis had passed. There was no point in saying more, so she closed her mouth. Although the strong people had retreated, they still had to pass through the forest. In order to prevent an ambush in the forest, He Tianshu and a few disciples used their lightness skills to explore the forest. Although the forest wasn't big, it wasn't small either. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they returned safely. The forest was empty, without a trace of a person. Thus everyone packed up again. The group of disciples got off the carriage and walked on foot with weapons in hand. But when the carriage slowly passed through the forest, they didn't see any ambush. Only then did they believe that the group of bandits had really run away. Then, everyone got on the carriage and sped away. In a valley not far from the forest, the group of bandits got off their horses and sat cross-legged on the grass. The military advisor smiled and said to the big boss, "Old Zhao, how's my acting as a military advisor?" Old Zhao smiled and said, "Very good. You're worthy of being called a genius. This skill is something that we can't learn. Unlike old Hong, who has the face of a dead man and doesn't dare to say anything for fear of giving the game away." The third boss said unhappily, "I'm not here to act. I'm fine with fighting and killing, but it's hard for me to get into character as a bandit. Since you guys insist on making me do it, then I can only keep quiet." The second boss said, "This Misty School's disciples are really good. The one who fought with me just now is surnamed He, right? He's a nobody, but he actually has good swordsmanship. He almost forced me to use my ultimate move. Luckily, Chi Xiaotsai stopped me in time and didn't give the game away." Chi Xiaotsai said, "I knew it. Brother Ma won't admit defeat. We agreed beforehand to find out their strength, so it doesn't matter if we lose. Brother Ma, why take it so seriously? But old Zhao, is that stone cow really so powerful that he could make you vomit blood with one palm?" Old Zhao looked at their concern and smiled mysteriously, saying, "If you guys really think that I was injured by that stone cow, then our act will be extremely successful. According to reliable information, this stone cow has the highest martial arts in their group. If he really used his full strength, he might not be able to win within 100 moves. However, if he wants to make me vomit blood with one palm, then he must be dreaming. I just bit my tongue a little and spit out a little bit of blood, that's all." Everyone suddenly understood and gave him a thumbs up. Then Chi Xiaotsai said, "Other than Stone Cow, who has the highest martial arts in this group, we already know that. Next is Aunt Chin, we already know her martial arts. However, according to our information, she has been diligent in her studies these past few years, so there shouldn't be too many discrepancies." Old Zhao narrowed his eyes and said, "Our Lord has said that we don't need to test her too much. This woman has always been cunning, so I'm afraid that she might see through something. Her martial arts have improved, but it's still not as good as Stone Cow's. Don't worry. However, this extra surnamed He is troublesome. Although his martial arts aren't that high, he can still tie down one of our experts. In this way we don't have enough people. The other disciples are probably the same, so our subordinates should be able to handle them. Chi Xiaotsai, what do you think? Should we wait for our Lord to send more people over, or?" Chi Xiaotsai smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Our Lord has his own plans. Our operation must be foolproof and must succeed in one strike. No one can escape. Otherwise, if Openg from the Misty School finds out about this, it will be no small matter. Actually, their strength is only at this level. Our Lord has 10,000 ways to deal with them, but in order to not reveal any flaws, he is being careful. Everyone, rest up and wait for our Lord's next plan." Everyone sat up quietly without saying a word. Chi Xiaotsai walked to a secluded area and took out a pen and paper. He wrote something on a slip of paper, then called a man in embroidered clothes and gave him the slip of paper. He then whispered something into his ear before letting him go. The man in embroidered clothes untied the reins from the tree and mounted his horse. He galloped in a certain direction and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that the horse he rode was very handsome. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 124. How could the people in Huanxi Mountain Manor know what was happening in the distance? They were talking about what had just happened in high spirits. Thinking about Stone Ox's power, They were deeply envious. Many of them secretly made up their minds to work harder when they returned to the sect and strive to have such a powerful moment in the future. Only the stone cow was still the same as before. He steadily drove the carriage forward, as if he did not have the consciousness of being treated as an idol. Fortunately, he had just gone through a so-called great battle, so he was not in the mood to sing his best songs. Otherwise, the image that he had just established in everyone's hearts might immediately collapse. Of course, not everyone in the manor was in high spirits or calm as water. The only one who was not happy was He Tianshu. He Tianshu could not be said to be particularly outstanding among the disciples of Misty School, but he was still considered one of the best. Although he had been sent to Huanxi Mountain Manor to manage the herbal field, his martial arts were still there. Otherwise, how could he have become the team leader? He originally knew that there was a gap between him and Stone Ox, but he did not know how big the gap was. Now it seemed that he had fought with Stone Ox for a long time and still had some strength left. Stone Ox, on the other hand, had fought with Stone Ox for a long time and sent him flying with only one palm, injuring him and causing him to vomit blood. Now it seemed that the gap between him and Stone Ox was not small. It seemed that he had been too arrogant in the past. In the future, he still had a long way to go. Among them, there was one person who was not very similar to the others. He was the simple-minded Zhang Xiaohua. He did not learn martial arts systematically, so naturally, he did not know the difficulties, especially when he saw Stone Ox send the strong man flying with one palm. He seemed to be reminded of his previous experience and immediately lost interest. Therefore, when the others were discussing, he had already picked up a book silently and was reading by himself. He did not even notice He Tianshu's self-deprecation. The robbery incident was like a wave in the river, disappearing in a flash. Soon it became a joke after a meal. Even in the next town, when the Misty School's disciples came to pick them up, it was only mentioned as a pastime. However, Lan Dong, a disciple of the Misty School in this small town, was a careful person. After listening to it, he felt that something was not right. It was normal that the people of Huanxi Villa did not know about it. After all, they were from other places. He had been operating here for several years, so why hadn't he heard of any bandits? Moreover, it was the kind that didn't do anything ordinary. However, he could not tell these thoughts to Oyen and the others. After all, they had already asserted that this was a group of stupid bandits. Moreover, such a group of bandits might have appeared when he was not paying attention. The only thing he could do was to quickly write down his thoughts on a note and report it to his leader to let them make a decision. Moreover, he also believed that once his leader saw the news about Villa Chief O, he would immediately report it to the higher-ups in the sect. He would definitely not dare to delay. After this news spread, he was slightly relieved. The next thing he had to do was to find an opportunity to explain to Villa Chief O, Stone Ox and the others so that they would be more vigilant. However, when he told Oyen and the others about this situation, it was not out of his expectations. Oyen and Stone Ox did not take it seriously. Only Aunt Chin frowned slightly and wanted to say something. However, when she saw Oyen's determined gaze, she closed her mouth. She knew that Oyen wanted to go to Rejuvenation Valley wholeheartedly. At this time, she would not believe anything she said. However, speaking of which, who would know that Oyen had gone to Rejuvenation Valley? Even if someone knew, what reason did they have to stop her? Could it be that they had nothing better to do? When Lan Dong saw that his words did not attract any attention, he did not say anything more. However, when Oyen left, he proposed to send a disciple to escort her. However, he was also rejected. This was because there were not many disciples from the Misty School in the small town, and their martial arts were at the standard of an ordinary disciple. Only this Lan Dong was like Tianshu. However, he could not leave the small town for a long time. Unless it was meaningful for him to escort, the others would do their best. On the other hand, Oyen used the reason that she did not want to affect the daily operations of the Misty School and rejected Lan Dong's good intentions. Thus, the group of people once again drove the carriage forward. As for Lan Dong, he returned to the small town and continued with his daily business. It was not until the second night after Oyen and the others left that there was news from the Misty School. When Lan Dong opened the note sent by the carrier pigeon, his expression could not help but change greatly. On it was written, "Misty Mountain Villa has already sent an elder to provide support. When they received the news, they immediately sent out all their forces to protect the villa chief. Along the way, the Misty School's forces will prioritize the villa chief's safety. Lan Dong could not help but complain in his heart. It had already been 2.5 days since Yan and the others left. Who knew what had happened? He hurriedly wrote down the situation briefly and released the carrier pigeon to pass the news to the disciples of the Misty School in the next small town. However, this place was no longer within the Misty School's sphere of influence. The Misty School's manpower was very spread out, and the other small towns were not very far from here. Whether they could make it in time was still a problem. He could only send the news first. After finishing these matters, Lan Dong immediately gathered all the disciples of the Misty School in the small town. They rode their horses and followed the path that Yan and the others had taken. After bidding farewell to Lan Dong and the rest of the ethereal sex disciples, Yan and the rest continued to follow the route they had planned and continued to move forward without stopping. However, after the farce of the robbery, they had become even more vigilant. When they came across some suspicious places, they would first send people to investigate before passing through. Just like this, a few days passed and no more accidents occurred. Hence, the anxious hearts of the group gradually relaxed. Actually, to them, the robberies and killings in the pugilistic world were really nothing. Stone Cow and Aunt Chin. Which one of them had not walked through a rain of blood? However, it was obvious that they did not have enough manpower this time and they still had to protect Yan. Thus, they had to think twice before they acted and did not dare to make any mistakes. They traveled like this for another 3 days. On this evening, the sun was setting in the west and the evening mist was heavy. Seeing that they had arrived at a place in the middle of nowhere, and looking at the map, they were still far from the next town. Presumably, they would have to sleep in the wild tonight. Thus, Aunt Chin hurriedly ordered Stone Cow to walk all the way and find a place to rest. When the sky gradually darkened, the carriage finally arrived at the side of a small river. There was a spacious open space by the river, and it was just nice to set up a tent. Thus, everyone stopped the carriage and took everything from the carriage, preparing to sleep here for the night. Although setting up the camp, burying the pot, and other matters did not have much to do with Zhang Xiaohua, but during this period of time, Zhang Xiaohua was very harmonious with everyone. How could she not help? Not to mention other things, Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of strength. She helped the male and female disciples carry things, set up the tent, and so on. She was so busy that everyone liked this diligent child even more. By the time everyone was done, the sky was already completely dark. Everyone had their own tasks. A group of male disciples went to guard the surroundings while the female disciples and some people from the mountain villa lived and cooked. Only Zhang Xiaohua was left with nothing to do. Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was still early for dinner, so she looked around. She saw a dark patch not far away. It seemed to be a small forest. Her heart skipped a beat. Why not use this time to pick up some firewood in the forest and finish today's homework together? Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and prepared to walk out. After taking a few steps, she heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw that it was Qiu Tong. Yan and Aunt Chin were beside her. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stopped and bowed to them with a smile. After greeting them separately, Qiu Tong asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, are you going out?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I saw that it was still early for dinner, so I wanted to go to the forest over there to pick up some firewood. It'll be useful in the evening." Qiu Tong said, "What a good child. You even know how to pick up firewood." Zhang Xiaohua quickly said modestly, "It's nothing, Sister Qiu Tong. I often do this at home." At this time, Yan asked, after picking up the firewood, "Do you still need to practice martial arts?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Sister how did you know?" Yan smiled and said, "You went out to find a place to practice martial arts every morning and night. How could you hide it from our eyes and ears? However, Zhang Xiaohua, you've really exceeded our expectations. You're very diligent. Also, I heard from He Tianshu that you read books every day. You've already read a lot of the books I borrowed from you." Zhang Xiaohua's face was a little red. She said embarrassedly, "Sister I didn't have a choice. I only learned a few scattered fist techniques. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to practice them well, so I could only practice them secretly. That sword technique was also taught by Elder Yu. He didn't want others to know about it. I was also afraid that I would forget, so I could only avoid others." Yin giggled and said, I don't mean to blame you. I just admire your diligence. Naturally, I know a thing or two about elder use sword technique. You can practice as much as you want. Actually, other people didn't really peek at you. Seeing that you're so focused on martial arts, when this matter is over, I'll talk to my brother and see if you have a good opportunity. Who was Yan's brother? He was the leader of the Misty School. A casual word from him could fulfill Zhang Xiaohua's dream. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't believe her ears and was stunned. Qiu Tong saw Zhang Xiaohua's silly look and said softly, Zhang Xiaohua, why aren't you thanking the young miss? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have woken up from a dream. Her face was filled with excitement as she said happily, Thank you, Sister O. If I have a chance, I'll definitely practice martial arts well. Yin said, Zhang Xiaohua, don't be happy too early. I'm just saying, whether it'll work or not, it's still up to you. Zhang Xiaohua said, It's fine as long as there's a chance. Sister O, I'll definitely fight for it. Oh right, there's one more thing. I don't know if I should say it. Yin asked curiously, what is it? Speak. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, Captain, he also wants to read the book you lent me. Is that okay? Yin was happy and said, it's fine. He Tianshu isn't an outsider. If someone from the pharmacy wants to learn about botany, it's fine as long as he doesn't teach it to anyone else. Oh right, don't damage my book. Otherwise, I won't let him read it. Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. Ever since He Tianshu had given him the small sword, he had been looking for an opportunity to tell Yin about He Tianshu's book reading. However, along the way there had not been any good opportunities. Today he had finally finished his thoughts. He could not help but feel relieved. After all, he had received a gift from someone, and his mouth was bound to be tied. At this time a pleasant voice sounded, Zhang Xiaohua, how's your right hand recovering? Can you hold a sword? Zhang Xiaohua looked gratefully at Aunt Qin and said, Big Sister Qin, thank you for your concern. It's fine. It's recovering very quickly. I can hold a sword now, but it's still not flexible enough. Aunt Qin said, not flexible enough fingers is a big flaw in practicing the sword. You have to practice well. Also, you have to pay attention to moderation. Don't overwork yourself. It's not good if you hurt your fingers. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I know. I've been doing recovery exercises. When I feel pain, I'll immediately stop. The four of them chatted for a while before Zhang Xiaohua said goodbye and left. However, after taking a few steps, Yin reminded her again, Zhang Xiaohua, don't go too far. Finish practicing and come back early. There might be a storm tonight. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the sky was gloomy. The stars that were usually as bright as pearls were nowhere to be seen. Even the full moon was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I know, Big Sister O. I'll come back after practicing. I'm still waiting for dinner. After speaking, she waved at the three of them and walked towards the dark place alone. When Zhang Xiaohua reached that place, she discovered that it wasn't a forest, but a small hill. He couldn't pick up firewood, but it didn't delay his practice. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua first took out his beloved small sword and practiced the sword move with ease. After many days of practice, this sword move was even more refined. It was different from the first time he used the small sword to poke a big hole in the bamboo. During this period of time, Zhang Xiaohua mainly practiced the control of the small sword's strength. Now, his control of strength was very exquisite. When the strength was high, he could easily poke a big hole in something in front of him, such as a rock or a big tree. When the strength was low, under the same speed, he could lightly tap on a big tree, leaving only a small dot. This could be considered a little trick that Zhang Xiaohua figured out himself after he practiced the sword move. Yin was right. When Zhang Xiaohua practiced his Fist of the North Star 9 times, the familiar cold current flowed through his body and the raindrops felt pitter-patter. Since today's homework was finished, Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't stay any longer and quickly ran back to the campsite. But when he was halfway there, he suddenly had a strange feeling and couldn't help but stop, allowing the raindrops to fall even more densely on his body. But when he calmed down and listened carefully, other than the bonfire in front of the villa, everyone's hurried footsteps and people's shouts of, "It's raining, put away the clothes," there didn't seem to be any other movement. The pitter-patter of the raindrops was either dull or clear, covering up other movements in the world. The rain became heavier and heavier. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly rushed back to the campsite. And on the small hill where he was practicing his fist technique, a person dressed in night clothes with a hood over his face quietly poked his head out and coldly looked at his back. Then he looked at the night sky dripping with rain and smiled with satisfaction. With a bend of his body, he used his qinggong and disappeared into the distance. Zhang Xiaohua ran into the campsite and it was chaos. The rain came too quickly, and although everyone was prepared, they were still thrown into confusion by the torrential rain. By the time everyone had finished packing up their things, the rain was already pouring down like water. Zhang Xiaohua was in the same tent as He Tianshu. By the time he entered, He Tianshu had already finished packing up and said with a smile, "You went to practice your fist technique again? You're all soaked." Then he casually handed over a dry towel to him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled as he received it and said, "It just started to rain when I was practicing my fist technique. This rain was to help them pack up their things." Then Zhang Xiaohua used the dry towel to wipe the rain off his head. Only then did he remember and said, "I saw the Manor Lord just now. She said that she agreed to let you read her book. However, you can't spread it out and you can't damage the book." He Tianshu said, "Then I'll have to thank you, Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua found it strange and said, "Isn't it the same if you tell the Manor Lord yourself? Why do you need me to say it for you? You can see her every day. I've been delayed for a few days and only saw the Manor Lord today." He Tianshu said awkwardly, "Well, you're still young so you don't really understand. After all, Manor Lord O is the Manor Lord of Huanxi Manor, and I'm a disciple of the Misty School's pharmacy hall. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to mention it rashly." Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand and nodded. Then, he thought of something and said, "That's right. I still have to thank Captain He for putting in a good word for me in front of the Manor Lord. The Manor Lord said that when we go back, she'll find an opportunity to talk to Chifo and let me learn martial arts." "Ah, really?" He Tianshu didn't seem to believe it and asked in return, "The Manor Lord really told you that?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua happily nodded. He Tianshu smiled and said, "I'm just telling you the truth. You're able to gain the Manor Lord's favor. That's your chance. In the future, when you have the chance, you must properly repay the Manor Lord." Zhang Xiaohua said, "That's right, I definitely will. The Manor Lord is like an elder sister to me. I'll definitely repay her." He Tianshu said again, "However, practicing martial arts depends on luck. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Even if you practice martial arts, you might not be able to succeed. You must be mentally prepared. Moreover, there are many disciples in the Misty School who are as hardworking as you. You're just in Huanxi Manor. Compared to Ma Jing and the others, you seem to be very hardworking. In the future, you have to work harder." Zhang Xiaohua's expression became serious and said, "I know, Captain He. You're all very good to me. I'll definitely work hard to practice martial arts." He Tianshu smiled and walked forward. He patted his shoulder and said, "When I was young, I was also as hot-blooded as you. Do well, I have high hopes for you." Then he frowned and said, "The rain is so heavy. Our camp is still near the river. There won't be any danger in the middle of the night, right? I have to go and discuss with Shernyo and the others. Zhang Xiaohua, you should rest early." While they were talking, suddenly outside of the tent, there seemed to be a dense sound of horse hooves. He Tianshu and Zhang Xiaohua looked at each other vigilantly and walked out of the tent at the same time. Chapter 125. Outside the tent, the raindrops formed a line and hung in the air. Their eyes were full of white raindrops, and they couldn't see far away. However, the sound of the horses' hooves was very orderly, shaking the ground a little. Although they couldn't see clearly, the sound had been heard and became louder and louder. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand what was going on, but he could smell the danger. However, the experienced He Tianshu had already changed his face and shouted to Zhang Xiaohua, "Zhang Xiaohua, quickly hide in the tent and find a place to hide, or escape from the side in a moment. You don't know martial arts, so you can't do anything here. You must stay alive and report to gang leader O later." After that, he pulled out his long sword and rushed out quickly. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned on the spot. Hide? Escape? He was confused for a while. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Didn't they encounter bandits a few days ago, and they were easily defeated? Why were they so serious now? Why did they have to escape by themselves? In fact, he didn't know that when He Tianshu heard the orderly sound of the horses' hooves, he knew that this was a group trained by the military and should be targeting Ouyang. Only the big gangs in Jianghu could do such a thing. Since it was a gang's robbery, they must have a strict plan and not leave the routes. Although there were many people in Huanqi Villa, no one could escape. Except for a few people who would be caught alive, the fate of the others could almost be decided now. Zhang Xiaohua was just a child and was small. In such a night, it was really possible for him to escape. On one hand, he could keep his life, and on the other hand, he could report the news to Openg. On the other hand, he couldn't let the others die in peace. Moreover, He Tianshu wanted Zhang Xiaohua to escape at that time. But the situation was unclear. If he ran away first, wouldn't it be a joke? Moreover, to be honest, the other party must have done a lot of preparation in advance. Now there might be an ambush around the camp. If he escaped at this time, it was tantamount to walking into a trap. On the contrary, he could escape in a chaotic battle later. How could Zhang Xiaohua know about He Tianshu's plan? Time was of the essence, so he naturally could not explain it in detail. If He Tianshu turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua's dazed look, he would definitely vomit blood in anger. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the pouring rain outside and hesitated for a moment. Then she walked into the tent and blew out the light. She carefully stood in the shadow of the tent entrance and poked her head out to observe carefully. As for He Tianshu, he rushed out of his tent in the rain and immediately used his qinggong to rush towards Ouyang's tent. Although He Tianshu's tent was only a dozen steps away from Ouyang's tent, He Tianshu did not dare to be negligent. When He Tianshu arrived in front of Ouyang's tent, before he even got close, he heard a voice calling out, "Who is it?" He Tianshu quickly stopped and shouted, "It's me, He Tianshu." At this moment, the voice in the tent sounded again. "Captain He, please come in." When He Tianshu walked to the entrance of the tent's curtain was opened. He Tianshu looked up and saw Shernyo. When He Tianshu walked into the tent, he saw that there were already many people inside. Aunt Qin, Ouyang, Qiutong, Shernyo, and a few female disciples. He Tianshu did not delay and said to Shernyo, "Senior brother, you must have heard the commotion." Shernyo's face was stiff as he nodded and did not speak. He Tianshu knew his personality and did not mind. He turned to ask Aunt Qin, "Hallmaster Qin, what should we do?" Aunt Qin said, "We'll deal with the situation as it arises. Since things have reached this point, we have been too careless. Changgu, take a few disciples and prepare the horses. When the fight starts, mix together. Protect the manor lord and break out of the encirclement. Then return to the town we passed by a few days ago and find Landong and the others." A female disciple in the tent agreed and took 2 people out in the rain. Then, Aunt Qin ordered the rest of the disciples to go to their respective tents. She instructed everyone to take out their weapons and prepare for battle. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves that covered the sound of the rain stopped. He Tianshu walked out of the tent with his sword in hand. When he saw everything in front of him, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Not far away, there was a row of horses. It was hard to tell how many there were in the dark, but the horses stood still in the wind and rain. They must have been trained for a long time. The people on the horses were dressed in night clothes and had black masks over their heads. It was impossible to see the origin of this group of people. At this moment, Shernyo, Aunt Qin, and a group of male and female disciples all took out their weapons and walked out of the tent. They stood in the rain with their heads held high and faced the black-clothed people. Seeing that the people on the other side did not move, He Tianshu turned around to look at Shernyo and the others. He then circulated his internal energy and shouted, "Friends on the other side, why are you surrounding our camp? Is there a problem?" The black-clothed people on the other side still did not move. He Tianshu could not help but frown. Just as he was about to say something, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from behind the black-clothed people. It came from afar and soon arrived in front of them. The black-clothed people seemed to know that it was their helper. They all opened up a path for the horse to rush to the front. When that person arrived in front of everyone, they could only vaguely see a short black-clothed person sitting on a majestic horse. His face was also covered by a black mask. When the horse stopped, the black-clothed person lightly snorted. It was like a needle piercing into He Tianshu's ear, causing his blood and qi to surge. He Tianshu felt that he had to circulate his internal energy to suppress the surging internal energy. He Tianshu was shocked. This kind of internal energy was top-notch in Jianghu. He did not know who this person was, but he actually wanted to kill him tonight. Open up. Thinking of this, He Tianshu held his sword and cupped his fists. He circulated his internal energy and said, "The person in front must be a senior. I don't know why you can't forget my Misty School's disciples. If I have offended you in any way after today, I will bring a bramble and ask for punishment." The black-clothed person at this time also spoke. His voice was slightly hoarse and old. "You are only a low-ranking disciple of the Misty School. You don't have the qualifications to speak to me. There is also no need to curry favor with me. You must have seen today's situation clearly. If you know what's good for you, quickly surrender and obediently return with us. Otherwise, don't blame us for offending the heavens." Before he finished speaking, Aunt Qin's clear voice rang out, "The scoundrel on the other side, since you dare to sneak attack us, why don't you dare to show your true face? You dare to wander the Jianghu without daring to show your name." It was still the same old voice. He said calmly, "Aunt Qin's voice is still as good as ever. You also lived a carefree life in the Misty School. How would you know the feeling of drifting in the Jianghu? You must have forgotten it long ago. This kind of provocation is useless. You still want to stall for time. In this wilderness, what kind of reinforcements do you have? Stop the idle chatter and surrender. Otherwise, I will give the order." After he finished speaking, that person raised his right hand. Since things had come to this point, there was naturally nothing to discuss. In fact, He Tianshu's words did have the intention of stalling for time, but he also knew that this was just a fantasy. His side only had so much strength, and looking at the formation of the black-clothed men, he was afraid that they had already figured out his situation and looked as if they had already won. Looking at the black-clothed person's arm falling bit by bit, He Tianshu didn't dare to make a decision. He turned around to look at Aunt Qin and the stone cow. He saw Aunt Qin and the stone cow look at each other. Then both leaped up and pounced at the black-clothed person outside. Thus, He Tianshu didn't hesitate and also pounced in the other direction. As for the remaining disciples, they all roared and pounced with weapons in their hands. Only a few female disciples were left behind. They held long swords in their hands and protected Oyan's tent. When the black-clothed person saw the Misty School's group rushing out, his arm suddenly dropped and he spat out a word, "Kill." That voice actually caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The black-clothed people all swung their stirrups and dismounted. They tiptoed and went to meet the Misty School's group. In an instant, the two groups of people were standing together. Just as He Tianshu was about to charge forward, a black shadow suddenly swept past from above. With a sharp whistle, the shadow said, "Surnamed He, your opponent is me." Before the shadow finished speaking, a long sword pierced towards He Tianshu's chest like lightning. He Tianshu was shocked. He dodged with a sidestep and calmed down a little. He immediately formed a sword seal and returned the favor. The two of them attacked and defended each other. Sword light flashed. After dozens of moves, there was no clear winner. The stone ox also met an opponent halfway. That person was holding a chi-mei cudgel. When he waved it around, it made a humming sound. The falling raindrops seemed to be blown away by him. Although the stone ox didn't have a weapon, when he used the mighty King Kong hand, it didn't seem to be inferior to that person's. His moves were wide, and he only attacked the black-clothed man's vital points. As for his own body, other than his vital points, he still had to defend himself. As for the other places, when the cudgel hit them, it only made him frown slightly. Under the stone cow's reckless attacks, the black-clothed person couldn't help but be at a disadvantage. Today, Aunt Qin also abandoned her snake fist and took out her weapon. It was a flexible sword. Under Aunt Qin's dancing, it was like a nimble snake coming out of its hole. Every move drew blood. In just a short moment of contact with the black-clothed people, several of them were injured. Just as Aunt Qin was in the mood to kill, a red-tasseled spear suddenly came out from the side. Like a fierce dragon, it was aimed at her face. Aunt Qin didn't panic. She exerted strength in her legs and flipped into the air. The The spear barely pierced through her body. Aunt Chin was in the air and she stabbed her sword at the wrist holding the spear. The black-clothed person wasn't simple either. Seeing the spear miss and the flexible sword stabbing towards him, he squatted down slightly and dodged the sword. His left foot took the opportunity to kick upwards. It was aimed at Aunt Chin's abdomen. Seeing that this move didn't work, Aunt Chin immediately retracted her momentum and changed her move. Thus the two of them started fighting. At this time, all the black-clothed people, except for the one with the old voice who came last, had already dismounted and attacked. The old man in black sat steadily on his horse. Seeing that Tianshu, the stone cow, and Aunt Chin were all stopped by his own people, he finally calmed down and looked at the other battles. Oyen didn't bring too many disciples with her this time. After all, they were all trained by the Misty School. Moreover, which of them were mediocre? On the other hand, although the black-robed men outnumbered those from the villa, they could not bring too many people with them when they acted in secret, so they did not have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Moreover, in order to avoid failure and being found out by others, these black-robed men were not disciples of that gang, so their martial arts level was inferior to that of the disciples of Huanxi Villa. Therefore, when the two sides fought, 1 or 2 or 3 black-robed men fought against a disciple of a villa, but it was still a tie. When he saw the situation in the field, the old man in black calmed down and seemed to have a card up his sleeve. In his mind there was no need for his lord to be so cautious. He let the elites and 1 or 2 elders of the faction come over. Wouldn't they be dealt with quickly and easily? Even if they were recognized, what could they do? He was already his prisoner. What else could he do? However, his lord had always been cautious. He'd better act according to the plan. Anyway, the current situation was still under his control. As long as he captured the leader, he could go back and report. Thinking about this, the old man in black looked at the tent that Tianshu and the others came out of. There were still a few female disciples guarding it, blocking the entry of the black-clothed people. Just as the old man in black was thinking about Oyen, there were some changes on Tianshu's side. Tianshu stared at the black-clothed person for a while. Suddenly, he felt that the swordsmanship was somewhat familiar. After thinking carefully, he suddenly shouted, You're the second master of the robbery path a few days ago? You actually used a saber to perform swordsmanship. No wonder I felt that the swordsmanship was familiar. The black-clothed person laughed and said, Very good. The disciples of the Misty School are indeed extraordinary. You even recognized me like this. I used a saber to fight you to a draw. Today, I'll let you see my true power. After saying that, the swordsmanship changed again. It was fast and strange. In the night, Tianshu was not careful and was stabbed in the right arm. Fortunately, he saw it quickly and quickly withdrew his sword to protect himself. Only then did he suffer a light injury. Even so, the blood flowed down his arm and dripped to the ground with the rain. Tianshu saw that the situation was not good. He did not dare to hide anymore. He raised the tip of his sword and performed the secret swordsmanship of the Misty School disciples. One move after another, he fought with the black-clothed person again. Since the one who fought with Tianshu was the second master, then the one who fought with the stone ox must be the first master. Unfortunately, the first master used a chime stick today. His moves were completely different. Although his figure did not change, how could the stone ox recognize him? The stone ox was too lazy to think about it even if the first master was still using a saber. The question of how come the person who was beaten by me to vomit blood is standing in front of me now? Is his martial arts even better than that day? How could it be compared to smashing someone to death with a fist? Although the first master had considered the stone ox's martial arts, he had still underestimated it. Now it seemed that he had been at a disadvantage and could only hold on. However, his task was only to prevent the stone ox from being distracted. Wasn't the black-clothed old man, who was more powerful than the stone ox, still on the horse? Yes, the old man in black was still sitting on the horse and did not make any movements. At this time, the people of the Huanxi Manor were like a piece of meat on the chopping board. They were being pulled by the black-clothed person's saber bit by bit. They were only waiting for the final moment when the butcher's saber slid down. There was some ridicule in the eyes of the old man in black, as if he was playing a game of cat and mouse. He seemed to be able to hear the moans of the opponent in his ears. He enjoyed it very much. At this time the fighting in the field had reached its climax. From time to time there were screams. Perhaps it was the black-clothed person or the people of the manor. However, except for the old man in black and Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding in the shadow of the tent, the others probably had no time to care about it. In such a dark night, as long as they could save their own lives, it was more important than anything else. And our poor Zhang Xiaohua really did not know what to do at this time. In his 13-year life journey, he had experienced the fight in Luzhan and the fight with the bandits of Shizue Mountain on the way back to the Guozhuang house from 8 Mile Ditch. Although he was also a participant in these two fights, he played the role of a guinea pig from the beginning. Because he did not have any martial strength, he was knocked down with one kick. Now that he had a trace of power to protect himself, he was eager to have a try. On the other hand, Lu Zhen's encounter was not life-threatening. Although the fight in Shizue Mountain was very bloody, Lu Yueming controlled it very well. Zhang Xiaohua did not feel that his life was in danger. However, today was different. There were continuous fights in the field. From time to time people were injured and lost their lives. In the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua, this cruel scene gave rise to a deep sense of oppression. It made Zhang Xiaohua a little breathless. It made Zhang Xiaohua only want to escape from the scene. Moreover, didn't He Tianshu also tell him to find a chance to run away when the situation became chaotic? But what about Sister O and Sister Qiu Tong? For a moment Zhang Xiaohua was in a dilemma. However, he had forgotten that if he stayed, he would not be of any help. He was only standing on the side of his conscience and ignoring his own abilities. However, fortunately, for the time being, the black-robed men and the disciples of Huanqi Mountain Villa were in a state of balance. Although many people on both sides had lost their fighting capacity, they were still evenly matched. The black-robed men did not have extra people in the tent, so Zhang Xiaohua was still safe. There were 7 or 8 tents in the camp of Huanqi Mountain Villa. They were all set up around Oyan's tent in the middle. Zhang Xiaohua's tent was on one side. Just as Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, suddenly, he saw a sword light flashing behind Oyan's tent. The tent was cut open and several people came out. Because of the darkness, he could not see clearly, but they must be Oyan's group. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He moved and was about to run over there. However, at this moment, the black-clothed old man who was sitting on the horse moved his eyes. He exerted strength in his legs and stepped on the horse's back. His arms shook and he flew off from the horse's back like a big bird. He flew straight towards the tent in the middle. After a few leaps, he arrived in front of the tent. Please collect it, thank you. Chapter 126. Although Shernyo, Aunt Qin, He Tianshu, and the others were fighting with their lives on the line, some of their attention was focused on the old man in black. Now that they saw the old man fly into the camp, their hearts tightened and their moves became even fiercer. They wanted to quickly retreat and block the old man, but how could their opponents let them do as they wished? They also used all of their strength and attacked even harder. Even Shernyo's opponent, who was at a disadvantage before, quickly changed his moves when he saw the old man attack. His inner strength also became fiercer, causing Shernyo to be flustered and lose the upper hand. For a moment he couldn't escape. Presumably, this was the old man in black's wishful thinking. The old man in black arrived in front of the tent, but he didn't directly enter. Instead, he slowly walked to the back of the tent, as if he already knew that the people inside had broken through the tent and escaped from the back. Oyan and Qiu Tong, under the cover of a few female disciples, came out of the tent. They had just taken a few steps when they saw the old man stride towards them. They couldn't help but cover their mouths and almost cry out in shock. The female disciple named Chang'e pointed at the tent next to Zhang Xiaohua's and decisively said to Oyan, "Manor Lord, the horse is in the tent in front. You and Qiu Tong go over there. We'll go and block this old thief." After speaking, she waved her hand and the female disciples ran over from Oyan's side. They held long swords and stood between the old man in black and Oyan. Oyan looked at the backs of Chang'e and the others. She opened her mouth to say something but nothing came out. She only bit her lip and quickly walked towards the tent. When the old man saw Chang'e and the others blocking in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. You girls want to be mantises trying to stop a chariot. Why don't you throw down your long swords and this old man will let you live? I only want to capture this guy. I'm not interested in the others. Chang'e and the others didn't reply. When they saw the old man walk closer, they pointed their long swords and several people stabbed at the old man from different angles. But unexpectedly, the old man didn't fight back. He just kept walking forward, allowing the swords to pierce his body. Chang'e and the others were delighted, but then they were shocked. The old man must have something to rely on. Could these murderous swords still work? Sure enough, as the old man did not stop, the long sword stabbed into his body. Chang'e and the others felt that they were not stabbing into a person's flesh, but rather they felt as if they were stabbing into an iron plate. It was hard and there was a faint ding-dang sound. The long sword immediately bent under everyone's inner strength. The old man was very satisfied with this result. Heh. He shook his arms and used his strength to hit the curved long swords. Kacha. A few of the long swords actually broke from the middle. Moreover, the inner strength in the swords was not exhausted and rushed towards the female disciples' arms. The female disciples were all hit by a heavy object and fell backwards. One of them even vomited blood and fell to the ground. After the other disciples fell to the ground, they immediately jumped up. Their faces were pale and they held the broken swords in their hands. They couldn't stand steadily. Chang'e's situation was slightly better. Her long sword was not broken. She only stabilized her body and immediately rushed towards the old man. At this time, the old man was already walking towards Oyen. His back was empty, so he rushed towards Chang'e. Chang'e's long sword stabbed towards the old man. However, with such a big back, Chang'e didn't dare to try again. She only used all the strength in her body and stabbed towards the back of the old man's neck. As early as when Chang'e and the other female disciples blocked the old man in black, Qiutong supported Oyen and ran towards the hidden horse tent. However, the rain was still heavy and the ground was already very muddy. The ground by the river was uneven and now it was full of water. How could they see it? They accidentally stepped into a small puddle. When they picked up their feet, they didn't even know where their shoes had gone. But how could they care about that? They just blindly ran forward. Unfortunately, how could two weak women who had never practiced martial arts run far in such a short period of time? Oyen and Qiutong were only halfway there when Chang'e's sword stabbed the back of the black-clothed old man's neck. At this time, Oyen's feet sank as if she had stepped into a deep pit. Her right leg sank halfway into the pit, and her body instantly lost balance and fell to the right. Qiutong, who was supporting Oyen, was also caught off guard. She used all her strength to pull on Oyen's arm. But not only did she fail to support Oyen, but she also staggered and fell forward. At this time, a cry of surprise came from another tent. Sister Qiutong. A small figure ran from afar and ran towards Oyen and Qiutong, who had fallen to the ground. Wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua who was hiding in the tent? In fact, when he saw Oyen and Qiutong come out of the tent, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to run over. But before he could get up, the old man in black used his qinggong. Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were not good, but his senses were sharp and he quickly stopped. Chang'e and the others attacked the old man in black. Zhang Xiaohua also saw it clearly and his heart turned cold. But when he saw Oyen and Qiutong fall, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He shouted and ran out, wanting to support them to prevent them from falling on the muddy ground. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know qinggong. Before he could run out of the tent, Oyen and Qiutong each fell to the muddy ground with a plop. Their clothes were already soaked and their faces were smeared with black mud. After Oyen fell to the ground, she struggled to stand up. But it seemed that she fell too hard and for a moment she couldn't get up. Although Qiutong was covered in mud, she didn't dare to delay and quickly struggled to stand up. As for the sword-wielding Chang'e, when Oyen stepped into the mud, she circulated the qi in her dantian and injected all her strength into the long sword. Steadily, accurately, and viciously, she stabbed it into the back of the black-clothed elder's neck. The black-clothed elder seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. When the long sword filled with inner strength was about to pierce his neck, he suddenly turned around and stared at the tip of the sword that was approaching him. With a ding sound, the long sword stabbed into his palm. It was like stabbing into metal and sparks almost appeared. Then, the black-clothed elder clenched his fist and grasped the tip of the long sword in his hand. With a little bit of strength, he broke the tip of the sword with a kacha sound. Then he waved his hand and the tip of the sword shot towards Changa's chest like an arrow. Changa was shocked and quickly swung her sword to block it. But it was too late. Changa barely managed to tilt her body and dodge the tip of the sword. Unfortunately, the tip of the sword was too fast. Just as Changa's body moved, the tip of the sword was in front of her eyes. She only had time to dodge the tip of the sword. With a plop sound, the tip of the sword pierced deeply into Changa's left shoulder. A sharp pain came and Changa couldn't help but let out a low growl. The powerful force in the tip of the sword actually caused the injured Changa to lose her balance. She took a few steps back and with a plop sound, she also fell onto the muddy ground. Blood gushed out of her shoulder like a fountain and Changa fainted for a moment. The black-clothed elder stood there without moving. When he saw that Changa had fainted, he then walked towards Oyen. At this time Zhang Xiaohua had already rushed to Oyen's side and was reaching out to help Oyen up from the mud. The black-clothed elder walked slowly, looking at everything in front of him with ridicule. He had already noticed when Zhang Xiaohua rushed out of the tent. However, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua's steps were clumsy and heavy, and didn't even know the basics of lightness skills. Looking at his small figure, he was basically a child who had just started to develop. He only treated him as a manservant in Huanxi Manor, and naturally didn't take him seriously. He could deal with a disciple of the Misty School like Changa with a wave of his hand, not to mention a child. Perhaps he could take Zhang Xiaohua's life with just a finger. When Zhang Xiaohua helped Oyen up from the mud, Qiutong also got up from the ground. When the two of them pulled Oyen forward, one on the left and one on the right, they found that Oyen's right foot was injured and couldn't touch the ground. It must be because of this that Oyen couldn't stand up just now. Thus Zhang Xiaohua placed Oyen's right hand on his shoulder. He took a step forward and squatted slightly. His left hand took Oyen's left hand from Qiutong's and placed it on his shoulder. Qiutong was stunned and immediately understood. She quickly helped Zhang Xiaohua place Oyen on his back. Zhang Xiaohua's body had just started to develop, and he was still half a head shorter than Oyen. His thin and weak body looked a little thin on Oyen's back. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's arms were strong and it wasn't very difficult. By the time Qiutong placed Oyen on Zhang Xiaohua's back, the old man in black had already walked up to them. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he ran as if he was weightless. However, he didn't run towards the tent, but the small river by the side. Qiutong followed behind him. The old man in black watched Zhang Xiaohua and Qiutong's movements as if he was watching a play. He didn't disturb them and only frowned when Zhang Xiaohua ran towards the small river. He didn't care if Oyen and the others ran towards the tent on horseback. With his qinggong, even if Oyen was riding a horse, he was confident that he could catch up to her. However, in the current river, due to the rising water level, the riverbed was faster and the water was more turbulent. If Zhang Xiaohua jumped into the water, it would be like a cooked duck flying away. This was something the old man in black would never allow. Just as the old man in black was about to use his qinggong to catch up, suddenly, a tall man in black riding a horse arrived at the scene. Then a loud voice rang out, "Brothers, there are more than 10 fast horses coming from the distance. They are probably reinforcements from the Misty School. Let's cut the Gordian knot quickly." This abnormally loud voice was very familiar to the people in Huanxi Manor. Soon everyone remembered. Wasn't this the bandit who first appeared in the farce in the forest that day? It wasn't clear whether this guy was reminding his accomplices or encouraging the people in Huanxi Manor. Anyway, after this voice rang out, the people in Huanxi Manor immediately became energetic. On the other hand, the men in black seemed to be a little defeated. The balance that had been maintained for a long time was broken by this guy's voice. However, this instigator didn't have any sense of shame. He clapped his hands, turned his horse around, and rode in the direction he came from. It wasn't clear whether he would continue to explore or escape. The playful look in the old man's eyes immediately disappeared. He thought to himself, in that case, "Oh girl, don't blame me for being ruthless." Thinking of this, he immediately quickened his pace and used his qinggong to chase after Zhang Xiaohua, who was running in front of him. Not long after, he caught up with Qiutong. Seeing that he was about to catch up with Oyen, the old man in black didn't increase his speed to pass by Zhang Xiaohua to block his path. Instead, He maintained his speed and secretly circulated his qi. His hands immediately turned pale gold. At this time Cho Tong, who was beside him, saw the strange behavior of the old man in black and immediately shouted, "Xiaohua, behind you." Zhang Xiaohua, who was running, was still very sensitive. She had already sensed that something was wrong behind her. When Cho Tong reminded her, she immediately stopped. At this time the foundation of her martial arts was revealed. She stood steadily and turned around. However, the old man in black didn't stop. He continued to rush toward Zhang Xiaohua and Yan. His pale gold palm seemed to be about to swing out. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to put Yan on the ground. She just let go of her hands. She didn't care if Yan was standing on the ground or not. She exerted force with her right leg and rushed toward the old man in black. Yan and Cho Tong both knew how good Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were. He hadn't even learned a single set of martial arts. He hadn't even learned a single word about the inner strength cultivation method. If he rushed forward like this, it was no different from feeding the tiger with his own body. He was only trying to buy some time for Yan. Yan and Cho Tong both shouted, "Zhang Xiaohua." They actually sounded like they were about to cry. Actually, when Zhang Xiaohua was running with Yan on her back, she had already thought about it. Although Yan was the manor lord of Huanxi Manor, she usually treated her very well. She had taken good care of him during his time in the manor, just like how Lu Qian cared about him in the past. Not only did she allow He Tianshu to teach him martial arts, she also allowed him to read her treasured books. She even allowed Peng to teach him the inner strength cultivation method. He couldn't repay her for all of these. In this situation, whether it was Lu Qian, Cho Tong, or Yan, he would stand in front of them without hesitation. Even if there was a bottomless abyss in front of him. When Zhang Xiaohua rushed towards the black-clothed old man, he didn't blindly use his body to block the attack. His left hand skillfully took out the toy-like small sword from his chest. His left arm naturally displayed the fifth variation of the sword move that Elder Yu had taught him. A warm current flowed from his left arm and slowly moved forward along his left arm. The small sword also slowly pierced towards the black-clothed old man's throat. The black-clothed old man wasn't surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua turn around. He was somewhat surprised that Zhang Xiaohua had left Yan behind and rushed towards him. However, there was only a trace of mockery on his face. There were many people in this world who had lost their lives for justice. Today there would be one more. This young man didn't have any martial arts at all. Against him it was tantamount to a moth flying into a flame. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua take out a toy from his chest, the smile in his eyes became even brighter. How could this kind of child's toy hurt him? He originally wanted to ignore it and let it stab into his body. How could his iron cloth skill, which he had painstakingly trained for decades, be weak? However, he saw this young man stab his sword very steadily. Although the sword was very slow, the angle and timing were very good. The direction of the sword was also his throat. For the sake of caution, the black-clothed old man still raised his left hand and blocked in front of his throat. He was prepared to snatch Zhang Xiaohua's toy just like he had grabbed Chang'e's long sword. At the same time, the black-clothed old man's figure didn't stop. Instead, he continued to move forward. His right palm turned towards Yan, who was beside Zhang Xiaohua. His goal at this time was no longer to capture Yan. Instead, he wanted to kill her under his pale golden palm. Yan and Cho Tong had just finished shouting when they saw the black-clothed old man's palm. They immediately understood his intentions and couldn't help but turn pale. Even Chang'e and the other female disciples couldn't stop this Jianghu expert. How could Zhang Xiaohua be his opponent? How could they escape from his evil clutches? Just as they were thinking, Zhang Xiaohua's small edgeless sword had already hit the black-clothed old man's palm. That warm current just happened to flow into the small sword at this time. The sword and palm collided, but there wasn't a dang sound like Chang'e's long sword. It also wasn't as the black-clothed old man imagined that Zhang Xiaohua would be sent flying on the spot. Instead, there was a poochie sound, the sound of flesh being pierced. That small edgeless sword actually pierced through the palm filled with internal energy. Moreover, its momentum didn't decrease. The black-clothed old man's heart was greatly shocked. How could he still care about hitting Yan with his pale golden palm? When the palm was halfway through, it immediately changed direction and hit Zhang Xiaohua's chest. At the same time, he immediately circulated his internal energy to his throat, only to make his throat as hard as a real piece of iron. He waited for the small sword to be deflected with a dang sound. However, something strange happened. Zhang Xiaohua's sword pierced the black-clothed old man's throat. It only paused for a moment. Immediately, like piercing through tofu, there wasn't the slightest bit of resistance as it entered the black-clothed old man's throat. The black-clothed old man was horrified as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened and his mouth opened. He couldn't say anything. At this time, his right palm had already struck Zhang Xiaohua's chest. However, following the piercing of Zhang Xiaohua's small sword, the strength in his palm had already lost 40% of its strength. However, how could Zhang Xiaohua withstand just 60% of his strength? Zhang Xiaohua flew out diagonally from the black-clothed old man's palm. She had already fainted in the air. She didn't have time to spit out the blood in her mouth. Even Oyen, who was beside her, was affected. She spat out blood from the impact of the black-clothed old man's palm and fell to the ground dispiritedly. As for the black-clothed old man, it was even worse. When his right palm sent Zhang Xiaohua flying, the small sword in his throat was immediately pulled out. Not much blood flowed out from his throat, only a bit of red. However, this bit of red was already enough to take the black-clothed old man's life. His bleeding left hand clutched his throat as he looked in disbelief at Zhang Xiaohua, who was sent flying in the air. His legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Before he died, his eyes were still open. He really died with a grievance. One sword. Just one sword. Zhang Xiaohua killed this nearly invincible black-clothed old man on the spot. Chapter 127. When the black-clothed old man flew into the camp using his Qinggong, Shernyo, Aunt Qin, and he Tianshu wanted to break away from their opponents and go back to help Oyen. However, the black-clothed man had already figured out their situation. These 3 black-clothed men were specially sent to deal with the 3 people from the Misty School. Their martial arts were also extraordinary. In a hurry they couldn't get rid of them. However, while everyone was fighting for their lives, they were also anxiously watching the situation at Oyen's side. Chang'e and the other female disciples' resistance, as well as Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, were all seen by the 3 people. However, the black-clothed old man's super-strong internal energy and terrifying iron shirt martial arts. Even if Shernyo himself went up, he might not be able to gain an advantage. Therefore, the 3 people, including the disciples of the villa, were all disheartened. They were afraid that today these people from the villa would be buried here. However, in the end there was a major change in the situation. The Misty School actually had reinforcements. Especially Bandit Jia's loud voice. It reignited the desire to live in Huanxi Villa. The more they fought, the braver they became. On the contrary, the black-clothed men changed their strategy. They fought while retreating, approaching the horses outside the camp. The 3 black-clothed men who were fighting Shernyo and the others also had the intention to retreat. When the black-clothed old man used his Qinggong to chase after Zhang Xiaohua, they all fainted and left the circle, leaping towards the horses. At this time, if Shernyo and the others wanted to keep these 3 people, it wouldn't be difficult. However, the 3 main forces of the Misty School weren't people who were fond of fighting. Their mission was to protect Oyen. Seeing their opponents retreat, they didn't chase after them and immediately used their Qinggong to fly towards the black-clothed old man. In their minds, the black-clothed old man didn't immediately make a move at first. Instead, he used his Qinggong to exhaust their fighting strength. His goal was to capture Oyen alive. Although they were far away from Oyen and definitely wouldn't be able to save her in time, if the 3 of them attacked the black-clothed old man together, they might be able to take Oyen back. Moreover, the reinforcements would be arriving soon. Perhaps it would be an elder from the school. This was Aunt Qin and the rest's wishful thinking. However, when they were still halfway there, they heard Chotong shout. Only then did they notice the black-robed elder's pale golden palm. The 3 of them were greatly alarmed. How was this elder going to capture Oyen alive? He was clearly going to take her life. Thus, the 3's footsteps quickened. However, how could they cross such a distance in an instant? They could only helplessly watch as a tragedy unfolded. However, they had guessed the beginning of the story but not the end. Until the black-clothed with Chotong, they didn't know what had happened. They They didn't understand. But they didn't know they were with O. By the time the three arrived at the scene, everything was over. Aunt Qin rushed forward to check on O Yan's injuries with Qiu Tong. Shernyo carefully walked in front of the black-clothed old man. He looked at his corpse from afar to confirm whether he was really dead. Tianshu, on the other hand, looked in the direction Zhang Xiaohua had been sent flying to find Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, the group of black-clothed men who were still alive had already returned to their horses. They all mounted their horses. The people from Huanxi Manor didn't chase after them. They only held their weapons and stood in front of the campsite. The rain continued to fall. The sound of the rain couldn't cover the sound of horse hooves approaching. The three leaders who disguised themselves as robbers had all seen the black-clothed old man die. Although they didn't know what had happened, it was a fact that he was dead. It was very unrealistic for them to take Oyan's life with just the few of them, not to mention the Misty School's reinforcements that were about to arrive. Thus, the first leader thought for a moment. He waved his hand and gestured. He took the lead and galloped in another direction. The remaining black-clothed men ignored the corpses in the campsite and followed him. The people who were standing outside the campsite with swords and sabers couldn't help but cheer when they saw the black-clothed men leave. There were even a few people who relaxed and fell to the ground, throwing their swords and sabers to the side. At the same time, the sound of horse hooves in the distance finally came closer. The person on the horse saw the tent in the campsite and quickly shouted, "Are you the brothers from the Misty School?" Wasn't that the voice of Lan Dong, who they saw a few days ago? A disciple who recognized Lan Dong also quickly responded, "Brother Lan, you're finally here. It's us." When Lan Dong heard the response, half of the stone in his heart was lifted. He swung the stirrups and dismounted. Seeing the sorry state of the people, his heart tightened again. He quickly asked, "Where is Manor Lord O?" Everyone pointed to O Yan's location. Lan Dong immediately rushed over, ignoring the mud on the ground. When Lan Dong arrived, Aunt Qin had already taken O Yan's pulse. Lan Dong saw that O Yan's eyes were closed and her face was pale. He anxiously asked, "How is Manor Lord's injury?" Aunt Qin frowned and said, "Her life should be fine. It's just that Manor Lord's body is weak to begin with. Now that she was injured by that old thief, her internal injuries are not light. She will need a long time to recover." Hearing this, Lan Dong's uneasy heart finally settled back into his stomach. At this time, the stone cow also walked over. Aunt Qin asked doubtfully, "Is that old thief dead?" The corner of the stone cow's mouth curled up. He said, "Yes, he's dead. A sword pierced through his throat. He couldn't be more dead. Yes, he died with his eyes wide open." Then he asked, "How is Manor Lord?" Aunt Qin smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Zhang Xiaohua blocking the palm for Manor Lord. The last palm was also aimed at Zhang Xiaohua. Manor Lord was only affected by it. It's no big deal. She'll probably wake up tomorrow." The stone cow was surprised. "She'll only wake up tomorrow? This isn't serious?" Aunt Qin said, "Isn't this much better than what we expected?" The stone cow also nodded and said, "That's right. It's all thanks to Zhang Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua? Lan Dong was puzzled. How come he had never heard of this name? From the sound of it, her martial arts must be very strong. However, there didn't seem to be this name among the martial uncles. Could it be an elder of the sect? Could it be that the elder had already arrived before him? That was impossible. He had rushed here from the town without stopping to rest. How could that elder fly here? Just as Lan Dong was surprised, Tianshu dragged his heavy steps out of the darkness and rushed over. As he ran, he shouted, "Zhang Xiaohua is missing. She probably fell into the river. Quickly find a brother who knows how to swim and look for her in the river." What? Zhang Xiaohua fell into the river? Aunt Qin, the stone cow, and Qiu Tong all cried out in alarm. O Yan was already seriously injured after being hit by the black-clothed elder's palm. That Zhang Xiaohua was hit in the chest by the pale golden palm. What kind of injury was that? With this kind of injury and falling into the rushing river, Zhang Xiaohua, could he still thinking of this? No one dared to think any further. Aunt Qin quickly said, "Shernyo, find a brother who knows how to swim and quickly search the surroundings. Lan Dong, send a group of accompanying brothers to ride along the river." See if there's anything along the way or in the river. Shernyo and Landong received the order and stood up. However, Landong only took 2 steps before turning back and asking, Hallmaster Qin, what does the Zhang Xiaohua look like? Only then did Aunt Qin remember. How did Landong know about Zhang Xiaohua? She quickly said apologetically, she's just a 12 or 13-year-old child. She's seriously injured. You'll know once you see her. 12 or 13-year-old child? Landong felt a wave of dizziness and wondered if Aunt Qin was wrong. Eldest sister Qin saw that Landong was stunned and frowned. She's just a teenager. Why aren't you going to look for her? Okay. We'll send people. Landong seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly got up to assign people. Only then did Aunt Qin and Chotong carefully carry the unconscious Oyen back to the tent. The heavy rain poured down and the night was as dark as ink. Between heaven and earth, there was endless darkness. It was already past midnight, but Huanxi Manor's camp was still noisy. They had just been attacked and no one could guarantee that the enemy wouldn't come back again. Landong only brought a dozen or so disciples, and they were all ordinary disciples with average martial arts skills. The black-clothed men had hurriedly retreated because Landong's arrival had broken their advantage in strength. They didn't know how many people the Misty School had. More importantly, the black-clothed old man who was in charge of the situation was the most likely person to capture Oyen. However, he was killed by an inconspicuous youth. This disrupted the plan they had been planning for many days, and they had no choice but to retreat. If they had figured out the Misty School's current strength, they might not have returned immediately. Therefore, other than the injured disciples who had returned to their tents to rest, the other disciples' hearts were still beating fast and they were on high alert. Although Huanxi Manor's camp was near the river, and it was already very unsafe in this dark night, the enemy might still be spying on them. Many factors determined that they couldn't move rashly for the time being. They could only wait for the sky to brighten before making any plans. For the same reason, there weren't many disciples who went to look for Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, all the disciples in the camp already knew what had just happened. They also knew that Zhang Xiaohua had not only saved Oyen but also everyone in the camp. The black-clothed old man's martial arts skills were obvious to all. Even if Landong and the rest came to the rescue in time, the dozen or so of them were far from being a match for the black-clothed old man. Everyone's fate was inevitably the same as Oyen's, and they were all killed by the old man's palm. They knew that Zhang Xiaohua was hit in the chest by the black-clothed old man's pale golden palm, and they already knew that he was most likely killed on the spot. Even if he still had a breath left, his severely injured body was swept into the river, and even if there was only a little bit of life left, it would be extinguished. They were also willing to go to the river and follow the river to look for Zhang Xiaohua. However, the river was turbulent and they didn't know where he had been washed away. Moreover, the sky was dark and it was raining heavily. The torches were extinguished, so where could they find the light to look for him? Although He Tianshu's men and those who rowed down the river were anxious, they also knew that they were doing their best and leaving the rest to fate. At the beginning, He Tianshu still shouted a few times with a loud voice, and several disciples also followed suit. But suddenly He Tianshu seemed to have realized something, and he shut his mouth and stopped shouting. At the same time, he also stopped the others from shouting. The disciples were very puzzled at first, and wanted to ask the reason, but when they saw He Tianshu's tense face, they didn't dare to ask more. After thinking about it carefully, they couldn't help but secretly admire He Tianshu. He was really worthy of being a captain. When they shouted like this, didn't they let the black-robed men know their whereabouts? Captain, he was really meticulous. He Tianshu didn't know that his position in the hearts of others had suddenly risen by a lot. He only thought about it blindly. Sigh, it's already past midnight. The disciples who went down the river to look for Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see far in the dark. Moreover, the safety of the campsite was more important. Therefore, they soon returned. When He Tianshu saw that they had returned, he stopped searching and called for those who were searching in the river and nearby to return to the campsite together. His heart was filled with sadness. When He Tianshu returned to the tent in the center of the campsite, Aunt Qin and Chotong hurriedly came up to him with eager faces. They asked, "Did you find him?" He Tianshu shook his head silently. Chotong's tears flowed down with a whoosh. She gritted her teeth tightly. Aunt Qin also muttered, "Poor child." Everyone was silent. After a while He Tianshu asked, "Is the village lord all right?" Aunt Qin nodded and said, "He's all right. There aren't any changes. We can only know the specific situation when the doctor sees him tomorrow morning." He Tianshu said, "It's Zhang Xiaohua's wish that the village lord is fine. I'll go stand guard outside first. If the black-clothed man comes back, it'll be troublesome." He Tianshu was about to leave when the stone cow came in from outside. Seeing He Tianshu, he asked, "You still haven't found him?" He Tianshu said no. The stone cow sighed and turned to Aunt Qin. "I've already checked that old thief." Aunt Qin and He Tianshu's eyes lit up. They asked in unison, "Who is it?" The stone cow shook his head and said, "This person has old injuries on his face. His face has long been disfigured. I can't tell who he is. The light golden palm and iron shirt aren't high-level martial arts. There are at least 100 people in Jianghu who have reached his level. It's not easy to find him." Aunt Qin nodded and said, "What about the other corpses? Did you find any clues?" The stone cow shook his head again and said, "These people have all gone through strict training. They all wore ordinary night clothes and didn't carry anything. Their weapons were also common in Jianghu. It's hard to find anything." Aunt Qin thought for a moment and said, "No matter. Keep these corpses and weapons well, and bring them back to Misty Mountain Villa. If we can't identify them, the experts in the sect will do it. Leave this matter to them." The stone cow agreed and was about to leave. At this moment, Aunt Qin called out to him and asked, "How did that old thief die?" Hearing this question, He Tianshu looked at the stone cow anxiously, wanting to know the answer. The stone cow's expression was strange and said, "There were 2 wounds on that old thief's body. One was his left palm, which seemed to have been pierced by something. The other was his throat, which seemed to have been pierced by a sword. I don't know how Zhang Xiaohua did it. At that time the sky was dark and I couldn't see clearly. What about you?" Aunt Qin shook her head. What a joke. The sky was so dark and it was raining. Although one could see things in the dark when one's internal energy was strong, she hadn't reached that level yet. When the stone cow heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, "Then it can only be a mystery. This Zhang Xiaohua probably didn't have much luck." Alas, this fellow was frank and outspoken. His words made everyone feel sad. At this moment, He Tianshu suddenly asked, "Brother Shi, were the wounds on that old thief's hand similar to those of a long sword? Just narrower than a normal long sword?" The stone cow was stunned and didn't understand why he asked this. He nodded and said, "Yes." He Tianshu's eyes lit up and asked again, "Then were the wounds on his throat also smaller than those of a normal long sword?" The stone cow seemed to understand this point and said, "Yes, brother you're right. Then what kind of weapon did these old thieves use to kill them?" He Tianshu smiled bitterly, and told them about the toy sword that Zhang Xiaohua was given to him when he bought the long sword. It was fine if he didn't talk about it, but after he talked about it, everyone was even more confused. That toy sword had no tip, so how could it pierce through the old man's throat? How could it pierce through the old man's palm? Don't forget, the old man practiced the light golden palm and the iron shirt. Even the sword of a female disciple like Chang'e couldn't pierce through the old man's body. How did Zhang Xiaohua do it? This was really a mystery. The sky finally brightened, but the rain didn't show any signs of stopping. Under the watchful eyes of the Misty School's disciples, the black-clothed man didn't return. Everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That unbearable and unforgettable night was finally over. Oyen was still unconscious, but judging from her pulse, it was still very stable. This was considered a blessing in disguise. Since the village head was unconscious, Aunt Qin was naturally in charge of everything. They couldn't stay in this campsite any longer, and with Oyen's condition, it was probably impossible for them to go south. Moreover, there were still unknown black-clothed men hiding nearby. Even if Oyen was fine, Openg, who was far away in Pingyang City, would definitely not agree to let Oyen go there again. Hence, when the sky was slightly brighter, Aunt Qin gave the order to pack up the campsite and return quickly. Naturally, they couldn't take the old route on the way back. Aunt Qin followed Landong's instructions and went on the nearby official road. She redrew the route back to Pingyang City. She would rather take a long detour than take the small roads. She would rather travel slowly and stay in a town for the night. Furthermore, Landong quickly reported the robbery to the higher-ups and requested for more people to come and assist them. When Yen woke up, it was already afternoon. The first thing she did when she woke up was to ask about Zhang Xiaohua's situation. After listening to Aunt Qin's explanation, she felt dejected. Everyone's decision wasn't wrong, and it wasn't realistic to send people to look for him now. It would be better to wait until they met up with the people from the Misty School. As for Aunt Qin's decision to return to Pingyang City, Yen didn't have much objection. Peng originally didn't agree to her coming out this time. She had coaxed and pestered him to let her go. She thought that she was just a village head and didn't have any grudges in the pugilistic world. What danger could she possibly be in? However, the cruel reality told her that humans were harmless but tigers hurt people. Anyone who survived in the pugilistic world couldn't forget this cruel rule at any time. However, no matter how hard Yen racked her brains, she couldn't remember who exactly she had offended. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 128. Yan's caravan traveled for a few more days. Although the sex elders hadn't arrived yet, elite disciples from the Lotus Escort Agency and Misty School's strongholds in the surrounding towns had arrived. Yan's safety could be considered guaranteed. After that, Aunt Qin issued an order for the nearby sex disciples to follow the river and search for Zhang Xiaohua's body. There would be a great reward if they found it. Thus, other than the disciples who had a mission, everyone else followed the river to search. However, until the 7th day when Li Jian, Li Lao, Lu Qingyang, and Lu Laowu rushed over from Pingyang City and received Yan's carriage, there was still no news from Zhang Xiaohua. Was Zhang Xiaohua dead? Or alive? On that day, that night, and that moment, Zhang Xiaohua was struck in the chest by the black-clothed elder and immediately fainted. Her body was sent flying and fell diagonally towards the river. Zhang Xiaohua was originally running towards the river with Yen on her back. The place where they exchanged blows wasn't far from the river. Zhang Xiaohua's body was small and the black-clothed elder's palm strength was vigorous. Although this palm strike couldn't directly send Zhang Xiaohua into the river, only half of her chest was left on the river bank. At that time the river was so turbulent. In less than a moment, the river water rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua's legs and dragged her into the river. By the time He Tianshu searched for her, Zhang Xiaohua had already been washed far away. Speaking of which, Zhang Xiaohua was lucky. If the black-clothed elder's palm strength had increased by just a bit, Zhang Xiaohua would have directly fallen into the river with a plop. Then she would have sunk and been washed away. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua's legs entered the water first. Her upper body was dragged into the water, but her head was above water. Otherwise, even if she wasn't beaten to death by the black-clothed elder, the river water would have drowned her. The unconscious Zhang Xiaohua's body was extremely relaxed. Thus, it was very easy for her to float on the river. At this time it was already midnight. The unconscious Zhang Xiaohua was once again in a flickering dream. However, it was unknown if he could see it. In the darkness, Zhang Xiaohua floated in the water and flowed down 3,000 feet with the current. However, this Zhang Xiaohua's drifting was different from others. Generally, when someone fell into the water, they would first float for a period of time. They would either sink into the water or reach the shore and be stranded there. This was what Aunt Qin and the others had imagined. Thus, they had the disciples search along the river. However, this Zhang Xiaohua was different. It was unknown whether it was because she was still small, or because her body was light, or because she was having a flickering dream. Her small body seemed to be weightless as she floated in the river. The small sword she held tightly in her left hand also seemed to have lost its usual weight. Zhang Xiaohua's body was like a floating wooden board. She was as fast as the current. Thus, when He Tianshu sent people to search for her the second time, Zhang Xiaohua had already been washed to an unimaginable distance. Later, the people He Tianshu sent only found a distance that they thought was far based on their experience. However, this far was something that Zhang Xiaohua had already surpassed. At daybreak, the rain still hadn't stopped. The river became even more turbulent. Zhang Xiaohua floated on the river like this for an unknown distance. When it was almost evening, Zhang Xiaohua finally floated to a roundabout bend in the river. It was unknown how far this place was from the place where Zhang Xiaohua had fallen into the water. Beside the river bend was a simple straw hut surrounded by a few fences. In the open space of the straw hut, there was a wooden frame that extended into the river. At this moment there was a girl about 10 years old sitting there, holding a fishing rod in one hand and propping up her cheek with the other. Her eyes were listless as she stared ahead. The girl was wearing a light yellow dress and was very neat. Her long black hair was tied up from the top of her head with a handkerchief and casually scattered behind her head. The girl's face was like a duck's egg. Her eyes were big and there were small eye bags. Her skin was fair and there was a dark red beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. This girl wasn't extremely beautiful, but her clear black and white eyes and slightly raised eyebrows showed her imposing temperament without a doubt. At the girl's age, it wasn't the season of spring yet, so why was she frowning? At this moment, the fishing rod in the girl's hand seemed to have caught a big fish and slipped out. The girl didn't seem to have noticed. Suddenly, a loving voice came from the straw hut. "Silly child, if you're distracted again, not only will you not catch the fish, your fishing rod will also be stolen by the fish." Only then did the girl wake up from her dream. She quickly grabbed the fishing rod that was about to slip out of her hand. When she raised her eyes to look into the river, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Abbess, it's a dead person." The person in the house exclaimed and walked out. It was a kind-looking old woman in her 50s. She wore extremely clean moon-white clothes, and there was a long sword hanging from her waist. The old woman quickly walked to the front of the frame. When she looked carefully, at the end of the fishing rod on the hook, wasn't it the unconscious Zhang Xiaohua? The girl looked at Zhang Xiaohua's corpse and sadly said, "Poor child, he probably fell into the water like me. His family must be very sad if they can't find him." As she spoke, she seemed to have touched something in her heart. The worry on her face became more obvious. The abbess looked at the corpse in the water and said, "Then let's fish him out. Although we don't know where he fell into the water, it rained heavily last night and the river has risen a lot. It won't be easy to find where he came from. Why don't we bury him here so that he won't be soaked in the water and become food for the fishes and turtles?" The girl's miserable expression didn't lessen. She only nodded and used her strength to pull the fishing rod back. When Zhang Xiaohua was pulled to the shore, the abbess walked closer and didn't avoid anything. She stretched out her hand to pull Zhang Xiaohua's arm. Fortunately, the frame on the water wasn't very high and the water had risen a lot today. The abbess leaned forward slightly and grabbed onto Zhang Xiaohua's arm. The abbess grabbed onto Zhang Xiaohua's arm and was about to use her internal energy to pull him to the shore. Suddenly, she looked happy and shouted, "He's still alive." When the girl heard this, she was also very happy. She quickly came over to help. However, she was small and weak. What could she do to help? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's body wasn't heavy. The abbess only used one hand to pull him out of the river. She was just more careful than before. When the abbess saw that the girl wanted to help, she smiled and said, "Go boil some water and make some ginger soup. This child has been in the water for who knows how long. He must be cold. Drink some ginger soup to dispel the cold." When the little girl heard this, she skipped and ran away. The worry between her eyebrows seemed to have lessened a little. When the abbess carried Zhang Xiaohua to the straw hut, she changed his wet clothes and wrapped him in a thick quilt. Then she carefully checked his pulse and used her internal energy to check his body. Her expression became even more serious. At this time, she saw that Zhang Xiaohua's left hand was tightly holding onto the small sword. She tried to pull it out with her hand, but it didn't budge. She then put Zhang Xiaohua's left hand and the small sword in his hand into the quilt. When the girl walked into the straw hut with the bowl, the abbess was still frowning. She seemed to be thinking about something. The girl carefully asked Abbess what happened to him. Can he still be saved? When the abbess saw that the girl was worried, she smiled and said, "He didn't fall into the water for no reason. He suffered a very serious internal injury and was thrown into the river by someone." When the girl heard this, she became even sadder and said, "He's about the same age as me. Who could he have offended? It must be a bad person who caused him to be like this. Abbess, aren't you a martial arts expert? You must save him." Hearing the girl's words, the abbess couldn't help but feel ashamed. She had been in the martial arts world for too long. Her considerations were too complicated. Just now, she was actually thinking whether this youth was a bad person. She couldn't see it clearly as a little girl. How could a teenager be a bad person? Since this was the case, how could she not save him? Thus, the abbess ordered the girl to go out and put a wooden basin in front of the Kong. Then she helped Zhang Xiaohua up and put him in a meditative position. Then she sat behind Zhang Xiaohua and put her palms on his back. She then used her sex's unique healing method to help Zhang Xiaohua heal the injury from the light golden palm. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua's face gradually became rosy, and there was a faint steam rising from his head. The abbess' right palm pulled out and immediately Zhang Xiaohua's back. Then she used more strength and with a paw sound she slapped his shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth opened and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood into the wooden basin. Most of the blood was black and had already solidified. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua spit out the blood clots, the abbess let out a long breath. She withdrew her palms and carefully laid Zhang Xiaohua flat on the Kong. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face was slightly rosy, and his breathing was also slightly stable. His forehead was covered in sweat and there were signs that he was alive. The girl quickly took the wooden basin out and poured the dirty blood into the river. When she returned to the house, she carefully asked, "Abbess, is he cured just like that?" The abbess smiled and said, "How can it be that simple? I only forced out the clogged blood. He has never practiced internal energy and his meridians are still blocked. Using internal energy to treat him won't be very effective. Only medicinal stones are the best way to treat him. That's the skill of a doctor and I can't do it. But where can we find a doctor in the wilderness? The nearest town is a day's journey away, and he'll have to use his qinggong to get there. How can he withstand the bumpy journey with his injuries? I'm afraid he'll lose his life before he reaches town." The girl frowned and said, "Then what should we do?" The abbess continued, "I don't know which bastard injured this child, but the attack was very vicious. All the organs in his body have been displaced. If the injury to his heart was even a little heavier, he would have died long ago. However, he was probably thrown into the river. During this period of floating in the water, it was like sleeping on a Kong bed. The organs in his body were not damaged and are already recovering slightly. I still have a few good healing pills here. I'll give it to him in a while and see the effects. Now the only thing we can do is to rest quietly and see how his luck is." The girl seemed to understand and nodded slightly. She looked at the ginger soup that had already turned cold and said, "Should I still feed it to him?" The abbess smiled and said, "That won't do. Just now he thought he slipped and fell into the water. The ginger soup can dispel the cold, but now he has internal injuries. This ginger soup is something that stimulates the body. If we let him drink it, won't he die? You'd better change it to some plain water and feed him some pills later." The girl obeyed and went to get some plain water. The abbess took out a white porcelain bottle and carefully opened it. She poured out a thumb-sized black pill from the bottle, and then pried open Zhang Xiaohua's teeth. She stuffed the pill into his mouth and washed it down with plain water. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still had the consciousness to swallow, the abbess became more confident. Zhang Xiaohua's arrival did not affect the abbess and the girls' lives too much. The abbess still went out in the morning and came back in the evening. She would only check on Zhang Xiaohua's condition at night and feed him a pill. The girl would stay in the straw hut and either stare blankly or wander around aimlessly. Most of the time, she would sit by the river with a fishing rod and fish with a lot on her mind. Only the river was turbulent every day. She did not know where it rained. However, nothing else appeared in the river and she did not catch any fish. A few days passed like this and the weather became colder. It was almost winter and the girl could not stand the cold. She already wanted to start a stove in the straw hut. The abbess's originally calm mood started to become irritated. Her brows would frown from time to time. She seemed to have encountered a huge problem. The girl seemed to have noticed the abbess's abnormal mood. She really wanted to ask but did not know how to start. That night, after the abbess fed the last pill to Zhang Xiaohua, the girl asked, "Abbess, your pills are gone. How are you going to feed him tomorrow?" The abbess took Zhang Xiaohua's pulse and sent a wave of internal energy into his body to check. She said, "There are only so many pills. If there is an effect, then it is enough. If there is no effect, then it is useless no matter how many pills there are." The girl was a little worried and said, "Then how is he now? Is there any effect? Don't let our Baba fish him up and bury him. That would not be worth it." The abbess smiled and said, "Saving people is the process. There is no guarantee that there will be an outcome. With a merciful heart, it is enough. However, you don't have to worry. This child recovered very quickly. It is beyond my expectations. His life should not be in danger. I just don't know why he has not woken up. If this goes on, it will not work. I still have to return to the sect before the end of the year. You also have to go with me. I cannot leave you in the deep mountains. But, if he still does not wake up, do we have to take him with us?" The girl smiled and said, "Then let's take him with us. If you take me in, then I will take in another." The abbess patted her little head and said, "You make it sound so easy. My sect has always taken in women and not men. Even if there are male disciples, they are mostly outer sect disciples. Moreover, I have never thought of taking in a male disciple." The girl spread out her hands and said, "Then we can only take him with us. We will send him to the nearest town and let him fend for himself." The abbess said, "Don't try to provoke me. Let's not talk about sending him to the town first. If he fends for himself with his situation, once he reaches the town, he will self-destruct." The girl blinked and said, "Then maybe he will be fine before you finish your task?" The abbess smiled and said, "There is no maybe. When I looked for that place, it was already—" At this point, she suddenly realized something and smiled bitterly, saying, "You little girl, if you want to ask, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush? However, this matter involves a lot of things. I cannot let you know for now. Even if others ask, you can't say anything more, understand?" The girl said disapprovingly, "I understand, abbess. I will keep your secret." The abbess knew that she did not take it to heart, but did not point it out. She continued, "It seems that my task will not be completed this time. However, I have long been mentally prepared. I will continue to do it in the future. Let's wait a few more days. Looking at the time, we can still make it back to the mountain." The girl pouted and said, "I will listen to you, abbess. I have nowhere to go anyway." The abbess patted her head and said lovingly, "It's okay. You will have a place to go in the future." 2 days later, in the wee hours of this day, when the morning sun shone brightly, Zhang Xiaohua, who had been unconscious on the bed of the straw hut, suddenly opened his eyes. In his black eyes, a ball of light flashed and disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua, who had just woken up, looked at the unfamiliar cottage in front of him and felt very strange. However, after thinking for a while, he roughly knew how he felt. He tried to turn over and sit up, but when he lifted his chest slightly, he immediately felt an unbearable pain in his chest. He could not help but groan and lie back down on the bed. Thus he turned his head and looked around. He opened his mouth and wanted to call for someone, but just as he was about to speak, his chest also hurt. He could not shout loudly and could only call out softly, "Is there anyone?" His voice was very weak, like a cat's meow. Who could hear it? Luckily, Zhang Xiaohua could still move his arm. Just as he wanted to move, he realized that his left hand was still tightly holding onto the small sword. Zhang Xiaohua sighed with emotion as he held the small sword in front of his eyes with difficulty. Looking at the familiar toy, he once again had doubts in his heart. What exactly was this? Was it really a toy? Normally, when practicing sword moves, it would be understandable to stab into a tree or a rock. However, the martial arts of the old man in black was something that even the disciples of the ethereal sect could not stab into his body with a long sword. For this small sword to be able to stab into his body so easily, it was really inconceivable. Moreover, this small sword was not sharpened. Zhang Xiaohua was thinking when he suddenly heard a clear voice. "You are awake?" Zhang Xiaohua turned his head to look. There was a little girl standing at the door with a figure similar to his. Her face was like a duck's egg, and it was a little red from the cold. Her big eyes were flashing with a trace of surprise, and she was holding a fishing rod in her hand. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Was this the child of a fisherman? She went fishing early in the morning to make a living? However, she did not look too beautiful, but the temperament between her eyebrows could not lie. What kind of fisherman's child would be so imposing? Sure enough, the girl quickly put down the fishing rod and shouted, "Wait here, I'll tell the master now." After saying that, she turned around and ran out. Her black hair fluttered, leaving behind a beautiful scenery. Not long after, the master quickly walked over and said happily, "God bless, you finally woke up in time. Let me take a look first." After saying that, she walked to Zhang Xiaohua's Kong and took his pulse. Then she transferred a strand of true qi into Zhang Xiaohua's body and said, "Not bad, child. You have recovered very well. In these 10 days, you were actually able to recover half of your injuries. Your body is really not ordinary. You are full of vitality. Sai, it's good to be young. You can recover so quickly from your injuries." Chapter 129. Hearing that she had been unconscious for more than 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart. The attack on the rainy night was still vivid in her mind. She didn't know how O Yan and the others were doing. That old man in black was probably killed by her. But were the people who came later really the Misty School's reinforcements? If O Yan and the others were out of danger, they must be looking for her. More than 10 days had passed. Who knew where they had found her? She wanted to ask the mistress where she was, but she didn't even know where she had fallen into the water. She also didn't know how far she had drifted along the river. What was the point of asking? Thus Zhang Xiaohua could only force herself to stay awake. She looked at the mistress and said softly, "Thank you, mistress, for saving my life." The mistress touched her forehead and said with a smile, "This child is really sensible. If you want to talk about saving your life, you have to thank this girl first. If it wasn't for her fishing you out, who knows where you would be drifting now?" "Fishing me out?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She immediately remembered that she saw the little girl holding the fishing rod and immediately understood. She looked at the little girl beside her with gratitude and said softly, "Then I still have to thank Miss for saving my life." The little girl smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome. I only saw you. Fishing you out and feeding you medicine were all due to the mistress. I don't dare to take the credit." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank the mistress and miss for their kindness." The mistress saw that Zhang Xiaohua was a bit tired and said, "All right, since you're awake, take your time to recuperate. We can talk about these things later. Sleep for a while first." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he nodded his head slightly. He had only said a few words when he felt that his body was drained of energy. He just wanted to sleep. When he heard the abbess's instructions, he quietly closed his eyes and fell asleep not long after. When Zhang Xiaohua woke up again, it was already evening. With the little girl's help, Zhang Xiaohua struggled to eat something. Only then did she regain some energy. Not long after, the mistress also returned. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had woken up and was in good spirits, she was also full of joy. The mistress helped Zhang Xiaohua sit up and put the quilt behind his back. Then she put him on the quilt and the three of them began to talk. Naturally, the mistress asked about Zhang Xiaohua's origin. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Mistress, my name is Zhang Xiaohua. I work in a Chinese medicine field in a mountain villa. This time, I went to the south with the owner of the villa to do something. On the way, we were attacked by bandits at night. I was beaten by an old man in black and fell into the river. As for the exact location of the villa and the owner's name, when I left the villa, someone specially told me not to reveal my whereabouts. I don't know their exact whereabouts now, but I think it's best to keep my promise and not tell you. What do you think?" In fact, the mistress didn't mean to get to the bottom of it. She was just asking. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua kept his promise, she was happy in her heart. She had been in the Jianghu for so many years, and it was rare to see such a simple child. Of course, the mistress didn't mean to make things difficult for Zhang Xiaohua. Just as the mistress was about to speak, the little girl next to her laughed out loud and said, "Xiaohua, your name sounds nice. Why does it sound like a girl's name?" "Xiaohua. Xiaohua. It reminds me of the little white flower on the top of the mountain." This was the second time that Zhang Xiaohua heard others say that his name was funny. However, seeing the little girl's flower-like smile, he didn't have any bad feelings. He only said weakly, "I don't think there's anything wrong with the name my parents gave me." "Then what's your name?" This was a very ordinary sentence, but in the little girl's ears it was like a thunderbolt. The little girl's face turned pale. She bit her lips and held back her tears. Under the mistress's pitiful gaze, she said, "I don't know what my name is. I seem to have forgotten everything, but at the same time I remember everything. But I just can't remember. My previous life seemed to be a dream. I can't explain it clearly. The mistress sighed and said, I met her some time ago in the barren mountains. At that time she was also unconscious. When she woke up she had forgotten everything. She didn't even know her name. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mistress is really a good person. You saved me and this little girl in a row. Your merit is boundless. That's right, little girl. Since you were in a dream before, now that you've woken up, you have a new life. You should be happy. If you don't have a name, you can give it a new one. I think no matter if it's in a dream or not, you only need to keep your true self. How about I call you Meng? When the little girl heard this, her eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Meng, that's right. All living things are dreams. I'm no exception. From now on, I'll be called Meng. Thank you, Zhang Xiaohua. The mistress clapped her hands and said, That's right. Zhang Xiaohua, you look like a scholar. How come you're a farmer? Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, My family was poor since I was young. When I was young, I wasn't smart. My father didn't let me study much. During this time, I read a lot of books, so I know some things. Little Meng saved me, so giving me a name can be considered as forming a good karma. Then Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, I still haven't asked for Shirtai's name. I'll remember it in my heart and repay you in the future. The Shirtai said with a smile, Actually, you're not a person of Jianghu, so there's no harm in me telling you. However, for some reason, you only need to remember that my name is Jingxian. And during this time, it's best to remember it in your heart and not tell others. Zhang Xiaohua said solemnly, I know Shirtai. Everyone has their own privacy and secrets. We should all give each other some space. I'm already happy that Shirtai doesn't blame me. I'll treat Shirtai's matter as normal. Shirtai said with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua's words are reasonable. Everyone knows that taking a step back makes the world better. But how many people understand? If they really understand, how much less bloody can there be in Jianghu? It's a pity that Jianghu is a place where fists matter. When your fists are hard, you'll have reason and won't care about other people's privacy and secrets. Zhang Xiaohua, I hope that when you grow up in the future, you can remember what you said today and do what you said. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, I know Shirtai. I'll try my best to do it. The three of them talked for a while. Shirtai saw that Zhang Xiaohua was tired, so she let him rest and pulled Xiaoming out. In the next few days, Shirtai still went out early and came back late. Zhang Xiaohua's injury also recovered rapidly. Shirtai was very surprised by this situation. She had personally checked Zhang Xiaohua's injury. It was serious and abnormal. According to her idea, it would take at least a few months of rest. So she had been thinking about how to deal with this matter. Now it seemed that Zhang Xiaohua's recovery in these 10 days was comparable to others' recovery in 1 or 2 months. Was it really because her pill was effective? Or was it because Zhang Xiaohua was young and easy to recover? Looking at Shirtai's surprised eyes, Zhang Xiaohua also thought of her elder brother's injury that day. Didn't Zhang Xiaolong's internal injury recover very quickly last year? At that time, everyone thought that it was because of the spring water at home. She had been out for almost a year and had not drunk the spring water for a long time. Was it because she had drunk the spring water before? The spring water could cure internal injuries. This kind of thing was just thinking about. If she said it out loud, she would be said to have a brain problem for no reason. So Zhang Xiaohua could only keep her mouth shut. In fact, the reason why Zhang Xiaohua had been in a coma for more than 10 days was naturally because her body had automatically healed her injury. The longer she was in a coma, the better the recovery. Now that she had woken up, her injury was of course recovering rapidly. Zhang Xiaohua did not know this, and neither did Shirtai. However, it did not matter whether she knew or not. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was getting better day by day. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua and Xiaoming were still in the cottage. Zhang Xiaohua could already walk on the ground. She slowly moved to the door of the cottage. Outside the door was the warm sunshine, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel warm. Xiaoming did not go fishing. She threw the fishing rod aside and also sat down barefoot. She asked Zhang Xiaohua, Brother Xiaohua, where is your home? Who is in your family? Can you tell me? I will definitely keep it a secret for you. I won't tell anyone. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Xiaoming's face in the sunshine and smiled. She said, This you can tell me. There is no need to keep it a secret. My family lives in Guozhuang House, a small village in Lu Town. However, don't ask me where Lu Town is. I have never seen a map, so I can't tell you clearly. My family now has my father and mother, as well as my elder brother and sister-in-law. Second brother and I came out to make a living. I used to have a grandmother who was very good to me. She just passed away last year. Speaking of his grandmother, Zhang Xiaohua thought of many things again. Therefore, he told Xiaoming about how he started to open up Wasteland last year, dug wells, went to the market during the new year, met bullies and saved Lu Qian. In the end, he talked about how his elder brother met the bandits in Shizue Mountain when he married, and how his grandmother passed away at his elder brother's wedding. He talked for a whole morning. In the end, not only did Zhang Xiaohua cry sadly, but even Xiaoming also cried. She was sad for the experience of Zhang Xiaohua's family, and the death of Zhang Xiaohua's beloved grandmother. Xiaoming looked at Zhang Xiaohua enviously and said, "Brother Xiaohua, you have a harmonious and loving family. I really envy you. I don't know where my home is, and I don't know where to find it." Zhang Xiaohua comforted her and said, "Everyone has a home and so do you. Maybe you don't know where to find it now, but it doesn't mean that you don't have a home. I believe that you will be able to find your home in the future, your father and mother. Moreover, Shirtai is very good to you now. She loves you as much as her mother." Xiaoming said with a smile, "Xiaohua, you are right. I must have a home, and like you, I must have a lot of family stories. My family is also very loving. When I remember or find it, I will tell you, okay?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "No problem, Xiaoming. I believe I will wait until the day you tell me. Moreover, if there is a chance in the future, I am very willing to invite you to our Guozhuang house. My father, mother, elder brother and sister-in-law will all like you very much." Xiaoming also smiled. Her smile was like a flower, and in an instant, the slightly cold shell just now faded away. Perhaps this was the true temperament of a teenage girl. At this moment, Xiaoming only wanted to stretch out her small hand and make a pinky promise with the youth who was still recuperating. But when her small hand was halfway out, she thought that this was just a young game. Perhaps it was not suitable for her to do so at this age. A blush appeared on her face, and she quickly withdrew her small hand. The youth in front of her looked extremely ordinary, and his face was pale because of his illness. However, he was the first playmate in her memory. Although this playmate was most likely lying on the bed, the home he mentioned gave Xiaoming perfect expectations. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua's home, Zhang Xiaohua's people, and Zhang Xiaohua's things all left a very deep impression on Xiaoming. Shirtai gave her the care of an elder, while Zhang Xiaohua gave her the joy of a companion. This perhaps was called fate? The sun was shining brightly, and the river was gurgling. On this endless continent, there might be stories of joys and sorrows happening every day. However, at this time, it belonged to the boys and girls beside the cottage. Only with support and trust would there be hope and a future. That night, Shirtai came back very late. He also looked extremely tired. However, Zhang Xiaohua and Xiaoming had never been nosy people, so they did not ask much. The next day, Shirtai did not go out, which was unusual. Instead, he called Zhang Xiaohua and Xiaoming to the cottage. Zhang Xiaohua had a premonition. As expected, Shirtai first checked Zhang Xiaohua's injuries, and then said, "Zhang Xiaohua, your injuries have stabilized. There are no major problems. In the future, you just need to rest." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, "This is all thanks to you, Shirtai. Thank you so much." Shirtai smiled and said, "You are still so polite. We have lived together for more than 10 days, and I even see you as my nephew. Don't mention the words of thanks again. However, the end of the year is approaching, and I can't stay here any longer. Tomorrow, we will set off for the encampment of our sect. Xiaoming will go with me. What about you? What are your plans?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked Shirtai, "What do you think I should do?" Shirtai said, "Your injuries are not serious. You can barely go with us. There may be changes on the way, but with me it won't be too serious. I can put you in the nearest town and then you can make your own plans. You can find a way back or you can recuperate in the town." Zhang Xiaohua asked again, then Shirtai, "I want to ask again. Xiaoming, what are your plans?" Shirtai smiled and said, As for Xiaoming, I plan to take her back to the sect first. Her aptitude is average and she is old. Although it is not suitable for her to practice martial arts, it is not difficult for me to take her in with my status. Let's not talk about practicing any peerless martial arts. As long as she can protect herself and live a stable life in the future, it will be enough. Xiaoming had been worried about her future, but she was indifferent and sometimes was too lazy to ask. This time when she saw Zhang Xiaohua asking for her and Shirtai thinking for her so thoroughly, her eyes could not help but turn red. She walked to the Shirtai, pulled her sleeve and said, Shirtai, thank you. Shirtai lovingly touched Xiaoming's head and said, Xiaoming, it is my fate to meet you. Looking at you now, you have the shadow of me in the past. Since I have some ability to take care of you, I am naturally willing to help you. In this Jianghu, it is not necessarily full of schemes and tricks. There is also warmth. Xiaoming seemed to understand and nodded. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that there was such a good thing, he cried, Shirtai, you accept one disciple, 2 disciples are also accepted. Why don't you accept me as your disciple? Shirtai smiled and said, although there are male disciples in our sect, they have never been pro-disciples. Male disciples also belong to the outer sect. I can't accept male disciples. If you are willing to go to our sect, I can consider finding someone to accept you. However, you are old and have passed the best time to practice martial arts. This martial art may not be able to succeed. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was cold. Why did these masters have this argument? Forget it. Thinking of Oyan's promise, he was still a little disheartened and said, I just want Shirtai to teach me. If it is someone else, then forget it. Shirtai said, you child, to be able to enter my sect, even if you are an outer sect disciple, the requirements are extremely high. However, she didn't want to say the name of the sect, nor did she want to force Zhang Xiaohua, so she didn't say anything more. Zhang Xiaohua said again, Abbess, I've thought about it and decided that I won't follow you to the nearest town. As you said just now, there are still some problems. First, I'm afraid that if anything happens, it will affect your plans. Second, if you bring me along, won't it also affect your itinerary? I'll just stay here and recuperate from my injuries. Besides, this place is near the river, so my companions might find their way here in the next few days. If I leave now, won't I miss them again? Shirtai was silent for a moment and said, Zhang Xiaohua, what you said makes sense. It's better to be quiet than to move. You'd better recuperate here. The surroundings are very safe and there is enough food for you to spend the new year. By the way, I'll tell you the route to the town later. Don't get lost in the end. After saying that, Shirtai told Zhang Xiaohua the route from the cottage to the town in detail. Then she took out some silver from her arms and gave it to Zhang Xiaohua. Only then did she take Xiaoming out to pack their things. Perhaps it was the last time she would spend with Shirtai and Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaohua felt that time passed abnormally fast. Unknowingly, it was evening. The sun was setting, and a faint red color hung on the west mountain. Zhang Xiaohua held her cheeks and sat alone by the river. At this time, Xiaoming quietly walked over. Like Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaoming sat by the river with one hand behind her back. She looked at the sun in the distance and asked, What are you thinking about? Zhang Xiaohua said, I'm thinking that the ancients said that the sunset is infinitely good. It's just that dusk is near. This beautiful time is always short. Xiaoming was also sad and said, It's precisely because it's short that it's beautiful. If it lasts for a long time it will be boring. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Xiaoming is right. We've only met for more than 10 days. Naturally it feels good. If it's more than 10 years, what will happen? Xiaoming's face was a little red. She didn't know if Zhang Xiaohua said it unintentionally, or if she listened attentively, or if it was the reflection of the setting sun. Please collect it, thank you. Chapter 130. In fact, Xiaoming was still thinking too much. Zhang Xiaohua was just expressing his feelings. He didn't have any girls to play with since he was young. These 10 days were when his body was at its weakest. Suddenly there was a girl around his age who took care of him and talked to him. He felt very good. Naturally, he would think about how it would feel after a long time. How could he know anything now? Of course, he didn't know what was the first awakening of love. Then Zhang Xiaohua said, It can be considered fate to accompany you in this wilderness. However, after parting today, I don't know when we will meet again. Looking at Shirtai's intention, you have to practice martial arts well. When your martial arts are great, when you go to Jianghu to do chivalrous deeds, you may be able to meet again. Xiaoming thought and said, Gid Xiaohua, I don't know which sect Shirtai is in. Can you tell me where you are? Zhang Xiaohua was silent and said, I didn't join any sect. I only practice some incomplete fist techniques. As for other things, I told you everything I can. This is related to the safety of some people. It's better if I don't say. Ai, poor Zhang Xiaohua. Why didn't he know anything about a girl's thoughts? Can't you just say a few more words? However, it was his behavior that made Xiaoming feel that he was different from others. Xiaoming nodded and said, I know that Xiaohua Gij is from Lu Town and lives in the Guozhuang house. That's enough. Then Xiaoming bit her lower lip. The hand that had been behind her back stretched out in front of her eyes. She said to Zhang Xiaohua with a trembling voice, Xiaohua Gij, after parting today, I don't know when we will meet again. I found this in my own purse. I carry it with me. I don't remember its origin, but it looks a little familiar. It must be something that belongs to me. Now I will give it to you as a souvenir. When Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully, he saw that the jade-like girl was holding a pair of pearl hair clips. He couldn't help but be shocked. He waved his hand and said, How can I dare to accept such a precious thing? Xiaoming said angrily, What's so precious about it? Was it because it was valuable? But even if it was worth a lot of money, if no one used it, how much money would it be worth if it was casually thrown away? But even if it was a worthless item, if someone cherished it, wouldn't it be more valuable than this item that no one wanted? If you don't want it, I'll just throw it into the river. After that, he was about to throw it away. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and hurriedly said, Don't throw it away. I'll take it. He hurriedly caught it with his hand and muttered in his heart, This is worth 4 or 5 taels of silver. Wouldn't it be a pity to throw it into the water for no reason? How could Xiaoming hear his thoughts? Seeing him take it, she also smiled sweetly. However, after that, Zhang Xiaohua rummaged through his body. Then he awkwardly took out his toy sword and handed it to Xiaoming. Xiaoming didn't know why, but she reached out to take it. Unexpectedly, the toy was very heavy. She wasn't careful and almost slipped to the ground. Xiaoming used her strength to hold it in her hand. Then she heard Zhang Xiaohua say apologetically, The ancients said that it was impolite to come and go. But after searching all over my body, I only have this one thing. How about I give it to you as a souvenir? Xiaoming looked at this abnormally heavy and black thing. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, Such a precious thing, how do you want me to hold it? The word heavy was pronounced very heavily. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and spread out his hands. He said, But I only have this one thing. Xiaoming saw that he really gave it to her. Her eyes turned and she said with a smile, Then I'll accept it. However, this little thing is too heavy. It's not convenient for me to hold it. How about I leave it with you first? After saying this, she laboriously handed it over. Zhang Xiaohua tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then he took it and said, Then it's a deal. From now on, this thing is yours. I'm just temporarily keeping it. Xiaoming smiled and nodded. But when Zhang Xiaohua put the small sword into his arms, he still felt that it wasn't appropriate. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then he patted his forehead and said, Got it. Then from the pair of pearl hair clips in his hand, he took out one and gave it to Xiaoming. He said, You give this pearl hair clip to me. It's mine. I'll give you another one. How about we each take half? When Xiaoming heard this, her face flushed red. It seemed that blood was about to drip down. She looked at the pearl hair clip in her small hand. She didn't know whether to take it or not. She just wanted to give her first playmate a souvenir. But this Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have misunderstood something. If this pair of pearl hair clips was taken by a man and a woman, what would it become? What did it mean? Was Zhang Xiaohua hinting at something? Should she take it or not? Should she explain it to him? She had a trace of affection for Zhang Xiaohua, but it shouldn't be to this extent. It seemed that whether to take it or not was a problem. However, immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's words fell into her ears. This pair of pearl hair clips is worth 4 taels of silver. I'll keep half of it, which is only 2 taels of silver. My heart can be considered stable. Xiao Meng's face was still red. She fiercely glared at Zhang Xiaohua, stamped her feet, and snatched the pearl hair clip from Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She rebuked, "Stable your dead head." After that, she turned around and ran back to the cottage. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. He murmured, "Wasn't it fine just now? I kindly gave you a pearl hair clip. How did it become like this?" Then Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously looked at the sky and muttered, "It's not raining today. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? You don't need to take the clothes." Until the night's rest, Xiao Meng's face was as cold as ice. She didn't give him any smile. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what he had done to offend her. When he woke up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua found a small cloth bag beside the Kong. He opened it and saw some scattered silver inside. He couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. At the same time, he also had a bad premonition. So he took the cloth bag and hurried out. Sure enough, the house was empty. Shirtai and Xiao Meng had left long before dawn. Zhang Xiaohua held the warm cloth bag in his hand. He understood that Shirtai was really a good person. He had already given him some silver yesterday. Now that he was leaving, he was afraid that he wouldn't have enough. The next time he saw him, he must pay him back double. However, he didn't notice that the cloth bag with silver was Xiao Meng's handkerchief. This was normal. As long as it was something with silver, he would only look at silver. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the door of the cottage and was stunned for a moment. Then, he came back to his senses and went back to the house in disappointment. When the Shirtai left, she must have come to his house to say goodbye. However, she couldn't wake him up. He must be surprised. This was also good. He left quietly and didn't take away any clouds. He didn't want to hold hands and look at each other with tears. He was speechless. At this time, a person dozens of miles away was also thinking, "Why does Zhang Xiaohua sleep like a pig? He doesn't wake up no matter how I call him." There were usually 3 people in the cottage. Suddenly there were 2 less people. The loneliness increased greatly. During this time, Xiao Meng didn't leave his side and often talked to him. Although Shirtai didn't appear in the cottage usually, Zhang Xiaohua could always see her sooner or later. So, he felt that there were people in the cottage usually. Today, he was left alone in the cottage. He felt bored every moment. Since Zhang Xiaohua learned how to read, he had been using books to pass the time. Now where would there be books in this shabby cottage? So, he came to the open space in front of the cottage again. He wanted to get into a posture and practice the Big Dipper magical fist. However, after just a few moves and some twists and turns, he felt a sharp pain in his body. He had to stop with cold sweat on his face. What should he do? However, Zhang Xiaohua saw the small mountain not far from the cottage and had a new idea. He had been in the cottage for a long time, but he had never stepped out of the cottage. Now it was the same. It was a good thing to go to the back. So not long after, Zhang Xiaohua took a small stick that he found in the cottage and used it as a crutch. Holding it with his left hand, he walked to the back of the cottage step by step. However, just as he turned around the cottage, he found that there was a very high hill behind the cottage. With his current illness, it would be difficult to climb over. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to walk along the side of the hill. He just wanted to find a place where the slope was slightly lower. As expected, after walking for a while, there was a place where the slope was slightly lower. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and carefully climbed up with the help of the small stick. When he reached the top of the hill, he saw a different scene. This was a flat land full of trees. The bleak winter wind blew all the trees in his eyes, leaving only bare branches reaching to the sky. The ground was full of fallen leaves and weeds. The hill that he saw in the cottage was at the end of his vision. It was also the end of the forest. At a glance, he didn't know how far it was. Zhang Xiaohua walked along the high hill for a while, and found a place where he could go down. Then he slid down the high hill. The forest was full of fallen leaves. It was very comfortable to walk up. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and walked forward. There were some birds chirping in the forest. The chirping was very moving. Occasionally, there were the sounds of small animals jumping between the branches. Zhang Xiaohua heard it clearly. They should be squirrels. Even after walking for a while, he heard the hurried sounds of leaves and weeds in the forest. At first, Zhang Xiaohua thought that there were people walking like him, but the sounds were hurried and intermittent. After listening for a while, he suddenly realized that it was probably some rabbits looking for food for winter. Thinking of small animals, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Life in the cottage was very peaceful. They didn't even have to eat meat. It had been a long time since he smelled meat. He was craving it. If he could catch a rabbit or something like that to eat, how good would that be? But what about his own injuries? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small walking stick in his hand and gave up this idea for the time being. Zhang Xiaohua continued forward for a while, and looked up at the small mountain again. It was still not far away. Only then did he understand the true meaning of the phrase, "A mountain runs to its death." If he insisted on continuing forward, he would be exhausted to death today. So be it. He just came out for a walk. There was no reason for him to be exhausted. He casually picked up a few dry branches on the ground and turned back. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua thought of a problem. The Shirtai went out early and came back late every day. In this place where birds shit every day, what was there to be busy with? However, the Shirtai's lightness skill was very good. Naturally, she could move around a wide range. Maybe she was looking for something? Maybe she was looking for someone. Maybe she was thinking about the problem, or maybe she was going back the way she came. But not long after, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the front of the high slope. Looking at the high slope that he had to climb up with difficulty, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake his head. The Shirtai had its own way of doing things. Wasn't he worried for the ancient people? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and began to climb up the ladder. Walking back to the cottage, Zhang Xiaohua was already covered in sweat. However, his body was also very comfortable. Life was about exercise. The ancient people didn't lie to him. The rest of the time was also boring. Zhang Xiaohua took the fishing rod left by Xiaoming and wanted to go fishing. However, he couldn't find a suitable bait near the cottage. He had to learn from Xiaoming and throw the fishing line into the river. Looking at the flowing river, he prayed that the fish would take the bait. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was not sincere. God didn't hear his prayer. God didn't send him any fish and he didn't catch anything. However, this boring time was spent by Zhang Xiaohua. After a few more days, Zhang Xiaohua felt much better. Then he tried to practice boxing again. Although there were many places where he still couldn't fully perform, his hands and feet became more flexible. He didn't look sick anymore. It was getting colder day by day. However, Zhang Xiaohua had a question that he couldn't figure out. He remembered that when winter came last year, he was still very afraid of the cold and wore a cotton-padded jacket early. However, he didn't know how it was this year. The cold wind was blowing. Although the snow hadn't fallen yet, it was already cold. He was still wearing the jacket that he wore when he came out of the Huanqi mountain villa. Why didn't he feel cold? It was really strange. Was this place already in the south? Was it not as cold as the Guozhuang house in winter? After immersing himself in the boxing for a few days, Zhang Xiaohua didn't find the answer to his problem. However, the problem of boxing was solved with time. Zhang Xiaohua could now perform the whole set of Fist of the North Star with difficulty. The Fist of the North Star was also magical. No matter how slow or fast Zhang Xiaohua's speed was, as long as he practiced it over and over again, the flow would definitely appear by the 9th time. Of course, the difference was still in the amount of the flow. In the past, when Zhang Xiaohua practiced boxing in the mountain villa, he could only produce 3 different flows of hot and cold in the morning and at night. Since he didn't have to farm in the cottage, he spent all his time practicing boxing. However, after repeated practice, he found that the flow didn't appear without limit. Zhang Xiaohua practiced boxing 81 times a day. After 9 flows appeared in his body, no matter how fast or slow Zhang Xiaohua practiced boxing, the flow would never appear again. Could it be that the flow could only appear 9 times a day? Actually, in addition to practicing boxing, Zhang Xiaohua also tried to practice the sword moves that Elder Yu taught him. This time, he was able to kill the black-robed old man in the night attack completely because of this sword move. Zhang Xiaohua deeply understood the importance of these 16 life-saving changes. How could he not practice properly? Unfortunately, this sword move couldn't be compared to boxing. It was basically flashing and moving in the air. After practicing for a while, Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt that his body couldn't take it anymore and stopped. However, it wasn't without results. When Zhang Xiaohua stopped, he immediately thought that if he had immediately performed other changes after stabbing the black-robed old man's throat, that palm that almost killed him wouldn't have hit him. Of course, this was just a thought. However, there were only changes in the sword move and no changes in the footwork. This sword move would always be a heroic suicide. Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind was probably far from reaching that level. Zhang Xiaohua's boxing was practiced day by day. He also slowly practiced his sword moves. His body was also getting better day by day. However, there was still no news of the person he was waiting for. No matter if it was on land, no one passed by. Even in the river, there were no boats. Sometimes Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. How did this Shirtai find this cottage? Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. Should he wait or not? Perhaps he should have left with the Shirtai at that time. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was hesitating, the first snow of the new year finally fell. Actually, as for whether it was the new year or not, Zhang Xiaohua already couldn't remember. However, when he saw the snow, he naturally thought of the new year. He would just take it as an auspicious sign of the new year. Since the first time, Zhang Xiaohua had also gone to the woods behind the cottage several times. However, he returned empty-handed. Now that it was snowing heavily, it was a good opportunity to hunt. One morning, Zhang Xiaohua took his small crutch again and went straight to the high slope behind the cottage. Everyone had a habit, and Zhang Xiaohua was no exception. He still took the route that he had chosen for the first time. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into this snow-white world, not only did he feel that the world was full of ice and snow, but he also felt lucky that there were many animal footprints on the thick snow. He guessed that he wouldn't return empty-handed this time. However, when Zhang Xiaohua really walked into the woods, he realized how wrong he was. The thick snow was either flat as before, or there were countless shallow and small traces. Where could he find the footprints of rabbits and other animals? On this vast land, it seemed that only his footprints came from afar. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and identified the direction. He walked towards the distant hill. Perhaps there would be delicious prey there. Perhaps it was snowing. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua rarely heard the chirping of birds. He guessed that they were all hiding in their nests and slacking off. According to Zhang Xiaohua's observation, there were no traces of animals on the snow. However, there was nothing strange. The snow was still falling. Perhaps it had been buried long ago. After walking for a while, the hill still seemed to be far away. However, this time Zhang Xiaohua was determined. Thinking of hunting there, he didn't give up early like the previous times, unless he could find rabbits in the woods. However, cunning rabbits always had 3 burrows. How could Zhang Xiaohua, who didn't have much hunting experience, find them? Therefore, the greedy Zhang Xiaohua could only trudge on the snow with difficulty. Please collect, thank you. Chapter 131. Zhang Xiaohua walked for a whole morning, but the snow seemed to show no signs of stopping. The more he walked, the more inconvenient it became. From time to time, there was a tendency for him to slip. Zhang Xiaohua could only carefully rely on the small walking stick. In the forest, the world was full of snow and branches. In addition to the falling snowflakes, there was only the squeaking sound of Zhang Xiaohua's feet stepping on the snow. In this environment, it was actually impossible to distinguish between north and south. Not to distinguish between north and south, but to Zhang Xiaohua, who had no sense of direction, there was not much difference. He only needed to look up at the small mountain. After not looking for a while, he suddenly looked up and found that he was much closer to the small mountain. However, Zhang Xiaohua's interest was not in the mountain, but the animals that could be eaten. After walking for a long time, he did not find the wild rabbits that were commonly seen on the mountain of Guozhuang House. Even the squirrels jumping on the trees were rare. How could he catch them to eat? Zhang Xiaohua was more and more surprised. However, if the squirrels hibernating in the tree hole knew Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts, perhaps they would collectively wake up from their hibernation and bite him together. We usually dance on the tree. It's fine if you admire us. Now that the snow has sealed the mountain, we are sleeping. You want to eat us? Do you want us to live? If scholarly Jinfeng knew, he would secretly give him a copy of Man and Nature, and then secretly feel ashamed. It was because of the teacher's laziness that he did not teach strictly. Zhang Xiaohua looked around just like this as he ceaselessly moved forward. As he walked, his eyelids suddenly twitched, and he immediately stopped moving. When he narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, he couldn't help but be overjoyed in his heart. Wasn't there a gray-colored and plump wild rabbit a few tens of steps away from him? Was that not the braised rabbit leg that he had been yearning for day and night? Since she had found her prey, Zhang Xiaohua began to carefully move forward. She moved lightly, afraid that she would disturb the dazed rabbit's state of mind. Unfortunately, even though Zhang Xiaohua had the experience of chasing chickens and rabbits when he was young, it was just a child's play. When it came to real hunting, he was far from being able to catch this silly rabbit in the snow. Look, when he was only a few feet away, the rabbit's long ears shook, and it immediately broke free from the state of being one with the rabbit. It was no longer a silly rabbit. At this moment, it had inherited the glorious tradition of the rabbit spirits. The souls of Bugs Bunny, Roger Rabbit, and Zhang Xiaohua were all possessed at this moment. At this moment, this silly rabbit was no longer a rabbit facing Zhang Xiaohua. It was all the rabbits that were being hunted. At this moment it ran away, quickly distancing itself from Zhang Xiaohua. Rabbit run. How could Zhang Xiaohua let the braised rabbit leg that was right in front of his mouth escape? He immediately chased after it, throwing the situation of his body's injuries to the back of his mind. Alas, sometimes the human body could still control the body. Thus, the man and the rabbit began a chase in the snowy wilderness. That rabbit was clever, running very fast and changing directions from time to time, making it very difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to chase. On the other hand, although Zhang Xiaohua did not run very fast, he had the advantage of continuously exerting his strength. This horse dance took half a day, and his physical fitness was not for show. After chasing for a while, he did not feel anything. It was just that the injuries in his body had not healed, and there was pain from time to time, which did not allow him to exert his full strength. He could only maintain a certain speed, chase after the rabbit, and wait for the rabbit to be tired, and then capture it in one fell swoop. Zhang Xiaohua's little abacus crackled loudly, and his strategy was also very correct. Indeed, after chasing for a while, the rabbit's footsteps slowed down slightly. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart, and put more strength into his feet. But as he chased, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. In front of him was a flat open ground, and not far from the flat ground was the small mountain that he had always wanted to see. It turned out that during the chase between the man and the rabbit, he had already unknowingly run out of the big forest. However, with the prey in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua did not have the time to admire the scene of a dancing silver snake in the field, and only chased after the rabbit that was also slightly dazed. The rabbit was also not careless. Hearing the sound behind it, it put more strength into it, and ran diagonally towards the small mountain. Not long after, it ran to the front of the mountain. The rabbit also changed its speed from just now and ran slower. It must have been exhausted by Zhang Xiaohua's chase, but the mountain in front of it was not as high as the slope behind the cottage. It was very steep, so how could the rabbit climb up? It originally thought that it was a way to escape, but when it got closer, it found that it was a hopeless situation. The rabbit paused for a while, and ran along the mountain in a direction. Zhang Xiaohua naturally chased all the way. The rabbit ran slower and slower, and Zhang Xiaohua was getting closer and closer. Just a few more steps, Zhang Xiaohua could reach out and catch it. However, at this moment, the rabbit suddenly stopped and sniffed around with its nose. Its long ears turned, and it looked back at Zhang Xiaohua, and then turned its head and ran towards the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua saw this from behind, and could not help but be amused. Could it be that this silly rabbit had become stupid after being chased by her? Running into a rock by itself? The ancients said that the cloud could protect the tree and wait for the rabbit. They really did not deceive her. However, what happened next made Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drop. The silly rabbit ran into the mountain rock, but it did not die as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. Instead, she felt a faint light flash, and the gray rabbit, the rabbit that Zhang Xiaohua had been chasing for the whole morning, actually disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua ran closer, and rubbed her eyes in disbelief, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. If it was not for the traces of the rabbit running through the snow, Zhang Xiaohua really thought that she was dreaming this whole morning. Zhang Xiaohua foolishly walked in front of the mountain rock where the rabbit disappeared. He did not dare to touch it with his hands, and only used the small walking stick to poke at the mountain rock. He did not find anything unusual, and the walking stick did not disappear, so he poked at the nearby stone wall again. Sure enough, he soon found something unusual. The place where the rabbit disappeared was in a circular area about half a person's height. Although there was no abnormal feeling when the walking stick poked it, but there were no snowflakes floating down, nor were there any gravel or mud falling down from above. And to the side, it was the same as Zhang Xiaohua's understanding. It could be brushed off the snowflakes, but if one used too much strength, some mud would fall from above. It was clear that if something was out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy about it. Then Zhang Xiaohua used the walking stick to test the bottom. In the place where the rabbit's traces disappeared, there was an area about 1 foot square that the walking stick could reach. It was as if there was an invisible hole here. Seeing his small walking stick easily reach into the stone wall, Zhang Xiaohua still could not believe that this was the truth. The walking stick was about to reach the end, but the hole was still bottomless. When the stone wall was close to the hand of the walking stick, Zhang Xiaohua stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then reached in. He knew that his hand had disappeared, leaving only his wrist stuck in the stone wall. Only then did he truly believe that there was a hole here. When Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his walking stick in hand, he stood in the snow and carefully thought. What exactly was inside this thing? Should he take the risk and go in to take a look? Zhang Xiaohua was no less curious about the young man. However, if he had to go into an unknown hole just for a wild rabbit or a trace of curiosity, Zhang Xiaohua would never do it. He knew that curiosity killed the cat. However, if he went back to the cottage empty-handed, Zhang Xiaohua was also not willing to do it. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the forest arrogantly. However, when he was about halfway, Zhang Xiaohua bent down, crawled on the snow, and quietly poked his head out. Just right, he could see the stone wall. Zhang Xiaohua started to make a living by waiting for rabbits. However, after waiting for a while, the wild rabbit still did not come out. Zhang Xiaohua was a little annoyed. Maybe the rabbit was too smart. It hid in there and then it was free. Maybe it was dangerous inside and the rabbit had already died. Maybe there was another way out and the rabbit had already run away? Thinking that the rabbit had already run away and he was still foolishly crawling on the snow, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something. But at that moment, a wild rabbit's head suddenly popped out of the hard stone wall. From afar it looked very strange. The wild rabbit's head had long ears. It looked left and right before shrinking back. Then, it jumped out of the stone wall and ran off into the distance along the small mountain peak. Seeing the wild rabbit run out, Zhang Xiaohua did not immediately chase after it. Instead, he crouched there and waited for a while. After making sure that nothing else would jump out of the stone wall, he slowly walked over. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua was crouching on the snow just now, he had already made up his mind. If the rabbit could come out, it would not be dangerous. Moreover, there was no other way. It was very likely to be a closed place. Moreover, the hole was only 1 foot wide. A slightly bigger animal would not be able to get in. Therefore, there should not be any danger. If the rabbit went in and did not come out, then Zhang Xiaohua did not have the courage to go in and play around. When he got close to the stone wall, Zhang Xiaohua stopped again. He crouched down and reached in with his walking stick again. This time he wanted to see if it was a long and narrow passage or a space that could allow a person to stand up. Sure enough, when his hand reached in, he exerted force and the walking stick stood up. It did not encounter any obstacles. Zhang Xiaohua knew what was going on. Then he took out the small sword from his pocket and held it in his left hand and the walking stick in his right hand. First he reached in and shook it for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and crouched on the snow, climbing stiffly towards the 1 foot wide stone wall. Zhang Xiaohua, who was crouching on the ground, only felt his vision blur. Then he entered another place. Wasn't this a cave? He was crouching on the snow in front of the cave. When Zhang Xiaohua stood up and looked carefully, there was something like a thick fog behind him. There was light coming in from the outside, but he could not see the scene outside. The snowflakes were still as big as outside, falling from the top of his head through the fog. On the snow, there were still traces of the rabbits jumping. In front of him, there was a small cave that was commonly seen on the mountain peak. It was slightly taller than Zhang Xiaohua, but it was pitch black inside. He could not see clearly. The traces of the rabbit led to the inside. It was very messy. The rabbit must have entered and exited several times. Seeing such a scene, Zhang Xiaohua's heart tensed up a little. However, he still threw the walking stick in his hand into the cave first. When he heard a dang sound from inside, there was no other sound. He then took out the fire starter from his pocket and carefully lit it. He held it in his right hand and the small sword in his left hand in front of his chest. Step by step, he walked into the pitch-black cave. When he walked into the cave, he carefully looked around with the fire starter. Only then did he feel completely relieved. This was an ordinary cave, the size of a small house. In the innermost part, there was a rectangular stone strip. Next to the stone strip, there was a stone table. There were a few small stone benches around. On the stone table, there was a money bag and a small square stone. The rest was empty. Then there was the small walking stick lying on the ground. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua secretly frowned. What was this place? It was so mysterious. There was nothing inside, only a money bag? He was not in a hurry to take the money bag. It was on the stone table. Sooner or later it would be his. He could take it according to his mood. Therefore, he still did not give up. He took the fire starter and carefully looked around the cave. He even picked up the walking stick and knocked on the stone wall. However, other than seeing some spherical pits on the stone wall, he did not find anything. That pit was a little high. Zhang Xiaohua's fingers could not reach it. He deliberately used the walking stick to poke at it, but he did not find anything. Only then did he give up and came to the front of the stone table. Zhang Xiaohua took the small sword and picked up the money bag. He moved it. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he moved the small square stone. It was also normal. Only then did he put the small sword back into his pocket. He picked up the stone with his left hand and looked at it carefully with the fire starter in front of his eyes. However, when he looked left, right, up and down, why couldn't he see any difference between it and the pebbles by the river? Could it be because of the different shape? Zhang Xiaohua angrily threw the stone back on the stone table. He picked up the money bag full of expectations. However, when he picked it up lightly, his heart immediately floated. The enthusiasm in his heart turned into snow. He thought that this money bag would at least be filled with a few pieces of silver. It would be best if it could be filled with a few pieces of gold. That would be good. However, the first feeling in his hand told him that it was empty. Zhang Xiaohua did not give up and squeezed with all his strength. However, he did not pinch anything out of it. He then shook it down, but he did not shake out a single rabbit hair. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have caught that silly rabbit first. At least he could have a good meal at night. This was great. An empty money bag, a broken stone, nothing to do, and also a lot of time to crawl in the snow. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. Just as he was about to throw the money bag back to the stone table, he twisted it with 2 fingers. He felt that the cloth of the money bag was not bad. It was quite delicate. Besides, he did not have a money bag. The silver that the master gave him was still in a piece of cloth. Now it was just right. Zhang Xiaohua put the fire starter on the stone table. He took out the scattered silver from his pocket and poured it all into the money bag. He tied the mouth and threw it up and down in the air. Then he caught it. The feeling was quite good. At least this trip was not in vain. After that, Zhang Xiaohua was about to take the fire starter from the stone table. At this time, his eyes fell on the stone. You said that if this was an ordinary stone, would someone be bored enough to put it on the table? Perhaps there was some mystery inside that he could not see through? Forget it. He would rather see wrongly than let it go. How could he have the time to return to a treasure mountain? Even if it was a small stone, he would still take it away. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the small square stone again and threw it into the money bag. He put it into his pocket and then picked up the fire starter. He looked around again and then slowly walked out of the cave. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the inconceivable thick fog in front of the cave. It was very strange. In such a mystical place, how could there be nothing mystical left for him? Even if there was a bag full of gold, he would not be surprised. But it just had to be an empty money bag. Suddenly he thought of a problem. Why was there a 1-foot hole in the fog that he could enter? Someone must have been here. Since someone had been here, how could there be anything left for him? This empty money bag must have been taken by someone and casually thrown down. And that small white square stone must have been thrown away by someone. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Forget it. His luck was not on his side. Even if he picked up a money bag, it was not bad. At least it was worth his scattered silver. After calming himself down, Zhang Xiaohua prepared to go out. The snow at the entrance of the cave was even heavier. The traces of him entering were almost covered up. Zhang Xiaohua picked up his walking stick again and bent down. He slowly drilled out of the invisible hole. Then an inconceivable scene appeared on the stone wall outside. First, a stick poked out from the hard stone wall. Then a young man's head poked out. Then he slowly crawled out until his whole body came out. Luckily, there was no one else in the wilderness. There was no need to shock the world. When Zhang Xiaohua crawled out, he looked around. It was already late. The forest was still the same. There were still no wild rabbits. Zhang Xiaohua patted the snow and mud off his body. Looking at the stone wall behind him, which was no different from the other parts of the mountain, he followed the footprints that were not covered by the snow and went back the way he came. After Zhang Xiaohua left, the snow became heavier. Not long after, the falling snow covered Zhang Xiaohua's footprints. Before dusk fell, there were no traces left. Only a plain empty space was left. At this time, poor Zhang Xiaohua, who had no sense of direction, could still vaguely recognize the footprints that were about to be covered by the snow. He quickly ran towards the cottage. As he ran, he secretly prayed that he would not get lost. Perhaps Zhang Xiaohua's prayer was effective, or perhaps it was because he had been to this forest many times before. When dusk fell, Zhang Xiaohua saw a high slope in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but rejoice in his heart. His tense mood relaxed, but at this moment, his right foot suddenly kicked something hard. It did not look like a rock, nor did it look like a branch. When Zhang Xiaohua picked it up with his hand and brought it to his eyes, he vaguely saw that it was a frozen wild rabbit. Please collect it. Thank you. Chapter 132. In the evening, Zhang Xiaohua finally ate the rabbit meat that she had been yearning for day and night. However, it was not braised. Although Zhang Xiaohua was born in a poor family and had been helping out at home since he was young, he was still a boy after all. The work he had done was in the fields. The work on the stove was still relatively unfamiliar to him. The closest thing he had done was to fetch spring water from the stove at home. Therefore, although she wanted to braise it, she simply peeled the rabbit's skin and learned from her father's way of handling chickens. She simply cleaned the rabbit and put it in the pot to cook. When the water boiled and the meat was cooked, although there was no seasoning, it still smelled fragrant. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel hungry. Then, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and silently muttered in her heart, "I'm eating braised rabbit meat. I'm eating braised rabbit meat." Then she was not afraid of the heat. She fished out the whole rabbit from the pot and chewed happily. Her mouth was full of oil. She was very happy. Until Zhang Xiaohua ate up the whole rabbit meat and licked the bare bones reluctantly, she threw the bones into the river in front of her. However, in the winter, the river that used to run in the past had already frozen. With a crack, the bones were thrown on the ice. It was impossible to destroy the evidence of the crime of eating meat. However, she was the fish meat and she was the knife. Why should she be afraid? The law of the jungle was still applicable in Jianghu. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua, who had satisfied her craving for good food, was caressing her round belly while holding a small stick. She was leisurely licking her teeth and looking at the night sky that was still snowing heavily. She was secretly trying to figure out the essence of, suddenly looking back at it in the waning light. In the conference hall of the Misty School in the far north, Openg was gathering several brothers in the school to find the bones that had been thrown out. It was not snowing in the Misty Mountain Villa, but the clouds were still dense and the cold wind was whimpering. Although the door of the conference hall was blocked by a thick curtain, it was still difficult to prevent the cold from entering. However, at this time the atmosphere in the conference hall was unusually cold, making people feel that it was even colder than outside. At the front of the meeting hall, Grand Gang leader Openg was sitting in his usual position with a gloomy face. The flickering light cast a shadow across his face from time to time, making him look even more ferocious. Perhaps it was at this moment that the majesty of a superior was fully displayed. At this time, everyone in the conference hall was silent. No one dared to make a sound. After a long while, Openg coughed and asked gently, "Senior brother, how is Yen Er's body?" Big Boss, who usually looked very inconspicuous, also had a straight face as he said, "Yen Er's body is already weak. At night when she went out, she was drenched in the heavy rain and has already caught a cold. In addition, she was affected by the wind from the black-robed elder's palm and injured her internal organs. This illness and injury are quite serious. I heard from Hall Master Qin that she had already fainted on the way. After she woke up, she found a doctor along the way to treat her. After second brother rushed over, he also used his internal energy to treat Yen Er's injuries. After taking the medicine from the sect, she was already much better when she came back. Now, the doctor in the sect has already seen her, and we have also invited a doctor from Pingyang City to treat her. Now there is no major problem. After a short rest, she should be able to recover." Hearing that O Yan's body had recovered, O Peng's expression became slightly more restrained. He said to Big Boss, "Who, senior brother, I'm a little busy here during this period. Please pay more attention and take care of Yen Er's matters." Big Boss Who nodded and said, "Yen Er is our precious treasure. You can rest assured. Now that she is in our territory, I won't let her suffer the slightest grievance." Openg nodded and asked Hall Master Lu Yuzhou of the Law Enforcement Hall, "How's the investigation of the background of the black-robed men?" Lu Yuzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "After I received sect master's instructions, I immediately led my subordinates to investigate this matter personally. I know that eldest Miss and her group prioritize stability on their return journey. I'm afraid that it will take too long. Although the weather has turned cold, the corpses of the black-robed men will also rot. Therefore, I went ahead to receive eldest Miss in advance. I have personally checked the corpses of the black-robed men. I have also seen the features of their faces and bodies. I have also asked my subordinates to record them and prepare a record. However, among these people, the black-robed old man's face has been disfigured and I can't tell who he is. As for the others, they are all mediocre people. Although I have already drawn their faces and handed them to my disciples to secretly pay attention to them, it is not easy to find out the background of these people in the vast sea of people." Openg said angrily, "Find them. We must find them. Although it is difficult, it does not mean that it is impossible. As long as there is a trace of possibility, we must find out who is behind them." Lu Yuzhou hurriedly bowed and replied, "I will follow sect master's instructions." Openg calmed his emotions and then asked, "Are there any other clues?" Lu Yuzhou shook his head and said, "These black-robed men's clothes and weapons are all extremely common items. They are very common in the Jianghu. I was unable to find any valuable clues. Moreover, they did not carry anything with them at all. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. I was unable to find anything useful." Openg snorted through his nose and said, "Don't tell me you have no clue at all." Lu Yuzhou said in a low voice, "Your subordinate is incompetent. For the time being, I was unable to find any other clues." Then he opened his mouth and looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Openg could not help but frown and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it. You now have a great responsibility. You must find out who is behind this. Our Misty School is not a side school that can be bullied by others." Lu Yuzhou hurriedly bowed and said, "Your subordinate has more or less understood the situation at that time from the subordinates of Huan Shi Manor and the female disciples of Mingzhou Hall. However, I would like to know more about it. Hall Master Qin and Shernyo have been kept by Sect Master for the past few days. Your subordinate has not had the opportunity to find them. Do you think we should let them describe the situation at that time again today? It just so happens that all the elders are here." Openg nodded and said, "That would be good. I have also heard some things and felt that there was something fishy. Today we will let them explain it properly, and all of you can give us some advice. Shernyo, tell us the specific situation from beginning to end." Shernyo rubbed his bald head and said, "Sect Master, do you want to tell us everything?" Openg glared at him and said, "Nonsense, tell us everything." Shernyo thought for a moment and then said, "That day I drove the carriage. carrying Manor Lord O and Hall Master Qin out of Huanxi Manor's gate. Later, I felt refreshed and could not help but sing a little tune. At first they praised me, but as I sang they did not like it. However, sect master, the heavens have pity on me. I only know this song. If you want me to sing something else, I can't sing it. Everyone listened and looked at each other in dismay. What was this? Lu Qingyang almost spat out the wine in her mouth. Then, everyone could not help but cover their mouth and laugh. Openg also did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, Shernyo, tell us the important things. Shernyo frowned and said, Sect master, didn't you want me to tell you everything? Openg spat, you have to tell me everything. But you also have to tell me everything that happened before and after the Manor Lord was attacked. When you drove out, the men in black were still nowhere to be seen. What's there to say? Also, what does your singing have to do with the attack? Shernyo replied with grievance. How would I know what is related to the black-clothed men? Maybe they were jealous because I sang well? Maybe when I drove out, the black-clothed men knew. Openg rolled his eyes and nodded. That makes sense. Lu Yuzhou, do you understand? Openg nodded and said, That's right. Lu Yuzhou nodded and said, This subordinate understands. Shernyo asked in surprise, Hallmaster Lu, what do you understand? Why don't I understand? Openg waved his hand and said, It's none of your business. Just tell me. Shernyo asked patiently, Then, do you still want to tell me everything? Openg thought for a moment and said, Just tell me everything. Shernyo asked again, Do you really want to tell me everything? Openg said angrily, Just tell me. Don't talk so much nonsense. Even if you go to the toilet, you still have to tell me. Shernyo's face turned red. He hesitated and said, This need not be said. Openg gritted his teeth and was about to go berserk. Shernyo saw this and hurriedly told the truth. Although Shernyo was a careless and impetuous man, he talked about the things that happened along the way in detail. He spoke slowly and seemed to be very serious. When he said that every place along the way, there was a youth called Zhang Xiaohua who went out to find a place to practice martial arts. Openg couldn't help but frown. He looked suspiciously at Aunt Qin and said, This youth called Zhang Xiaohua, why does his name sound so familiar? Before Openg's voice fell, Lu Yuzhou immediately stood up and said anxiously, Hallmaster Qin, this youth goes out every day. Didn't you follow him? It's very likely that he's a mole for the black-clothed men. Where is this person now? I have to catch him and interrogate him. Shernyo, who was talking heartily, naturally didn't dare to say anything after being interrupted by Openg. But when he heard Lu Yuzhou shout, he immediately became angry and said angrily, How can you say that about Zhang Xiaohua? I can guarantee that Zhang Xiaohua is definitely not a mole for the black-clothed men. Lu Yuzhou said, As long as he's a mole, he'll naturally hide it very well. How could he let you know? Shernyo, you're more careless, so of course you wouldn't find out. Don't make a promise just because of personal feelings. At this time, a voice like an oriole's chirp sounded. Hallmaster Lu, I also have the same thoughts as Shernyo. I'm willing to use my life to guarantee that this Zhang Xiaohua is definitely not a mole. Lu Yuzhou didn't need to turn around to know that it was Aunt Qin who spoke. He frowned and said, Hallmaster Qin, now isn't the time to let your emotions affect your decisions. We're looking for clues and we have to be suspicious of any clues. It's better to mistakenly kill one than to let one go. However, Aunt Qin was a bit anxious and said in one breath, All right then. Have you ever heard of a spy who reaches the end of his career will kill his own people? Have you ever heard of a spy who reaches the end of his career will sacrifice his own life to save the person he wants to kill, regardless of whether he knows martial arts or not? Lu Yuzhou was stunned and said in puzzlement, Hallmaster Qin, you don't need to be so agitated. Speaking of Zhang Xiaohua, why are you talking so much? Shernyo interrupted him in a low, muffled voice and said, Zhang Xiaohua was the one who blocked in front of Manor Hedo and killed the black-clothed old man. Lu Yuzhou suddenly understood and stood up to apologize. Hallmaster Qin, please don't blame me. This one isn't clear about these things. Aunt Qin took a deep breath and said with a smile, Don't blame me, don't blame me. Hallmaster Lu, this one is also a bit anxious. Actually, when Zhang Xiaohua went out to practice his fist techniques, I also sent people to check on him. He was indeed practicing some messy fist techniques. I think he was afraid of being laughed at. I also asked He Tianshu of the medicine hall about this. Openg heard this and also understood. He smiled and said, that's right. I also remember this name when Yen'er came back. She said that he saved her life. It seems that he was injured by the black-clothed man and fell into the water. I don't know if he's been found yet. Boss Hu continued, he hasn't been found yet. I've already sent people to contact related forces to help find him. Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, however, we've already searched a few dozen miles downstream. There's no sign of him alive or dead. It's been almost a month. There's probably no hope of finding him anymore. There's an 80 to 90% chance that he was killed on the spot by the black-clothed old man. His corpse has already sunk into the river to feed the fish and turtles. Openg nodded and said, no matter what, he saved Yen'er's life. We have to compensate him well. Boss Hu agreed and said, it's the new year now. The sect is busy. It's not easy to inform him of this kind of thing now. Moreover, he has an older brother who is an armed escort at the Lotus Escort Agency. He's currently on a long escort mission. We'll talk about it when he comes back. Openg nodded silently and then motioned for Stone Ox to continue. Stone Ox understood and glared fiercely at Lu Yuzhou. He continued with what he had just said and recounted everything that had happened along the way. After listening to Stone Ox, Boss Hu spoke first and said, the previous robbery should be consistent with our initial speculation. It's to test our power. Hall Master Qin is a famous figure in Jianghu. He must be clear about the details of his martial arts. Stone Ox is not famous in Jianghu, but he must be familiar with the gangs that are familiar with us or pay attention to us. The second competition and Stone Ox's competition on the rainy night are obviously two different situations. I guess they didn't expect He Tianshu from the pharmacy hall. Although this young man's martial arts are not the best, he's an obstacle for them. They can't firmly suppress us with their strength, so they didn't really make a move during the robbery. Openg continued Boss Hu's words and said, so they hurriedly found this black-clothed old man with excellent martial arts and made a foolproof arrangement. They let people with similar martial arts to Hall Master Qin stall Stone Ox and the others, and then let the black-clothed old man capture or kill Yen'er. Haha, good plan, good strategy. Boss Hu also smiled and said, however, they didn't expect that our disciples would see through the clues and send reinforcements to rescue them. Openg also smiled and said, yes, this disciple called Lan Dong is very good. He's smart and careful. He went back to the school with the team. Let him hand over some things and choose another disciple to go down. Let him stay in the school and focus on training. He should be of great use. Boss Hu said, yes, this time it's all thanks to Lan Dong. Without his news we would still be in the dark. Second brother and fifth brother wouldn't be able to arrive in time. It's only right to reward him. At this time Stone Ox opened his mouth and said, Big gang leader, I think this time the one with the greatest martial arts should be Zhang Xiaohua. If he didn't kill the black-clothed old man, not only the manor lord would be in trouble, even if Lan Dong and the others arrived, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Openg nodded and said, that's right. However, this person is already gone. It's useless to talk about martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua is also not a member of our Misty school. How do you want me to reward him? It's better to give more compensation. Stone Ox scratched his head and said, anyway, as long as Big Gang leader knows who has the most merit, I don't have any other opinions. Lu Yuzhou opened his mouth again and said, gang leader, from Stone Ox's description, I think it should be a gang that we're familiar with or a famous sect in Jianghu. We're familiar with their martial arts and manpower. Naturally, we can't use them. That's why we found people from other places who can't see the light of day to work for them. This is why we didn't have enough manpower during the night attack. Otherwise, with only Eldest Miss and the others, the black-clothed men wouldn't have used any tricks or strategies. Openg smiled and said, Hall Master Lu is right. Since you've explained it this way, you naturally have a plan. I'll leave the investigation to you. I hope you'll be able to find out the truth soon. Lu Yuzhou's face turned bitter and said, okay, I'll do my best. Then Openg looked at Stone Ox and Aunt Qin and said, Hall Master Qin, Stone Ox, you've worked hard before. However, you didn't analyze the situation on the way, and there were flaws in your plans. Tell me, how should you be punished? Aunt Chin smiled bitterly and said, "Gang leader is right. I've been careless. If I'd paid more attention, I would have found something fishy long ago. We wouldn't have ended up in an irreversible situation. I'm willing to accept my punishment." Stone Ox scratched his head and said, "Big gang leader, I know I'm wrong and I'm willing to accept my punishment. However, you can punish me however you want, but please don't punish me by not drinking. The last time I went out with eldest miss, I didn't dare to drink. If you don't let me have my fill now, I'll suffocate." Everyone laughed, and only then did the atmosphere in the meeting hall become lively. Openg smiled and said, "The two of you have been following us the whole way. Even if you don't have merit, at least you've worked hard. However, our Misty School has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. We can't give you something to offset your merits. Go back to the disciplinary hall to receive your punishment." Aunt Chin and Stone Ox hurriedly bowed and said, "Understood, gang leader." Then Openg waved his hand and let Lu Yujo, Aunt Chin, and Stone Ox leave first. After they left, Openg said to Boss Hu, "Eldest senior brother, the year is passing by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's the 15th of the first month. Everything needs to be planned. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."